Ji-rong almost spewed out the food he had just tasted. What kind of century's best mother was this? Was this how they lived in the apocalypse? Was this some kind of divine life? Xiao Hen felt grateful yet embarrassed. He kept looking at Wen Qingling, who had a slumped face and showed no reaction. Xiao Hen could only say, "Auntie, you don't need to bother. I'm in good health, no need for such care." Wen Qingling calmly ate his meal and said, "I'm sorry about your mother. If you don't mind, my mother can be your mother." Ji-rong couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. Xiao Hen's hand trembled, almost spilling the soup. Wen Zheng, who was still oblivious to the situation, joined in, "So, I'll be all yours." Wen Qingling added, "And my father, I'll give him to you. You can treat him as your own father." Wen Zheng was so angry he wanted to beat his son on the spot but was teased by Zhong Lan. Xiao Hen felt a sour and bitter feeling in his heart as he watched the three of them banter and compete with each other. His envy was beyond words. Xiao Hen pretended not to notice that they were using separate chopsticks and tongs to pick up the food. Ji-rong was too absorbed in eating to notice this detail either. He thought it was just a personal habit. They ate until their mouths were greasy, and only stopped when they couldn't eat anymore. In the afternoon, Xiao Hen and Ji-rong had to go out. They had arranged to meet He Lin and Shi Chong at a designated location. If they returned, they would definitely go there. They wanted to see if He Lin and Shi Chong had returned. Their mission this time was simply to escort Old Meng back and report the danger in Ling City and the appearance of the level 8 evolved being, General. It wasn't wise to establish a research institute in Ling City, so they could only ensure Old Meng's safe return. As for Wen Qingling's matter, there was no need to mention it. Xiao Hen had specifically instructed that. The two of them left the city and saw many evolved zombies wandering around. The city center of Ling City had been bombed flat, and all the evolved zombies gathered there had dispersed. They were not only spread throughout Ling City but had also left the city, which was another disaster for the surrounding survivor bases. With Wen Qingling's protection, the two of them safely left the city. As soon as they left the city, Ji-rong couldn't wait to ask, "Boss, you definitely have something going on. You kept such a joyous event a secret from us. That's not fair." Xiao Hen looked at the wandering zombies on the roadside and said, "Just focus on driving. Don't ask too much." Ji-rong scratched his head, feeling restless. "How can I not ask when it's such a big deal?" Xiao Hen asked, "What do you want to know?" Ji-rong excitedly said, "What's the relationship between you and Dr. Wen?" Xiao Hen replied, "I said there's no relationship. Do you believe me?" Ji-rong immediately shook his head, "I don't believe it." Xiao Hen felt like punching him. "You don't believe me when I tell the truth, but you want to hear a lie, right?" Ji-rong grinned, "The way you two interact doesn't look like there's no relationship. If there's no situation, how come you can live in a civilized base while I have to sleep in a car outside the city? If there's no situation, would Dr. Wen not charge you for medical fees and worry about your zombie virus? If there's no relationship, would Dr. Wen's mother care for you so much? It really seems like she treats you as her own son. No matter how you look at it, there's definitely something going on." Xiao Hen pondered for a moment. He also wanted to analyze the current situation with Ji-rong. Do you think Wen Qingling seems like a person with emotions? Even if he said he would share half of his mother with him, Xiao Hen felt it was just a literal meaning. Wen Qingling's demeanor was too indifferent, not giving him any opportunity to think further. Ji-rong thought carefully for a moment, then slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "Damn. Boss, this is your first love, isn't it?" Wen Qingling doesn't seem like a person with emotions. His eyes are only filled with crystal nuclei. If you want him to notice you, you'll probably need to frame your crystal nuclei. Xiao Hen sighed. He knew the real reason was not that, but he couldn't say it. He could only continue suppressing the budding thoughts. They were not possible, Xiao Hen and Wen Qingling. They were truly people from two different worlds. Not far from leaving Ling City, they noticed a vehicle parked by the roadside. Several survivors stood outside the vehicle, looking towards Ling City. They were probably attracted by the commotion from last night. They saw an off-road vehicle approaching from the direction of Ling City, which surprised them. They considered whether they should stop the vehicle and ask about the situation. While hesitating, the off-road vehicle stopped on its own. Xiao Hen and Ji-rong also had questions they wanted to ask them. Ji-rong rolled down the car window and called out to them, "Where are you survivors from? What are you doing here?" A young man stepped forward and replied, "We are survivors from Shang County. We heard continuous explosions from the direction of Ling City last night, so our leader sent us to gather information. Initially, we were supposed to stop 100 miles away to scout, but we ventured closer and didn't encounter any danger, so we ended up here. Since you are coming from the direction of Ling City, do you know what happened?" Ji Rong looked at Xiao Hen, but Xiao Hen didn't answer. Instead, he asked, "Who is your leader?" Since they mentioned the 100 miles as the death distance, they should be from the survivor base in Ling City. The young man replied, "Are you asking about our current leader or the previous one?" Xiao Hen already understood. Ji Rong said, "We definitely don't know the previous one, but the current one might be familiar." The young man said, "Not long ago, a group of survivors arrived at our Shang County survivor base. They were powerful enough to defeat our previous leader and became the new leaders. The leader's name is Chong Boong, and his girlfriend, Wen Chu, is the deputy leader. Indeed, they were acquaintances." Ling City had a total of 5 main districts, 4 suburbs, and 3 counties, overseeing 5 county-level cities, and Rong City was one of them. After the apocalypse, transportation was severely disrupted, and zombies were everywhere. Venturing far was equivalent to seeking death. No one knew whether the vast distance ahead held death or a new beginning. Many people chose to gather with survivors from the same area and form a base, relying on each other for survival. Of course, if they had enough strength, they would leave in search for a more suitable place to survive. There were quite a few bases near Ling City, big and small, but they had all been slaughtered by the general. Now Rong City and Shang County were also in the same situation. Xiao Hen's suspicion was reasonable, and there were likely survivor bases near the other districts, counties, and county-level cities. In the current chaos where Ling City's city center was a disaster zone, these small survivor bases were undoubtedly very dangerous. Xiao Hen asked, "Are there any other survivor bases near Shang County?" The young man replied, "Yes, we have several survivor bases near Shang County, but our base is the largest. The others can't even be considered bases, at most, they're communities or shelters. Some like-minded survivors gather together, and these people often resort to extreme measures and frequently rob other survivor groups. In short, it's chaotic. It was easy to imagine that in the lawless apocalypse, human desires would escalate to extreme levels. Regardless of whether they were good or evil, as long as they didn't fall into Xiao Hen's hands, he had no concern." Xiao Hen reminded them, "You can go back now. The area near Ling City is full of zombies, and many evolved zombies are migrating. Your base needs to strengthen its defenses. Also, spread the message that the level 8 evolved zombie, General, has left Ling City. Stay safe when survivors go out." It was just a reminder. If they were unlucky enough to encounter the General, it was unlikely that any survivors could escape. Even when Qingling had used several lives to force the General away, let alone others who didn't stand a chance. Chapter 48. When Qingling didn't dare to defy his parents' words. As soon as the 2 humans left, he began to handle Ling City's affairs. When Qingling called the sisters and Blood Corpse over to discuss the future development of Ling City. Blood Corpse was particularly honest this time. He was genuinely scared by Wen Qingling. He had encouraged Wen Qingling to deal with the General with malicious intent, hoping that Wen Qingling and the General would perish together, so that he could have absolute control over Lingcheng. However, the Blood Corpse never expected that Wen Qingling would actually force the General to leave. As a result, the position of the top leader in Ling City shifted from the General to Wen Qingling. No matter how you looked at it, the mountain on top of the Blood Corpse's head still existed, but he had changed his identity. Wen Qingling didn't care about the Blood Corpse's ulterior motives. As long as he was alive, the Blood Corpse wouldn't be able to escape his grasp. Ling City was divided into 5 major districts, each in a different direction. The city center was an independent district. Wen Qingling had always occupied the South City, which was the South District of Ling City. He had taken over the city center, making it his territory as well. This was the Central District. The East City was the East District, occupied by the Blood Corpse. The West City was the West District, occupied by the leader, sisters. Only the North City's North District was currently vacant. Wen Qingling said, "I have a great ambition now. I want to build Ling City into a large civilized base. What do you think?" The Blood Corps immediately became furious. So, you want to take over our territories? Wen Qingling replied, who said that Ling City would be under my command in the future? The Blood Corps roared, didn't you have no ambition? Haven't you always been content with your little piece of land in the South City? Why are you so fickle now? You say you have ambition. Wen Qingling said, I want to develop Ling City now. The Blood Corps earnestly advised, Lord Wen, we can't do this. Think about your civilized base, how beautiful the development will be, how comfortable the life of civilized zombies will be, and how obedient your cute zombie subordinates will be. Isn't that enough? What use do you have for all the dirty and decaying zombies everywhere? The Blood Corps couldn't convince him alone, so he involved the sisters, Sister Tiantian, Sister Xin, don't you agree? Given how powerful Wen Qingling was now, as long as the sisters' eyes were not blind, they knew how to choose. They glared at the Blood Corps and asked Wen Qingling, are you planning to turn all the zombies in Ling City into civilized zombies? Wen Qingling shook his head, not all of them. I will select them. In the future, Ling City will belong to our civilized zombies, and the decaying zombies can only roam in the suburbs. The Blood Corps sneered, even if you drain all your blood, it won't be enough. Wen Qingling reached out from a distance, grabbed the Blood Corps, punched him in the face, and threw him aside. I advise you to speak properly. Blood Corps, speechless. Could he still endure this? As the boss of East City, he was actually being beaten just like that. Didn't he care about his face? The Blood Corps helplessly expressed that in front of Wen Qingling, his dignity was worth nothing. The sisters spoke up, this is a big project. Not to mention how much blood anemones it will require. If it's going to be built into a large civilized base, it will definitely need a sturdy city wall. Are you planning to build the entire city wall of Ling City by yourself? Forgive me for speaking frankly, but wooden city walls don't seem fire resistant. The younger sister had a different opinion. I think wooden city walls are fine. Since it's Lord Wen who is building the city, he will definitely consider the fire prevention measures as the first step. The sisters simultaneously looked at Wen Qingling. Wen Qingling nodded, you don't need to worry about fire. As long as my wood-based abilities are intact, flames cannot destroy the wooden city walls. Or, to put it another way, as long as the strength of the fire-based ability users doesn't surpass mine, they won't be able to destroy the wooden city walls. The Blood Corps grumbled, so, you still believe that you alone can establish a large-scale civilization base? Although Ling City was large, Wen Qingling's strength had improved several levels since last night. Even if he couldn't complete it in one go, he could do it in multiple attempts, and he didn't plan to include the entire Ling City in the base construction. He had to leave some living space for the decaying zombies. The Blood Corps said, we must face a question. If you want to establish a large-scale civilization base based on Lingcheng, what are your plans for my East City and their West City? Will you take full control over everything? Will we become your subordinates? Wen Qingling looked at him. You can refuse, but I can also kill you. The Blood Corps remained silent. Wen Qingling took a firm stance. Right now, I am the boss of Ling City. Either you obey or you die. The Blood Corps stayed silent. Wen Qingling said, I'll give you 1 minute to consider. The Blood Corps remained silent. If it were before, Wen Qingling might have considered the attitude of the Blood Corps and even the opinions of the sisters. But now, with his significantly enhanced strength, he could completely suppress a leader-level zombie. The attitude of the sisters was no longer a problem. They were young and influenced by the blood anemone. They now had great trust and reliance on Wen Qingling. The biggest problem now was the Blood Corps, who always sang a different tune. Kid, if there's a zombie who dares to sing a different tune with you, just kill them to avoid future trouble. Zhong Lan and Wen Zheng came in from outside. They had blueprints in their hands, obviously making plans for the future of Ling City. The Blood Corps, who had been excluded by everyone, said, speechless. What else could he do besides surrender? He couldn't really die here, right? He could clearly feel the difference between himself and Wen Qingling. He was no longer Wen Qingling's match. The Blood Corps crossed a big X on his mouth. Forget what I said, you're the boss, you have the final say. With a unanimous opinion, they could finally begin planning the future of Ling City. The original urban construction of Ling City was like concentric circles, with the city center in the middle, followed by 4 major city zones, and finally, 4 major suburban areas. Wen Qingling decided to continue with this plan. The 5 major city zones would be the activity areas for civilized zombies, while the 4 major suburban areas would be the territory of decaying zombies. His parents agreed with his construction ideas. Considering that the number of civilized zombies wouldn't reach millions in a short period of time, it would be pointless to have such a large territory. They had to leave some space for other species. Even the construction of the 5 major city zones wouldn't happen overnight. Wen Qingling proposed dividing it into 3 phases, with the city center as the core, constructing the core city, inner city, middle city, and outer city in sequence. Tall city walls would separate each city, and moats and gates would be built in the 4 directions. Beyond the outer city would be the locations for the 4 major suburban areas. Since the number of civilized zombies was relatively small for now, there was no need to construct everything on a large scale. Wen Qingling decided to first build the city walls for the core city and inner city, and improve the environmental hygiene in these 2 areas. Dilapidated buildings that could be repaired would be fixed, while those without any value would be demolished. Wen Qingling only needed to construct the city walls, and others would be responsible for the planning and arrangements inside. This work would be completed faster if everyone pitched in. After reaching a consensus, Wen Qingling led everyone to the city center and began the construction of the walls. The blood corpses' concerns didn't materialize. Since they were only building wooden city walls, although the circumference was long, it didn't pose a challenge for Wen Qingling. After all, he had effortlessly established the civilization base in South City, and now his strength had further improved. Under the witness of everyone, the tall walls of the core city and inner city slowly rose. The core city walls were 20 meters high, while the inner city walls were 18 meters high. Wen Qingling's civilization base was now enclosed within the inner city. The gates of the core city and inner city were wide open, allowing the decaying zombies and mutated creatures inside to leave for the outskirts of the city. Once trapped inside, apart from entering a dormant state or starving to death, there was no other possibility. For long-term considerations, Wen Qingling didn't want to kill all the mutated creatures in Ling City. They were a valuable source of food and needed to be properly preserved. With the construction of the large-scale civilization base underway, Wen Qingling was currently in dire need of manpower. Although he had many blood anemones, if he planted one for every zombie, it wouldn't be enough. Wen Zheng suggested, "This won't work. We can't rely on you to bleed every time for planting the blood anemones. We need to find another solution." Zhang Lan, concerned for her son, proposed, "Why don't we establish a research institute ourselves and study how to maximize the value of blood anemones?" Father and son simultaneously looked at Zhang Lan and gave her a thumbs up. Wen Qingling said, "Mom, you're really insightful." Wen Zheng added, "What my wife said is absolutely right. Besides, there's already a research institute in the West City. Let's clean it up and conduct our own research." As for the researchers, Wen Qingling interrupted, "I already have someone in mind. Once things settle down here, I'll go and find them." Wen Zheng urged, "There's not much to be busy with here. Hurry up and go find them." Zhang Lan added, "It would be great if we can also develop an antidote for the zombie virus. Then we won't have to rely on blood anemones for treatment every time. Do you really have to reveal the secret recipe every time someone comes for treatment?" Wen Qingling agreed, "Mom is right." Wen Zheng chimed in, "My wife is right." However, achieving research results wasn't as simple as saying it. It would definitely require a process. Since Wen Qingling was currently in need of manpower, he came up with a solution. He used his wood-based ability to stimulate the growth of blood anemones, making them larger. This way, one plant could be divided and used to treat multiple zombies. Wen Qingling is currently selecting from his subordinates in the South City zombie group, giving priority to the decaying zombies willing to voluntarily become civilized zombies. He provided a batch of blood anemones that he had stimulated to grow to his parents, allowing them to administer the treatments themselves. He was now ready to set off for Rong City. The target candidates for Wen Qingling were none other than the research assistants brought by Meng Lao. Since they were assistants, they should be somewhat useful. Wen Qingling planned to ask them if they were willing to become civilized zombies and work for him. If they were unwilling, he wouldn't waste blood anemones on them. It's worth mentioning that after cleaning up the original base, the civilized zombies started organizing the core city and inner city. The Sisters in Blood Corps controlled the zombies in West City and East City, respectively, but they assisted in transporting things and participated in the construction alongside everyone else. Wen Qingling didn't actually strip the sisters and blood corps of their rights. They still managed the zombies in the West City and East City. However, they needed to inform Wen Qingling when making any significant moves. Of course, even if they didn't inform him, Wen Qingling would still find out. Wen Qingling was the leader of Ling City, and there was nothing he couldn't find out if he wanted to know. Chapter 49. Wen Qingling brought a sliced large blood anemone and set off in the car. The area near Ling City was no longer as safe as before, with many zombies roaming around, and evolved zombies were everywhere. Previously, there were survivors nearby who would come to Ling City to collect supplies. However, since they were cleared out by the general, there were no living people within 100 miles. Now that the general had left and Ling City had made such a big commotion, some bold survivors began to get curious and wanted to investigate. However, they were scared away by the roaming zombies nearby, so they kept their distance and looked toward Ling City. Wen Qingling's car drove out of Ling City, and the survivors who were lingering nearby saw it. As the car approached, they saw that there was only one person inside, which immediately put their minds at ease. Someone stood in the middle of the road, holding a weapon, trying to stop the car. While eating the jerky prepared by his dear mother, Wen Qingling drove forward with a pale face, showing no intention of slowing down. Since he wanted to die, he couldn't hold others back. The survivors shouted, "Stop the car. If you don't stop, I'll throw a log at you." Wen Qingling continued calmly eating the jerky. The survivors really threw the log, but unfortunately, their aim was poor. They missed the car, and as it was about to hit them, the survivors standing in the middle of the road couldn't withstand it and crawled to the side, narrowly saving their lives. All the survivors cursed the passing car owner loudly. Then they regretted it because all their tires were pierced by sturdy wooden spikes. If they wanted to leave, they had to rely on their legs. If they encountered more wandering zombies, they would have to see who could run faster, them or the zombies. Survivors, speechless. They all regretted cursing their mothers collectively. Wen Qingling continued speeding toward Rong City. The Rong City base was still there, but the small group that used to collect tolls was gone, either changing their occupation or dying. Wen Qingling was still on the road, and his spiritual power had already spread out, searching for the traces of the 3 research assistants. As for Xiao Fei, who was pulled over by Yin Chen to act as a human shield, he was seriously injured at the time but didn't die. Yin Cheng took his men to chase after Wen Qingling and Xiao Hen. No one treated Xiao Fei, and he was left behind in the Rong City base. Unfortunately, the base had no healers, and regular medicine had no effect on his injuries. He could only cling to life, waiting for death. Originally, Wen Qingling had no intention of taking him along. However, when he drove past the Rong City base, he suddenly had an idea. After Wen Qingling left, the vine hell disappeared. Only a devastated ground was left behind. After Yin Cheng and Wen Qingling's group left, the Rong City base returned to its previous tranquility. The people inside the base were all terrified. When they saw a strange vehicle approaching, they became frightened. When they saw Wen Qingling get out of the car, they all rushed into the base and quickly closed the gate. They didn't even bother to greet him, refusing to let him in. Wen Qingling, speechless. He looked up at the low base walls, estimating that they were not even 5 meters high. Wen Qingling lightly jumped and stood on top of the wall. The survivors inside the Rong City base went crazy with fear, screaming and hiding everywhere. Wen Qingling, speechless. Wen Qingling, I won't kill you. Why are you so scared? Wen Qingling was very confused. The leader of the Rong City base hurriedly arrived with his men. He was also afraid, but as the leader, he had to come forward. The leader politely said, Your display of power last time was too strong. Everyone is scared. Wen Qingling, oh. The leader had a forced smile on his face, looking stiff and unpleasant. Do you have any business coming here this time? Wen Qingling, looking for someone. The leader immediately said, Researcher Xiao Fei, right? Wen Qingling nodded, it's him. The leader said, rest assured, he's still alive. It's just that our small base has limited conditions and no healers. The medicines we collected in Rong City aren't very effective, and his wounds got infected. The leader had considered it before. These people had extraordinary identities. If one of them were left behind, and they remembered and came back to find them, but the person was already dead. The unlucky one would be the wrong city base. That's why they made every effort to treat him. They couldn't bear to use scarce anti-inflammatory drugs on a stranger. The leader quickly had someone carry the barely alive Xiao Fei out. However, after a day and night, Xiao Fei had become noticeably thinner. His eyes were lifeless as he lay on the stretcher, staring straight at the person standing on the city wall. When Wen Qingling jumped down, all the survivors were frightened and retreated. Wen Qingling walked to Xiao Fei's side and looked down at him. Driven by his instinct to survive, Xiao Fei struggled to reach out and grabbed Wen Qingling's pants. He knew he was on the verge of death, and only this person could save him. This person could even heal the infected. There was no reason he couldn't save him. Save me. Wen Qingling bent down, grabbed Xiao Fei's clothes, lifted him up, and jumped over the city wall, disappearing from the sight of the survivors. Someone nervously asked, Will he die? The leader wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Whether he lives or dies is no longer our concern. As long as we get rid of him, that's enough. In this damn world, each person is scarier than the monsters. They're no longer human. Xiao Fei was startled by their conversation and passed out from the pain. When he woke up again, he found himself lying on the ground, with 3 decaying zombies standing in front of him. He screamed in terror and tried to escape but realized he couldn't move. His injuries were too severe. If Wen Qingling didn't save him, he would die. Thinking of Wen Qingling, Xiao Fei hurriedly looked around and saw Wen Qingling sitting on top of the car, coldly watching him. Wen Qingling, are you scared? Xiao Fei was very scared. Are you going to let the zombies eat me? Xiao Fei regretted it deeply. If he had known that Wen Qingling was so powerful, he wouldn't have rashly tried to steal his backpack. Who could have expected that Yin Cheng was useless and couldn't keep Wen Qingling alone, leading him to his current situation? Xiao Fei was on the verge of tears. Please save me. I won't covet your things anymore. I really won't dare. When I tried to steal your backpack, it wasn't for me. It was for the sake of all humanity. Wen Qingling, are you also a savior? Xiao Fei was stunned for a moment, then shook his head repeatedly. I'm not. I only want to survive now. The life and death of others have nothing to do with me. I won't oppose you anymore. Please believe me. Wen Qingling nodded. Take a careful look at the 3 zombies in front of you. Don't they look familiar? Xiao Fei carefully looked at them and was shocked. Wen Qingling, the colonel who was supposed to protect you threw them out to feed the zombies. Compared to that, you're considered lucky. Xiao Fei widened his eyes, and then the light in his eyes gradually faded. He knew there was no possibility of survival for him. Wen Qingling was using his spiritual power to brainwash the 3 zombies. He only wanted willing zombies and didn't force anyone. Wen Qingling said, You have a chance to live, but it will be in a different way, not as a human. I won't charge you a fee for the treatment, but you'll need to work for me. Are you willing? The light in Xiao Fei's eyes gathered again. I'm willing. As long as I can live, I'll do anything. Wen Qingling asked, Are you willing to become a zombie? Xiao Fei, speechless. Xiao Fei, what? Can being a zombie be considered living? Wen Qingling didn't speak but beckoned to the female zombie, Yi Zichong, who was the first to respond to him. The female zombie was almost reduced to a skeleton. If it had turned into a zombie a little later, it would have been completely eaten by the zombie horde, losing the chance to become a zombie. Wen Qingling had put in quite an effort to find it among the decaying zombies. Wen Qingling took out a sealed package. Inside was a blood anemone. Wen Qingling opened the package and handed it to the female zombie, asking, Do you want to eat? The female zombie's actions showed just how much it wanted to eat. The female zombie snatched the package and grabbed a piece of blood anemone, stuffing it into its mouth. After finishing the piece, it even drank the liquid in the bag that looked like blood, leaving it completely empty. Then, in front of Xiao Fei's eyes, the female zombie returned to its original appearance. Xiao Fei was almost frightened out of his wits. What is that? It actually turned a skeletal zombie back into a human. Yi Zichong turned to look at Xiao Fei and said, You're not dead yet. Xiao Fei was on the verge of being scared to death. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that a zombie could actually restore itself to human form. With Yi Zichong leading the way, Mu Yi and Sha Yunhan also responded to Wen Qingling. They each received a package and, after consuming it, similarly returned to their original appearances. However, they were no longer human but rather a unique existence distinct from both humans and zombies. The three of them looked at Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei trembled and said, Are you humans now? Mu Yi, in a gentle manner, replied, Not exactly. Xiao Fei's trembling intensified. Then what are you? Wen Qingling softly spoke, Neither human nor zombie. We can be human, and we can be zombies. Xiao Fei stared at Wen Qingling and exclaimed, You're not human, are you? Wen Qingling replied, I was never human, to begin with. Now it's your turn to choose. Do you want to live in this form or die directly? Xiao Fei swallowed hard and said with difficulty, In this form. Are there any side effects? Like, do we have to eat humans? Unconscious cannibalism and conscious cannibalism were completely different. He would rather become an unconscious cannibal zombie than a conscious one. The latter was too terrifying. Wen Qingling shook his finger and said, We are civilized zombies. Eating humans is strictly forbidden. The first taboo of civilized zombies, no eating humans. Wen Qingling continued, We can eat like humans, we won't get infected, we possess powers comparable to evolved zombies, we can heal our wounds, and as long as our heads aren't severed, we won't die. We have our own base, we live freely, and we no longer have to worry about zombies all over the world because we are of the same kind. Xiao Fei's breathing became rapid. He had no other choice now. Besides death, his only option was to become a civilized zombie. But he didn't want to die, and becoming a civilized zombie was just another form of living. He was more than willing to accept this novel and a thrilling new identity. Xiao Fei said, I'm willing. I'm willing to become a civilized zombie. I'm willing to work for you. Turn me into a civilized zombie. Wen Qingling jumped off the car and walked over to Xiao Fei. He circled around him and looked at Yi Zichong and the other two. He said, Which one of you wants to take a bite? The three of them, speechless. Xiao Fei, speechless. Xiao Fei, can you infect others like zombies? Wen Qingling, I don't know. We're still testing. Xiao Fei, speechless. So, he's just an experiment. Xiao Fei asked cautiously, If I get bitten, will I turn into a monster? Not human, not a zombie, not a civilized zombie, but a real monster. Wen Qingling replied, Don't worry, I'll kill you before you turn into a monster. Xiao Fei, speechless. How can he possibly be reassured by that? Yi Zichong said, This is too careless. We should examine our teeth and saliva first to see if there's any zombie virus. Once we confirm that, we don't need to bite anyone to know the result. Wen Qingling glanced at her and said, The research facility is still in ruins. How long do you think it will take to get those results? Yi Zichong, speechless. Wen Qingling asked, Who will do it? Mu Yi stepped forward and said, I'll do it. Mu Yi squatted next to Xiao Fei, took his arm, rolled up his sleeves, and bit his wrist. Due to her human consciousness, Mu Yi showed restraint and stopped after drawing blood. If it were a zombie, they wouldn't stop until they had taken a chunk of flesh. Mu Yi stared at the bite mark she had made, where it initially bled a bright red color but quickly turned dark blue-black. The spread of the zombie virus was extremely fast. Xiao Fei suddenly let out a roar, writhing in pain on the ground. When he managed to break free from his wrist, he easily shed a layer of skin. Xiao Fei's skin and flesh began to rapidly decay. This process must have been extremely painful, but it only lasted for 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, Xiao Fei stopped struggling and stood up from the ground. He was no longer human but a decaying zombie. Chapter 50. Xiao Fei's level of decay was slightly worse than that of an ordinary zombie, but its eyes were exceptionally clear. Wen Qingling asked, How do you feel? Xiao Fei looked down at his decaying hands and replied hoarsely, Am I no longer human? Wen Qingling nodded and said, You're a conscious zombie with decay, but your transformation speed is extremely fast, only taking 3 minutes. Xiao Fei pondered and asked, How do I test my strength? After Wen Qingling's strength had increased again, all civilized zombies were upgraded to level 3 evolved beings. Wen Qingling brought a level 3 evolved zombie and tossed it to Xiao Fei for a battle. The level 3 evolved hunter was fast and agile, with sharp claws. Xiao Fei, who used to be a research assistant and had no combat experience, was certain to die in a fight against it. As Xiao Fei struggled to dodge, barely avoiding having his neck twisted, Wen Qingling intervened and stopped the fight, allowing the hunter to leave. He had already understood something. Humans transformed by civilized zombies would have a power level 2 grades lower than that of truly civilized zombies, likely only at the level 1 evolved stage. This meant that humans bitten by civilized zombies would directly possess the power of an evolved zombie, along with self-awareness and language abilities. If humans were to find out about this, they would certainly not allow their existence. The only downside was the appearance. Xiao Fei's level of decay was severe, emitting a strong foul odor. Wen Qingling took out a package and asked, "Do you want to eat?" Xiao Fei took it and sniffed the contents. It had a sweet aroma. He opened the package, and the fresh and sweet scent became even stronger. He wanted to eat but felt hesitant and instead opened the box and drank the red liquid inside, without consuming the chunks of blood anemones. After drinking the red liquid, Xiao Fei's decaying flesh began to repair itself, quickly returning to its original state. Xiao Fei handed back the remaining blood anemones to Wen Qingling. Wen Qingling raised an eyebrow and asked, "You didn't finish eating?" Xiao Fei hesitated and replied, "I feel like if I eat it all, I might die." Wen Qingling repackaged the bag and said, "Well, this saves some blood anemones." If only the blood anemone liquid was needed, there was no need to kill the blood anemones. It could be extracted with a syringe. If zombies could also become civilized zombies using the same method, it would truly save on blood anemones. Wen Qingling glanced at the training ground but didn't go over. Instead, he relayed a message to Mo Yuruo, "I'm leaving." Mo Yuruo, terrified, urged him to leave quickly. Go, don't come back unless necessary." Wen Qingling let the 4 research assistants find a vehicle and follow him back to Ling City. Wen Qingling and the others were unfamiliar with the equipment needed for research, so they couldn't make any arrangements until they arrived with the 4 of them. They would figure out what they needed and find a way to obtain it. 2 cars raced back to Ling City base. Outside Ling City, survivors who had come to investigate the situation could still be seen. This group of survivors was more cautious and didn't recklessly approach the cars. They watched as the 2 vehicles traveled toward Ling City. The survivors exchanged glances and quickly got in their cars, following them. Since someone dared to go to Ling City, it meant that the danger there had been resolved. Ling City was a valuable resource, with abundant supplies. No one was willing to give it up. They all wanted to return there as long as there was even a slight hope. Mu Yi drove behind Wen Qingling's car and noticed they were being followed. He asked Wen Qingling what to do. Wen Qingling's mental power had been projected all along, so he naturally knew that survivors were following them. Wen Qingling replied, "Don't worry about it. They'll leave soon." As they approached Ling City, the number of zombies increased, and evolved zombies could be seen everywhere. The survivors couldn't keep up and were frightened, turning back and fleeing from a small wave of zombie groups. Some survivors couldn't accept it and said, "What the hell? Why aren't the zombies attacking the 2 cars in front?" Someone speculated, "I heard before that there are living people in Ling City." Could it be true? To verify this speculation, the survivors personally watched as the 2 cars entered Ling City. The survivors were stunned. There were actually living people inside Ling City. Who had such audacity to live in a city filled with zombies? The 2 cars safely made it back to the civilization base. In the beginning, Meng Lao had a fervent desire to establish a research institute in Ling City, but it was unsuccessful. However, the 4 of them succeeded in doing so. When they saw the chaotic state of the research institute with their own eyes, they felt despair. Some important equipment had been damaged. How could they conduct research like this? Nowadays, these things were precious. Without manufacturers or suppliers, if one device was damaged, there would be one less. When they were with Meng Lao at the research institute, they would handle experiments with extra care. But when they looked at the situation in Ling City's research institute, it was beyond words. Wen Qingling was confident. "You guys organize things first, and we'll find what you need later." The only advantage of the apocalypse was that if you had strength, you didn't fear poverty. If you wanted something, you could find it yourself. As long as you could obtain it, you wouldn't worry about money. Wen Qingling left the 4 of them at the research institute and went back to focus on construction. For 2 whole days, Zhang Lan didn't see Xiao Hen and found it strange. She asked Wen Qingling about Xiao Hen's whereabouts, and even though he found it strange, he thought she was overly concerned. Wen Qingling asked, "He went to pick up a friend. Are you looking for him?" Zhang Lan patted him and said, "Didn't you tell me to replenish his blood and help him recover?" I asked for help in keeping an eye out for mutant black chickens, but I haven't seen a single feather. I thought since we're in Ling City, the chickens in the market must have been killed and eaten. It's too difficult to find living mutant black chickens. Even the mutant pigs, cows, and sheep in Ling City are all from outside. I was thinking that we can't just rely on handouts. We have to start farming. Coincidentally, yesterday we treated an old man named Joe who used to work at the market. When he heard that we were looking for mutant black chickens, he told us about a place. It used to be a farming facility, and there should be many mutant livestock and poultry there. I'm planning to take some people and capture the mutant animals to raise ourselves. That way, we won't worry about not having enough to eat. Wen Qingling nodded. It's a good idea, but what does this have to do with Xiao Hen? Zhang Lan widened her eyes. Of course, it's related. If he comes back early, I'll come back early to make him a stew with Chinese angelica and black chicken. If he comes back late, I can come back later. It's just a matter of timing. Wen Qingling didn't seem to find anything amiss and thought for a moment. Where is this farming facility? Is it far? Zhang Lan replied, I heard it's in a small town in the countryside, not too far away. Farming is prosperous there, and many of the poultry in the Ling City market come from that town. Wen Qingling glanced at the core city and inner city, which were still being cleaned up. I'll go with you. We'll take a large truck and capture the mutant domesticated animals. Zhang Lan took Wen Qingling to see old Joe, who used to work at the market. He knew the exact location of the farming facility, so they wouldn't have to take a detour. Wen Qingling entrusted the matters in Ling City to his father and the two sisters, Tiantian and Xin. He took his mother, old Joe, Feng Bin and his sister, and Wen Bo and his son. They were ready to set off. Old Joe would drive the truck. Just as they started the vehicle, Wen Qingling told him to wait, and old Joe had to turn off the engine and wait. Zhang Lan was puzzled. What's the matter? Wen Qingling said, Xiao Hen has returned. Zhang Lan was surprised. He's back already. I haven't found the mutant black chickens yet. Wen Qingling glanced at his mother. What he needs right now might not be mutant black chickens but Kui Mu. Ji Rong drove rapidly, not even paying attention to the newly appeared city walls in front of him. They quickly reached the civilization base, where Wen Qingling was already waiting on the roadside. Ji Rong slammed on the brakes and quickly got out of the car. Dr. Wen, our boss's zombie virus couldn't be suppressed and has resurfaced. Ji Rong was panicking, but Xiao Hen remained calm. He stepped out of the car with his long legs and walked up to Wen Qingling. Zhang Lan leaned on the window and greeted him. Xiao, did you meet your friend? Xiao Hen turned around, called out, Auntie, and then said, no, they might have been delayed by something. Zhang Lan comforted him, it's okay, they will come back since you're here. Xiao Hen exchanged a few more words with Zhang Lan, and Ji Rong felt completely invisible throughout the whole conversation. Ji Rong, speechless. Wen Qingling stared at Xiao Hen's neck and then pulled open his collar to take a look. The dark blue frost zombie virus had already spread to his shoulder. If he had come back a little later, it probably would have spread throughout his whole body. Wen Qingling turned around and started walking back. Let's go, I'll take you to meet Kui Mu. From what they could see now, Kui Mu could suppress the general's zombie virus for a maximum of 3 days, longer than the time the blood anemone and Kui Bao could suppress it. Xiao Hen went to follow, and Ji Rong also wanted to go, but Xiao Hen stopped him. You stay here. Ji Rong, speechless. No, why did he have to stay here? Xiao Hen walked alongside Wen Qingling and asked, where are you guys going? Wen Qingling replied, old Joe knows about a farming facility where they have black chickens. My mom wants to go there and catch black chickens to make soup for you. Xiao Hen, speechless. Xiao Hen looked at him, unsure, and asked, are you serious? Wen Qingling looked at him strangely. Why else would we be driving such a big truck? Xiao Hen blocked his path and looked into Wen Qingling's eyes. That's not what I'm talking about. Wen Qingling blinked. Then what are you talking about? Xiao Hen hesitated for a moment. Why are you so good to me? Wen Qingling replied, maybe my mom likes you. Xiao Hen, speechless. Xiao Hen, speechless. Xiao Hen, speechless. When you say things like that, have you considered your father's feelings? Xiao Hen sighed. He finally understood that Wen Qingling's paralysis wasn't just physical but emotional as well. His reactions were too dull, always unintentionally teasing him, without even realizing it. Wen Qingling continued walking ahead. If you dawdle any longer, you'll turn into a zombie. Xiao Hen reminded him, you mentioned before that you could bite me and become one of yours. What does that mean? Wen Qingling replied, I wanted you to become like me, my kind. You know too much, and I don't want to let you go, but I can't kill you either. So the only option is to make you like me. Xiao Hen pressed further, why can't you kill me? Wen Qingling shook his head and walked up the stairs. There's no specific reason. Some people meet and want to kill each other, while others find the encounter pleasant. You belong to the latter category, I suppose. Xiao Hen's gaze deepened, but his lips couldn't help but curve upwards. So, do you still want to bite me now? Wen Qingling replied, I don't want to. Xiao Hen stiffened. Why? Wen Qingling said, because you've already been bitten by the general. I don't want to bite any other leftovers from zombies. Xiao Hen, speechless. Xiao Hen, speechless. Xiao Hen, speechless. The smile on his lips gradually faded until it disappeared completely. What kind of feeling was this, being considered dirty by his partner after cheating on them? Xiao Hen tried to persuade him, if you bite me, maybe the virus in your body can counteract the zombie virus. I could become your kind. What do you think? Wen Qingling replied, no, it's not possible. You're already dirty. Xiao Hen, speechless. Can he ever start over? Xiao Hen finally realized that the real barrier between him and Wen Qingling wasn't his lack of emotions or their identities and positions, it was him. He had become dirty. Wen Qingling didn't want him anymore. Xiao Hen took 2 quick steps forward. Wen Qingling. Wen Qingling entered the room where Kui Mu was kept. Come in. Xiao Hen followed and tried calling him again. Qingling. Wen Qingling coldly said, please call me Dr. Wen, thank you. Xiao Hen, speechless. Suddenly, one of Kui Mu's tentacles pierced Xiao Hen, catching him off guard and causing him to cry out in pain. Wen Qingling looked at him. Does it hurt? Xiao Hen initially wanted to say, I can bear it, but he changed his words on the spot. A bit. Wen Qingling reached out his hand and gently touched the skin on Xiao Hen's neck as if trying to alleviate the pain. The tough Xiao Hen instantly became truly tough, his whole body going numb. Chapter 51. After the two returned, Ji Rong noticed that their boss was acting strange, and something seemed off about him. Xiao Hen said, we'll accompany you. He Lin and the others haven't come back yet. Waiting indefinitely is not a solution. Ji Rong, speechless. Who was it that said earlier that old he and old she might be in trouble? Why the sudden change to waiting indefinitely? Wen Qingling remained indifferent, thinking that the more people they had, the more help they would have in capturing mutant livestock. Free labor shouldn't be wasted. The large truck they were in was loaded with ropes and cages, all prepared for capturing mutant livestock. Ji Rong and Xiao Hen drove their off-road vehicle behind the truck as they left the city with a rumbling sound. Ji Rong made a hissing sound with his mouth, catching Xiao Hen's attention. He squinted and gestured, what's going on with you guys? Xiao Hen leaned back in his seat, looking at the truck in front of them with a helpless expression. I feel dirty. Ji Rong slammed on the brakes, almost throwing Xiao Hen out of the car, and exclaimed in shock, boss, you were violated. Veins popped on Xiao Hen's forehead as he kicked out, just drive properly. Ji Rong, after being kicked, didn't give up and asked, no, what do you mean by dirty? Xiao Hen felt hopeless. I was bitten by General, and Qingling thinks I'm dirty. Ji Rong, speechless. Ji Rong, speechless. Ji Rong, speechless. He silently started the car, silently drove away, and silently closed his mouth. Ji Rong decided that he didn't want to talk anymore. Calling him Qingling, and saying there was no issue. Ji Rong glanced at his boss's lower region and covered his eyes. It felt like his eyes were going blind. No wonder he thought their boss walked strangely. No matter who rode a wooden saddle, they couldn't walk properly. Xiao Hen slapped him, drive properly. Do you think you're Qingling? Can you see the road without eyes? Ji Rong banged his head on the steering wheel and said helplessly, boss, you can't vent your anger on me. If you have the guts, go find Dr. Wen to vent, don't beat me. Xiao Hen took a deep breath, realizing that his anger was indeed too fierce. That's why he wanted to go out and kill zombies to vent. The large truck headed north, followed by the off-road vehicle. Old Joe was constantly looking for a gas station as the truck's fuel was running low. They found the first gas station, but it was empty, without a drop of fuel. He had to detour to find the gas station he remembered, taking several turns before finally finding a relatively large one. The convenience store outside the gas station was surrounded by zombies, frantically scratching and banging against the glass door. There seemed to be survivors inside the convenience store. The crazed zombies were attracted by the roaring engines and turned to pounce on the truck and off-road vehicle. As they leapt onto the truck, all the zombies were horrified and howling, dodging away. However, the following off-road vehicle suffered. A small group of zombies attacked it ferociously, and Ji-rong abruptly turned the steering wheel, causing the vehicle to swerve and send a few zombies flying. Xiao Hen was ready to vent his anger on the zombies. With his long knife in hand, he began his performance as Xiao Sandao, Third Blade. However, it didn't even take 3 strikes to kill these ordinary zombies. He moved freely among the zombie horde, 1 slash per zombie as if cutting vegetables. The front truck had already stopped, preparing to refuel. Everyone in the vehicle got off. Zhong Lan looked at Xiao Hen, who was killing zombies alone, and nudged her son, whispering, "Aren't you going to help?" Wen Qingling glanced at her and said, "No need." Less than 20 ordinary zombies were no match for Xiao Hen. While Xiao Hen killed zombies up front, Ji-rong followed behind and dug out crystal nuclei, their cooperation seamless. When the zombies were finally eliminated, Xiao Hen flicked the blood off his knife and sheathed it gracefully. Xiao Hen looked at Wen Qingling and the others, who were completely ignored by the zombies, and remembered that they were not human. Ning Ning took Feng Tongtong and happily skipped to the convenience store, looking for snacks. Children, regardless of whether it's the end of the world or before the end of the world, have no resistance to snacks. When Wen Qingling's spiritual power was weak, they couldn't eat whatever they wanted. But now, Wen Qingling's power has improved to the point where they can eat whatever they want. The 2 children pushed the door but it didn't budge. Feng Tongtong took out the weapon tied around her waist in a poised manner. Ning Ning hurriedly stopped her. "Don't move, I'll handle it." Ning Ning also took out a weapon from his waist and took a few steps back with Feng Tongtong. He aimed the gun at the glass door and fired it. Ning Ning stood firmly, unaffected by the recoil. Their physical abilities were not comparable to ordinary children. After all, ordinary children didn't possess the strength of an evolved zombie. A scream came from inside the convenience store, obviously startled by the sound of the weapon. Wen Bo's angry shout came, "Ning Ning, you brat. Using a weapon at the gas station, do you want to kill everyone?" Ning Ning waved his hand dismissively. "It won't explode, don't worry." Ning Ning entered the convenience store with Feng Tongtong, walking on a floor covered in glass shards. This area was relatively remote, and there were still many things in the store that hadn't been looted. Ning Ning grabbed 2 bottles of mineral water from the shelf and walked out. "Auntie, big brother, have some water." Ning Ning handed the water to Zhong Lan and Wen Qingling. Zhong Lan took it and praised him for being a good boy. Suddenly, a scream came from inside the convenience store. Everyone turned their heads to see that Feng Bin had already rushed over but was slowly retreating. One group of people came out from the convenience store, with a young man at the forefront, holding Feng Tongtong's weapon against her head. Feng Tongtong still clutched a pile of snacks in her arms as she was being held hostage. Xiao Hen and Ji-rong walked up to Wen Qingling. Wen Qingling calmly drank the water without even sparing a glance at the survivors. "Throw all the weapons you have on you. Give us the car keys. Hurry up." Such a familiar voice. Wen Qingling didn't expect that after more than 2 years in the apocalypse, he would encounter a high school classmate here, especially one with whom he didn't have a harmonious relationship. Wen Qingling gulped down a bottle of water in one breath and then squeezed the empty bottle, finally giving them a glance. "And if we don't?" Among the people who came out, Zhong Lan, Old Zhou, Feng Bin, and Wen Bo all had automatic weapons on their backs. Xiao Hen had a knife in his hand, and Ji-rong was a supernatural ability user. He didn't carry weapons and relied on his abilities to fight, but if he really needed a weapon, Xiao Hen would give him one. However, Ji-rong was a regular soldier, so he had the habit of carrying weapons. Even if he didn't have a gun on him, he definitely had short-range weapons like a military knife. Among all the people, the one who truly had no weapon was Wen Qingling. He only had a backpack, and inside the backpack were the blood anemones that he never separated from. From top to bottom, he didn't even have a self-defense dagger. With so many weapons, it was enough to make the survivors jealous, especially with Feng Tongtong being a ready-made hostage inside the convenience store. It would be abnormal if they didn't take action. Feng Yi, who was holding Feng Tongtong hostage, was stunned. Wen Qingling, you're still alive. And not just alive but doing so well. Looking at this group of people, their clothes were clean and neat, weapons were standard equipment, and even the children had weapons. How affluent were they? Zhang Lan sneered, it's truly a case of what kind of person produces what kind of child. If you can survive, why can't our Qingling survive? You're being a bit too domineering with your words. Zhang Lan called out to a middle-aged woman hiding in the crowd. Am I right, Sang Qin? Don't hide, I see you. You're actually still alive, truly surprising. The middle-aged woman's clothes were relatively clean, but her hair was a bit messy, probably scattered while fleeing. Her face was slightly gaunt. Maintaining such an appearance in the apocalypse was quite good overall, but compared to the radiant Zhang Lan, she seemed dull and lackluster. Sang Qin adjusted her long hair, proudly raised her chin, and walked forward. You're still alive, so I definitely can't die. Zhang Lan grabbed Wen Qingling's arm and pulled him over. Qingling, let me introduce you. This is Sang Qin. Back when we were young, she was my best friend. We could even share a dress. But she betrayed me, stole my boyfriend, and had a shotgun wedding with that despicable man. I absolutely couldn't tolerate such a grudge, so I had a shotgun wedding with your father too. Your father had been pursuing me for many years with unwavering devotion, and now we're living so well together. There's a saying that goes, when three people get involved, the situation becomes complicated. How about it? Are you satisfied with the man you dug out from under your best friend? Did you find a few mistresses for him? Sang Qin could hardly maintain her composure and gritted her teeth in hatred. Zhang Lan, you're as venomous with your words as ever. The man she had truly loved started cheating on her within 2 years of their marriage. She cried, fought, and scolded, but in the end, she had to accept it. She couldn't leave that man and could only endure his repeated infidelity. In order to show off in front of Zhang Lan, she would deliberately bring her man to class reunions, flaunting their affection and provoking Zhang Lan. Zhang Lan sighed deeply. You don't know, during our annual class reunions, how much I wanted to laugh when I saw you deliberately flaunting your affection in front of me. Maybe you don't know, but our classmates knew about your husband's infidelity even before you did. His first affair was with a distant cousin of his. A classmate deliberately told me the news. Congratulations to me for having good judgment and dumping that scumbag early, and you conveniently took over. Isn't that great news? Sang Qin's face turned pale and red alternately, and she was on the verge of losing her mind. She had been striving all her life, but she fell into a trap with a despicable man. But she refused to admit defeat. She worked hard to educate her 2 children, comparing them to Zhang Lan's children in every aspect. Whatever Zhang Lan's children had, her children had to have it too. Whatever school Zhang Lan's children got into, her children had to get into the same school. She was determined not to lose to Zhang Lan. She even wanted to have one more child than Zhang Lan. Having both a son and a daughter would make her better than Zhang Lan. Except for her poor judgment in choosing men compared to Zhang Lan, Sang Qin believed she was not inferior to her in any way. But today, in this post-apocalyptic world, their true colors were revealed as soon as they met. She lost to Zhang Lan. But how could she admit it? She firmly refused to admit it. Sang Qin sneered, as they say, what goes around comes around. That despicable man turned into a zombie at the beginning of the apocalypse. How about your precious Wen? Is he still alive? Did he turn into a zombie? Zhang Lan burst into laughter, her stiff face almost cracking. My precious Wen is doing just fine. He's still handsome as ever. Our base is so big that there are always people to take care of things. Are you having your old habit again? Fantasizing about my precious Wen? Watch your mouth. Your inability to keep a man is your own fault. Don't blame others for snatching them away. Besides having a weapon, what else do you have to be proud of? A bold 18 or 19-year-old girl spoke out, her attitude unusually arrogant, directly confronting Zhang Lan. Zhang Lan was amused by her provocation. Sang Qin, is this your daughter? Truly following in your footsteps, with the same twisted values and shamelessness. Shut up. Feng Yi couldn't bear it anymore. He gritted his teeth and said, I'll say it again, hand over the weapon and the car keys. Wen Qingling calmly replied, I'll say it again too, forget about it. Feng Yi tightened his grip on the trigger. Don't you care about this child's life? Yang Mengyu came forward from the crowd to stop him. Feng Yi, let her go. She's just a child. We're all classmates. Don't make things so tense. Feng Wei pulled Yang Mengyu aside. Are you crazy? It's the apocalypse now. Can we survive on classmates? Look at how many weapons they have. If we can get them, it's enough to rebuild a base. Yang Mengyu didn't agree with her. She walked over, picked up Feng Tongtong from the ground, and faced Feng Yi's weapon. Do you want to kill me too? Feng Yi remained silent, feeling a great deal of pressure. At this moment, none of the people on Wen Qingling's side raised their weapons against them. They weren't scared or threatened by his actions. He leaned weakly and let them go. Yang Mengyu returned Feng Tongtong to her brother, Feng Bin. Sorry, our base was destroyed by zombies. We barely escaped. If we hadn't encountered you, we might have died here. Wen Qingling said, the weapon. Yang Mengyu looked at Feng Yi, who clenched the weapon tightly, reluctant to give it back to the child. Yang Mengyu said, Feng Yi, give it back to them. Feng Wei became furious. Yang Mengyu, whose side are you on? Ignoring Feng Hui's shouting, Yang Mengyu looked directly at Feng Yi. Give the weapon to them. Feng Yi gritted his teeth and threw the weapon into Wen Qingling's hands. Wen Qingling caught it and handed it over to Feng Tongtong. Keep it safe. How can your own weapon be taken away by others? Feng Tongtong blinked her big eyes. Brother said I can't bite or scratch people. They attacked me. Wen Qingling patted her little head. That's right, you can't bite or scratch, but you can bump into people. You're quite strong. You can try it next time. Feng Tongtong nodded obediently. I'll remember. Xiao Hen had been observing Wen Qingling's actions all along. Although he didn't get close to humans and didn't actively cause trouble, he was still tolerant towards humans. This could be seen from the infected people he had saved. Whether it was for the sake of earning crystal cores or not, his actions had proven his choices. Taking advantage of the fact that the gas station had fuel, Xiao Hen had Ji Rong fill up the fuel tank. As for old Zhou, not only did he fill up the tank, but he also brought several large oil drums and filled them with as much fuel as they could carry. After more than 2 years in the apocalypse, most gas stations were empty. If things continued like this, in the future, people would have to rely on their own legs and bicycles for travel. All fuel-consuming vehicles would be exhausted. After returning Feng Tongtong's weapon, Wen Qingling no longer paid attention to them and followed Zhang Lan into the convenience store. Zhang Lan was thrifty and frugal. Seeing so much food, she naturally couldn't waste it. She found a shopping basket and swept everything into it, preparing to take everything with them. Wen Qingling said, Mom, don't take so much. We can't carry it all. Zhang Lan continued without stopping, with such a big truck outside, are you feeling guilty saying we can't carry it? Xiao Hen walked beside Wen Qingling. You can put it with me. He was a spatial ability user. He could carry many things. Wen Qingling glanced at him. No need. Xiao Hen, speechless. Yang Mengyu approached. Wen Qingling, can we talk? Xiao Hen had a deep understanding of this, talk, but unfortunately, he had failed at it. Wen Qingling nodded slightly, indicating for Yang Mengyu to go outside and talk. Chapter 52. Xiao Hen followed them outside and stood by the car, watching Ji Rong refueling. However, his attention was focused on Wen Qingling and Yang Mengyu, not far away. Xiao Hen could roughly guess what Yang Mengyu wanted to say, but he couldn't anticipate Wen Qingling's attitude. Yang Mengyu said, which base are you in now? Wen Qingling replied, Civilization base. Yang Mengyu nodded and asked, I haven't heard of this base. Where is it? Wen Qingling responded, Ling City. Yang Mengyu was surprised and said, didn't they say that an 8th level evolved, General, appeared in Ling City, and there are no survivors within 100 miles? Why is your base still in Ling City? Wen Qingling casually said, the General has already left. Ling City is safe for us. Yang Mengyu hesitated and spoke again, considering that we were classmates, can you introduce us to your base? We have nowhere to go now. If we can't find a place to settle down, we'll end up becoming food for the zombies. Wen Qingling replied, no. Yang Mengyu said, speechless. Yang Mengyu fell silent. She wanted to try again and said, among us, there are people with abilities. We won't cause you any trouble. Can you please help us? Wen Qingling still refused and said, my base is not suitable for you. Yang Mengyu was extremely surprised and asked, as the civilization base, the base you established? Wen Qingling confirmed, yes. Yang Mengyu felt embarrassed and helpless, saying, then why can't you accept us? Are you still angry about what happened earlier? It was our fault. I can have Feng Yi and Feng Wei apologize to you. Can we? Wen Qingling shook his head and said, no need. Yang Mengyu bit her lip, not knowing what else to say. Compared to their high school days, Wen Qingling was much colder now. He seemed like an emotionless block of ice, and even his tone of speech hardly changed. The apocalypse truly changed people's characters, and the gentle and kind youth from back then had completely vanished. Yang Mengyu pleaded, Wen Qingling, please help us. Wen Qingling remained silent. Not receiving a response, Yang Mengyu sighed and asked, where are you heading now? Wen Qingling answered, a small town in the countryside. Yang Mengyu looked at the large truck and said, can you take us with you? If we come across a survivor base along the way, you can drop us off there. Would that be possible? They were indeed in a desperate situation, not even having a gun in their hands. The best weapon they had was a knife, and although they had a few individuals with abilities, those powers were not endless and would eventually run out. They lost many people during their escape, and if they continued like this, they would all die. Wen Qingling thought for a moment and said, 10 common zombie crystal nuclei per person, and the cost of the ride. Yang Mengyu hesitated and replied, speechless. Yang Mengyu said, okay. Yang Mengyu went back to discuss with the others. Feng Wei was the first to explode, saying, he has his own base but refuses to take us in. And now he wants 10 common crystal nuclei per person to ride in his car. Is his car made of gold? Feng Yi scolded her, shut up. No one considers you dumb if you stay quiet. Feng Yi had already sensed Yang Mengyu's intention. Yang Mengyu only mentioned that they would be dropped off at survivor bases they encountered but didn't mention what would happen if they didn't encounter any. If they didn't, they would have to perform well on this journey. Maybe they could really go to Wen Qingling's base. Feng Yi agreed with Yang Mengyu's approach, and the others also agreed. If giving up 10 common crystal nuclei could secure their safety, they were willing to do so. They had suffered too many casualties on the way, and they didn't want to die. Sometimes, they had to spend money to avoid disasters. Yang Mengyu quickly collected the crystal nuclei and presented them to Wen Qingling, saying, please count them. Wen Qingling scanned them with his psychic power. Counting was unnecessary, so he took them and tossed them into his backpack. He said, get in the car. Wen Qingling went to the convenience store to see if his mother had gathered everything they needed. Xiao Hen held a long knife in his arms, leaning against the off-road vehicle with his arms crossed. Feng Wei walked over, feeling a bit shy, and asked, excuse me, can I ride in your car if there's space? Xiao Hen glanced at her and asked, what did Wen Qingling say? He agreed to take us for a ride, but he wants 10 common crystal nuclei from each of us. He'll drop us off if we encounter survivor bases along the way, Feng Wei said angrily, why is this person so heartless? Isn't he our classmate? He treats strangers better than us. Does he only care about crystal nuclei? Ji Rong chuckled and said, if he's willing to give you a ride, you should be happy about it. Don't complain. If you annoy him, he might just leave you here. You can try it if you don't believe me, especially you and your family. Ji Rong had already noticed that Feng Wei was afraid of her mother. As long as she spoke, Feng Wei would definitely listen. Feng Wei became silent and didn't dare to test Ji Rong's words. If their family was truly left behind, there would be no other option but to become food for the zombies. Feng Wei tentatively asked, are you also survivors from his base? Ji Rong shrugged, no, Dr. Wen's base is difficult to enter. Don't feel wronged. Feng Wei sneered, he didn't even finish his freshman year. What kind of doctor is he? Don't say it out loud and become a laughingstock. Ji Rong tapped the car and said, young lady, your thinking is very dangerous. Let me say it again, if you continue to speak without filters, you'll only bring trouble to your family. I'm not trying to scare you. Feng Wei pursed her lips, then can I ride in your car? Xiao Hen coldly said, no. Feng Wei, speechless. Feng Wei, aren't there only 2 of you? The backseat should be empty, right? Xiao Hen, I sleep lying down there. Feng Wei, then the co-pilot seat. Xiao Hen, the co-pilot seat holds my knife. Feng Wei, speechless. Ji Rong, speechless Ji Rong, ha 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 ha. Xiao Hen walked towards Wen Qingling and helped him bring out the bags, stuffing them into the trunk of the off-road vehicle. Wen Qingling said, "Put them in the big truck." Xiao Hen replied, "You want to put these food items with the smelly mutated poultry together?" Wen Qingling thought for a moment and agreed, so he and his mother piled up all the bags in the off-road vehicle. The trunk was full, so they placed the rest on the backseat until it was completely packed. Wen Qingling felt extremely exhausted. His mother had really emptied the entire convenience store. Zhang Lan brought a bag of snacks to the big truck and gave them to the two children. Wen Qingling didn't say anything when he saw these people. The big truck had such a spacious cabin, so he didn't mind bringing them along. They all sat in the front driver's cabin, and no matter how many people were there, it wouldn't affect them. Feng Wei failed in her attempt to hitch a ride and could only return to the cabin with resentment. The two vehicles continued on their journey. Several barrels of diesel were placed in the big truck's cabin, and the scent of diesel filled the air, making the people inside feel nauseous. Those prone to motion sickness ended up vomiting directly. Feng Wei was extremely irritated, but Yang Mengyu and Feng Yi remained calm. Sang Qin had been suppressing her anger, feeling that she had stepped into a quagmire during this reunion. Whether it was mutated black chickens or ordinary chickens, not a single one was in sight. They had traveled a long distance, only to find not even a single feather. Old Zhou was worried that Wen Qingling would blame him, and for a moment, he didn't know what to do. Just because others couldn't see didn't mean Wen Qingling couldn't either. His psychic power had already covered this entire area. Wen Qingling said to Yang Mengyu, "Follow this road straight ahead. Within a distance of less than 5 kilometers, there is a survivor base where you will find familiar faces." Yang Mengyu, who thought she could stay, hesitated and said, speechless. Feng Yi said, "I was wrong about what happened before. Now that it's the apocalypse, can we reconcile and shake hands? It's not worth it to cause such a fuss over one person." Wen Qingling replied calmly, "Once you see him, you won't say that." Feng Yi's heart trembled. "Mo Jing is still alive." Wen Qingling responded, "He is in the base ahead." Feng Yi was skeptical, "How do you know?" Wen Qingling turned around and lightly jumped onto the car's roof, startling Feng Yi and the others. What was this? Did he awaken a monkey-like jumping ability? He effortlessly leapt several meters high. Wen Qingling threw down metal cages one by one from the car roof and said, "Hurry and leave, don't stay here." Feng Wei, who couldn't bear it anymore, said, "Are you doing this on purpose? You said there's a survivor base within 5 kilometers, is it true? You took our crystals and promised to take us to a survivor base. Don't try to abandon us in this desolate place." Wen Qingling said coldly, "Leave quickly." Feng Wei angrily said, "You can ask us to leave, but give us back our crystals." Xiao Hen said, "He said there's a survivor base within 5 kilometers, so there must be. You better leave quickly before he gets angry." Feng Wei wanted to say more but was stopped by Feng Yi. After looking around and seeing that there were no zombies nearby, it shouldn't be dangerous to walk there. If Mo Jing was really in the survivor base within 5 kilometers, he had to go. Feng Yi said, "Let's go and take a look." Feng Wei said angrily, "Brother, are you an idiot? Why do you believe everything he says?" Feng Yi ignored her and took the lead, while the others followed. Feng Wei had no choice but to begrudgingly follow along. Wen Qingling threw down all the cages and stood on the car roof, looking a bit worried. "This car doesn't seem big enough." Zhang Lan looked up at him and said, "My child, did you find traces of poultry and livestock?" Wen Qingling nodded, "They have scattered, but they're nearby. They're easy to find. Let's go catch them." Several civilized zombies were eager and ready to show off their skills. Wen Qingling looked at Xiao Hen and Ji Rong and said, "What about you?" Ji Rong eagerly responded, "We'll help you catch them." Wen Qingling shook his head, "No need. You're too slow. If possible, stay here and look after the car, and take care of the children." Ji Rong, who was deemed slow, speechless. Xiao Hen, who had to take care of the children, speechless. Xiao Hen said, "I can keep up with your speed. Are you sure I'm slow?" Wen Qingling thought for a moment and said, "Then you can help. Ji Rong, Ning Ning, and Tong Tong can stay behind and watch the car. We will bring back the captured poultry and livestock. Make sure they don't escape." Ning Ning nodded solemnly, "Don't worry, we will take good care of it." Feng Tingting nodded her little head in agreement, "We can handle it." Ji Rong weakly made a gesture to show his obedience. Let's go. With Wen Qingling's order, several people had already disappeared in an instant. Xiao Hen followed suit. Ji Rong, speechless. He was scared out of his wits. Damn, with that speed, he really couldn't keep up. Were these people all monsters? Even Wen Qingling's own mother, a middle-aged woman, could move at such terrifying speeds. How the hell was he supposed to survive? It was embarrassing to live. Ji Rong fell into deep self-doubt. Wen Qingling led Zhong Lan, Old Zhou, Feng Bin, Wen Bo, and Xiao Hen. They rushed toward a valley filled with mutated plants. Each of them had ropes wrapped around their bodies, prepared to tie up the poultry and livestock they planned to catch and bring back alive. Inside the valley, there was a gathering of well-fed and strong mutated cows, sheep, and pigs. There were also quite a few mutated poultry. The 6 individuals spread out, surrounding the poultry and livestock, driving them toward the center. Once they were all gathered together, thin and long vines emerged from the ground, rapidly weaving in the air to form a large vine net, trapping all the animals inside. Zhong Lan exclaimed happily, "We found so many in this place alone. One large truck might be a bit insufficient." Wen Qingling replied, "If necessary, we can make multiple trips." Wen Qingling asked, "Who will go in and catch them?" Old Zhou volunteered, "I have experience. I'll go in." Wen Qingling opened a gap in the vine net, and Old Zhou crawled inside. He started with the mutated cows. These mutated poultry and livestock were all fierce, they ate both grass and meat. When they saw Old Zhou not hiding but actively attacking, they retaliated. Old Zhou knocked down a mutated cow with a punch, and pounced on it, pressing its neck with his knee. He quickly tied the rope around the mutated cow's horns and neck, securing it with a tight knot. Then he dragged the mutated cow out through the gap. Wen Bo outside grabbed the rope, preventing the mutated cow from escaping. Zhong Lan and Feng Bin blocked the gap, and all the escaping mutated poultry fell into their hands. There were quite a few mutated black chickens on this side. They were as large as turkeys and had strong fighting capabilities. They flew and jumped, pecking at people. Zhong Lan held a stick in her hand. If any of them dared to peck at her, she first knocked them out with a stick, then quickly tied their legs and threw them aside. Wen Qingling and Xiao Hen were responsible for transporting the tied-up mutated chickens, ducks, and geese back. Seeing the flurry of poultry on the ground, Wen Qingling realized that they needed to bring cages. Wen Qingling disappeared from the spot and went back to fetch the cages. Soon, he returned holding 4 large cages. Xiao Hen put the mutated chickens, ducks, and geese into separate cages, while Wen Qingling was responsible for bringing all the large cages over. Wen Bo tied the mutated cows, sheep, and pigs to a large tree, waiting to be led back later. The group worked together and quickly packed and tied up the poultry and livestock on this side. They transported them back one trip at a time, placing the caged poultry neatly onto the truck. The remaining space was filled with mutated cows, sheep, and pigs. The large truck was already packed full. They had initially thought the truck was spacious and could hold a lot, but the mutated cows and pigs took up too much space, and they couldn't fit many. Wen Qingling's mental power swept over. There's a semi-trailer with storage compartments in the small town. I'm not sure if it can be driven. Old Zhou, come with me to take a look. Old Zhou agreed and followed Wen Qingling. They quickly returned, each carrying a bucket of diesel. Before long, a red semi-trailer with storage compartments arrived. The high metal fence would be sufficient to hold back the strong and robust mutated cows. The group drove the livestock down from the large truck and herded them into the compartments of the semi-trailer, which could still accommodate a lot. The group took action once again to catch the poultry and livestock. Just as they had left for a while, 2 vehicles came towards them. The vehicles parked in a crisscross manner, blocking their retreat. Chapter 53. A few people got off the vehicle and saw poultry and livestock on 2 large trucks, their faces turning green. What the hell, are you trying to take away all our mutated poultry and livestock? Someone shouted incredulously. Ningning and Tongtong opened their arms, blocking the people approaching the trucks. These are our little animals. Yours. All the mutated animals here are the property of our base. Where did your little ones come from? A man reached out to grab Tongtong. Tongtong remembered Wen Qingling's instructions. No biting or scratching people, but bumping into them was allowed. Tongtong took 2 steps back and rushed toward the man who was speaking. The man exclaimed in pain and was pushed back several steps, holding his stomach and unable to get up. He couldn't believe that a 5 or 6-year-old girl had such strength. Tong Tong clenched her little fists and shouted, "These are the little animals we caught." Someone approached cursing, "Where the hell did these little monsters come from?" Tong Tong angrily retorted, "You're the monster." Ji Rong jumped off the truck and asked, "What's going on?" "Bullying children. As long as there's an adult present, we won't argue with the kids," a man with a stubbly face approached. "You can't take away these mutated poultry and livestock. They all belong to someone, and our base depends on them for survival." Ji Rong asked, "Which base are you from?" The stubbly man had an unlit cigarette in his mouth. "This is the Nan Yan base." Ji Rong raised an eyebrow, "The one 5 kilometers away?" The stubbly man nodded, "Yes, that's the one. Have you been there?" Ji Rong replied, "No, but I know about it." The stubbly man bit his cigarette, "Since you know, how dare you capture the livestock and poultry here so brazenly?" Ji Rong glanced at the cages, "These are ownerless things. Why can't we capture them?" The stubbly man's gaze turned fierce, "Let me say it again, these are own things, all property of our base." Ji Rong sneered, "I'll say it again too, unless you're a livestock farm owner, these things are ownerless." The stubbly man grew angry, "Are you looking to die?" Just as he was about to reach for the big knife behind him, suddenly everything changed. He had already been taken down by Ji Rong, his arm twisted and pressed against his waist, unable to move. Several vehicles raced over, and Mo Jing was the first to jump off. "Don't do anything, we're all on the same side." Ji Rong saw Feng Yi and Yang Mengyu also approach and guessed that this person must be Mo Jing, someone familiar to Wen Qingling. Ji Rong stood up and let go of the stubbly man. "What skill you have?" Mo Jing walked over and kicked the stubbly man. "Da Hai, weren't you supposed to be gathering supplies in the small town? Why are you here?" Da Hai moved his arm and grimaced, "Damn it, this guy's a master. I didn't even react before he took me down." Da Hai bent down and picked up the dropped cigarette from the ground, blew on it, and continued holding it in his mouth. "We saw someone driving away with a semi-trailer in the small town, so we followed to take a look and found them." Da Hai hurriedly complained, "Boss, take a look. They've captured so many livestock. They're cutting off our escape route." Feng Yi and Yang Mengyu approached and were also surprised to see the mutated livestock on the 2 trucks. They had followed all the way here and didn't even know they were coming to capture livestock, let alone capture so many. Were there so many livestock here? Mo Jing looked around and asked, "Where's Wen Qingling?" Ji Rong assessed him. The young man looked pretty good and straightened himself. "If you want to see him, you'll have to wait. He went to capture mutated livestock." Da Hai shouted, "You're still capturing them?" Mo Jing nodded, "Then I'll wait." They didn't have to wait long before Wen Qingling and his group returned. They carried metal cages with mutated cows and sheep, leading mutated pigs back. All the people waiting, speechless. They really want to capture all the mutated livestock here. Wen Qingling already knew everything that was happening here, and there were no major problems, so he didn't need to come back specifically. The others started loading the vehicles, and Wen Qingling walked over. "Are you looking for me?" Mo Jing stared straight at Wen Qingling for a while before saying, "You're still alive. That's great." Ji Rong sneaked over to Xiao Hen's side and whispered, "Holy crap, your love rival has appeared. This guy is staring at Dr. Wen with wide eyes. There's definitely a problem." Xiao Hen elbowed him, "You should keep your mouth shut now and watch how things develop." Of course, he noticed. If a good-looking young man came to find Wen Qingling, he would definitely pay attention. Ji Rong's reminder was unnecessary. Ji Rong held his stomach and gestured, "Are you planning to get rid of your love rival?" Xiao Hen sneered, "If you say another word, I'll get rid of you first." Ji Rong, speechless. Ji Rong obediently shut his mouth and watched how things would unfold. Wen Qingling had a tired expression. "You're still alive too. That's good." Mo Jing glanced at the others. "Are these your companions?" Wen Qingling, "Yes." Mo Jing invited him, "My base is just ahead. Why don't you come and visit?" Wen Qingling didn't reply, seemingly hesitant. Mo Jing continued, "Do you remember those guys from the high school basketball team? They're all in the base now. We established the Nan Yan base together. It's a bit remote here, with few people in the small town and not many zombies. It's safe here, and our math teacher, Teacher Gao, is also in our base. There are quite a few people you know inside. Why don't you come and take a look?" Feng Yi's gaze darkened. Mo Jing caught Wen Qingling's attention because of his basketball skills. Wen Qingling loved watching Mo Jing play basketball, and he would definitely attend both big and small basketball games. Therefore, Feng Yi concluded that Wen Qingling had feelings for Mo Jing. And now, Mo Jing brought up their high school basketball team, making his intentions quite obvious. Wait until we finish loading the vehicles. Wen Qingling unexpectedly agreed to go, surprising Xiao Hen and Ji Rong. With the 2 trucks filled with mutated livestock, the group headed to the Nanyan base 5 kilometers away. The Nanyan base could only be considered a small base with a few hundred survivors. It consisted of the town's residents and many survivors who had sought refuge there. It wasn't easy for them to survive until now. The large trucks and trailers were parked outside the base. Mo Jing led Wen Qingling and the others inside, while Feng Bin, Wen Bo, and Old Zhou stayed behind to watch the vehicles. The rest followed inside, and Ningning and Tongtong, curious as always, went along. Zhang Lan held their hands and guided them inside. It was the first time Zhang Lan and the 2 children visited someone else's base, so they were quite curious. Wen Qingling and Mo Jing walked in the front, with Xiao Hen and Ji Rong following behind. Zhang Lan walked with the 2 children in the 3rd row. Yang Mengyu smiled and struck up a conversation with Zhang Lan. "Auntie, how big is your base?" Zhang Lan replied, "Compared to this place, our base should be considered large. Our base is clean, tidy, and very united." Yang Mengyu glanced at the weapon hanging from Zhang Lan's body and asked, "Do all the people in your base have weapons? Why do even the children have them?" Zhang Lan replied, "Oh, we have too many weapons and too few people, so it's better to give them to the children for self-defense." Yang Mengyu, speechless. The survivors from the Nanyan base who overheard this, speechless. Where did this rich survivor come from? Did they have so many wooden barns that they can give them to children to play with? Yang Mengyu was also a bit speechless and decided to change the topic. "I heard it's difficult to enter your base. What are the criteria? Can't even people with abilities enter?" Zhang Lan understood Yang Mengyu's intention. It's indeed difficult to enter, and people with abilities can't get in either. Yang Mengyu asked, "Then, who can enter?" Zhang Lan thought to herself that as long as they were human, they couldn't enter. Zhang Lan advised, "Young lady, just settle down here and stay. Our base is not suitable for you." Yang Mengyu paused for a moment and then asked, "Is it true that Wen Qingling established that base?" Zhang Lan corrected her, "To be precise, it was my son who built it single-handedly, starting from the city walls." Yang Mengyu, speechless. This was truly an exemplar of, built single-handedly. Several members of the basketball team approached, surprised and astonished when they saw Wen Qingling. Just from his appearance, they could tell he was doing well in the apocalypse. They thought that being able to establish a base of such scale was already impressive, but when they saw Wen Qingling, all their superiority vanished instantly. Several people tried to suppress their pride and someone asked, "I heard you also established your own base." Wen Qingling, "Yes. Classmate, how big is it?" Wen Qingling, "Bigger than here, cleaner than here, tidier than here. We are very united." Classmate, speechless. "You're pretending, and we give you full marks for it." The classmate awkwardly laughed, "Where is your base?" Wen Qingling, "Ling City." Classmate, speechless. Several classmates exchanged glances and confirmed that this was definitely a case of pretentiousness gone wrong. Even though they were far away, they had heard that a level 8 evolved general appeared in Ling City, killing everyone within 100 li radius. Even without the general, Ling City was a gathering place for zombies, and it was impossible to establish a base there. Looking at Wen Qingling's attire, could it be that he changed into new clothes just to put on a show? Another classmate, with a sarcastic tone, said, "Isn't Ling City filled with zombies? Did you build your base in the middle of a zombie horde?" Wen Qingling, "More or less." "Well, it's right in the middle of a zombie horde, isn't it?" Another classmate, thinking that they had seen through Wen Qingling's lie, patted his shoulder and earnestly said, "We are all classmates. If you have difficulties, just let us know. We will definitely help. How about our base? If you're willing, you can bring your companions and join our base." Wen Qingling looked at him strangely, "No need." Feng Wei raised her voice, "Some people, as soon as they hear that someone has their own base, rush to flatter them without even investigating whether they really have a base or they're just pretending. Now, look, Clearly lying but still acting like it's true. Yang Mengyu's face turned red with anger. She did want to go with Wen Qingling, but now it seemed like whether he really had a base or not was a problem. Maybe he was just pretending for a show. Mo Jing quickly intervened to save the situation and tried to salvage Wen Qingling's reputation. Alright, Wen Qingling said there's a base, so there must be a base. Mo Jing said to Wen Qingling, come to my place and have a seat. The Nanyan base was in a small district not far from the town. The perimeter wall of the district had been reinforced and raised by an earth element ability user, and the area had been cleared for survivors to live inside. Wen Qingling shook his head, no need. Let's just wait here. Wait for who? Mo Jing suddenly realized. Right, wait for Teacher Gao. Fang Zi, where is Teacher Gao? Fang Zi, a classmate, looked puzzled. Didn't Teacher Gao go to town? I heard he was looking for something and should be back soon. Wen Qingling and his group attracted the attention of many survivors, who were speculating whether these people would stay. If they did, Mo Jing's side would become stronger. Where there are people, there are conflicts, and it was no different within the Nanyan base. Suddenly, there was a sound of a gun at the entrance of the district, startling everyone. Wen Qingling had already turned around and was heading toward the entrance. Chapter 54. When they arrived, a fight was about to break out at the entrance. A mutated bull lay on the ground, blood pooling around it. Wen Bo pointed at a person who also had a gun in his hand, but it was a smaller one. They were confronting Wen Bo. Mo Jing felt annoyed when he saw them. Although these people were also part of the base, they were the original residents of the small town and had formed their own group. They always clashed with the survivors from outside, constantly engaging in minor conflicts. They just lacked an opportunity to completely break out into a full-blown confrontation. Mo Jing and his group were young and powerful, serving as the leaders among the survivors from outside. For the sake of their own interests, he had to fight back. Mo Jing said, "He-san, what are you up to again?" He-san was originally a troublemaker in the small town, spending his days idly and making a living by running gambling dens. He associated with people like him, who were not well liked during peaceful times but thrived in the post-apocalyptic world. He-san stood there, circling his hand with the wooden barn, and peered at Mo Jing with a raised neck. "Kid, I heard these 2 big carts of mutated livestock are your friend's goods." Mo Jing glanced at Wen Qingling and said, "Yes, what about it?" He-san suddenly became furious. "What about it? Are you blind? The entire town and all the mutated livestock near the town are the property of our base. Who do they think they are, daring to come to our base and snatch things? Aren't they tired of living?" He-san pointed the gun at the 2 carts of mutated livestock and declared, "I'm telling you right here, these 2 carts are all belongings of our base. They won't take a single one away." Mo Jing angrily retorted, "He-san, you're going too far. They caught these, and if they want to take them, let them. If you want them, go and catch your own. As long as you can catch them, I won't say a word. To hell with catching them. I already have them in my hands. Why should I go and catch them myself?" He-san cursed loudly. He-san was originally a troublemaker and a scoundrel, so there was no reasoning with him. Wen Qingling extended his hand, Ning Ning handed him her own hand weapon, and Wen Qingling swiftly loaded it. With a loud bang, the bullet pierced through He-san's shoulder blade. Target hit, a lucky shot. The sudden sound of the gun startled everyone. When they saw the arrogant He-san lying on the ground, clutching his shoulder and wailing in pain, they were all stunned. Mo Jing, speechless. Classmates, speechless. Damn, this person is merciless and speaks few words. Without saying a word, they disabled him before even talking. He-san wailed as he crawled over to retrieve his gun, but Wen Qingling reached out and grabbed it in midair. Wen Qingling opened the gun again, disabling He-san's other shoulder. Lucky shot +1, another hit, how fortunate. He-san let out a scream like a slaughtered pig. Everyone was shocked by Wen Qingling's ability to manipulate the gun from a distance. What kind of supernatural power was this? Telekinesis? Wen Qingling threw He-san's old handgun to Mo Jing, who hurriedly caught it, looking dumbfounded. Wen Qingling walked toward the mutated bull that was already dead. He stood in the pool of blood for a moment and then returned. Wen Qingling pointed at He-san's dumbfounded companions one by one with the gun. 1 kill, 10 compensations. You killed one of my bulls, so you owe me 10 bulls. Understand? He-san roared, I'll curse your ancestors. Wen Qingling opened the gun again, and this time, it was a headshot. Wen Qingling's accuracy with the gun was astonishing, even scaring Wen Qingling. He had never imagined that he had the potential to become a divine gun handler. The accuracy was so terrifying that it even frightened him. The onlookers of survivors retreated in fear, not daring to speak, holding their breath, afraid to make a sound. What kind of devil was this? The base mustn't have someone like this. They needed to get rid of them quickly, quickly. Wen Qingling said, I gave you a chance. Since you don't want it, then die. Wen Qingling pointed the wooden barn at He San's dumbfounded companions again. 1 kill, 10 compensation. Understand clearly, a thug stammered, boss, the mutated bull runs too fast and is very ferocious. We can't catch it. The gun was pointed at the thug, and he dropped to his knees, crying with snot and tears, boss, spare us. It was our mistake for being blind. Spare us, please. Xiao Hen restrained Wen Qingling's hand with the gun and said, indeed, it's difficult to catch the mutated bull. Ordinary people would only become its food. Without the mutated bull, let them compensate with crystal nuclei. Wen Qingling looked at him and nodded. He tossed the gun to Ning Ning and said, 100 ordinary crystal nuclei to buy your lives. The thug cried even harder, boss, we don't have so many crystal nuclei. Another thug trembled and said, we don't have them, but Uncle Shang definitely has. Let us go ask Uncle Shang. He will surely lend us some crystal nuclei. Several thugs nodded in agreement, yes, Uncle Shang has crystal nuclei. He will definitely help us. Wen Qingling asked, where is he? Thug. He's in the town. Wen Qingling nodded, you go get them, the rest stay here. We can't let him go find Uncle Shang. Mo Jing just spoke up when the thug ran away. Wen Qingling looked at him, puzzled. Mo Jing sighed in annoyance and said, Shangshu was originally slaughtering pigs in the town. He is selfish and vicious, and He San and the others follow him. Shangshu's awakened ability is very strong and difficult to deal with. He acts tyrannically in the base, oppressing his survivors from outside with the help of the local survivors. He's not easy to deal with. Now that you've killed his men, he will definitely seek revenge on you. Wen Qingling's face showed no expression. If he wants revenge, let him come. As long as he doesn't die, he will have to bear the consequences of my losses. Mo Jing, speechless. Everyone, speechless. Mo Jing anxiously suggested, why don't you go ahead and leave? We'll meet again if there's a chance. Someone disagreed, boss, if they leave and Shangshu comes back and can't find them, won't he come after us? Feng Wei and Sang Qin among the crowd were secretly praying for Uncle Shang to arrive quickly. If he could take care of them all, it would be a great joy. Sang Qin nudged Feng Yi, urging him to speak up and not let Wen Qingling and Zhang Lan escape. Feng Yi shook his head at them, gesturing for them not to interfere. Wen Qingling's aura was too terrifying, his strength unfathomable. He didn't even blink his eyes while killing people. Such a person would not be easily killed by anyone. Wen Qingling calmly said, no rush, I'll wait here. They didn't have to wait long before Wen Qingling spoke again, they're here. Everyone tensed up, thinking that Shangshu and his group had come to fight them, but it turned out to be a few people rushing over, including Teacher Gao. Mo Jing immediately knew something was wrong as he saw the bloodstains on their clothes. He hurriedly walked over, taking quick steps. What happened? Your injuries? There was no need to ask further because the wounds around their injuries were already turning dark, indicating zombie bites. Mo Jing couldn't believe it. You got infected. These people were all Mo Jing's people, suddenly getting infected, which made him suspect that someone intentionally plotted against them. Mo Jing anxiously asked, what exactly happened? Teacher Gao gasped for breath, taking a while before speaking. We went to the supermarket to get some things, but when we came out, we were attacked by a horde of zombies. There were over a dozen of them, and we barely managed to escape. Mo Jing exclaimed, even if you managed to escape, what does it matter? You got infected. Although the town had a small population, there were still 70 to 80,000 people. If all these people turned into zombies, it would be a considerable number. However, the majority of the zombies were concentrated in the town, and there were not many wandering around the outskirts. They had been living here for quite some time, and they had a good grasp of the town's geography. Even when encountering zombie attacks, they could usually escape safely. But today's situation was quite rare. Teacher Gao, who had been bitten by a zombie, seemed composed. All my loved ones are already dead. I have nothing to lose and have already prepared myself for death. Being able to survive until now is already satisfying. The eyes of several students immediately turned red. They should have been accustomed to scenes like this. They had seen their loved ones turn into zombies, seen friends and classmates turn into zombies. In theory, they should have been accustomed to it, but they couldn't help shedding tears. Wen Qingling walked over. Teacher Gao. Teacher Gao froze and exclaimed with joy, Wen Qingling, why are you here? Teacher Gao. Feng Yi and Yang Mengyu also walked over. Teacher Gao saw the three students and was extremely delighted. You are all still alive. That's wonderful. Yang Mengyu couldn't hold back her tears. But you're not okay. You've been infected. Teacher Gao waved his hand. In this era, no one can be certain how long they will live. I have already prepared myself. But I don't want to become a monster. When I turn into a zombie, I hope you can kill me. Wen Qingling said, with me here, you might not turn into a zombie. Everyone looked at Wen Qingling, wondering what he meant. Wen Qingling's clinic had been closed for several days. It used to have good business, but it was destroyed by General. There were no living people near Ling City, so what business could they talk about? Of course, there was no business with living people, but there were still plenty of opportunities with zombies. Zhang Lan approached. Teacher Gao, do you remember me? Teacher Gao remembered Zhang Lan, the straightforward and hot-tempered mother who left a deep impression. Teacher Gao hurriedly reached out his hand, and they shook hands. Wen Qingling's mother, you're all alive. That's wonderful. Zhang Lan smiled and said, our Qingling opened a clinic in Ling City specifically for treating infected individuals. With Qingling here, you don't have to worry about turning into a zombie. Moreover, after this infection, you can turn misfortune into a blessing. Once you're cured, you'll have antibodies, and you won't get infected even if zombies bite you. Everyone was shocked. Mo Jing and several students couldn't believe what they were hearing. Is this true? As someone who had experienced it, Ji Rong spoke up to confirm, it's true. I was bitten by a zombie a while ago, and Dr. Wen detoxified me. Now I'm still lively and energetic. Everyone became excited, and someone asked loudly, so if we get infected once and then get cured, we'll have antibodies inside us. We won't get infected anymore. Ji Rong grinned, that's right, but don't intentionally get infected. Each treatment costs 100 ordinary crystal cores, and Dr. Wen doesn't do charity for free. If you don't have the cores or don't have enough, it's better to protect yourselves. Dr. Wen doesn't do charity. The excited survivors were instantly doused with cold water. 100 ordinary crystal cores meant killing 100 ordinary zombies, which was an impossible task for ordinary people like them. Sang Qin and Feng Wei still had doubts. Feng Wei was skeptical. Is it true? If infected individuals can be cured, why haven't we heard about such a significant matter? Ji Rong snorted, maybe it's because the base you used to be in was too small. Many survivors in Ling City have received Dr. Wen's help, and they should all know. But unfortunately, the base was destroyed by the zombie tide. Teacher Gao had been silent all this time. If there was a chance to live, of course, he wanted to live, but he didn't have enough crystal cores, and he couldn't ask his students to provide free treatment. When they didn't know what to do, Mo Jing spoke up, we'll cover the treatment cost for Teacher Gao. They pooled their resources, and they could still gather the clinic fees. Wen Qingling turned and walked towards the large truck. Come on the truck for treatment. Teacher Gao hesitated for a moment before following. The others also wanted to follow and watch, but Zhang Lan stopped them. Exclusive recipe, not to be shared. Everyone, stay back and wait here. Teacher Gao's injuries were not severe, and after the little blood anemone sucked the virus, its size didn't change. Teacher Gao stared at the small creature for a moment, not asking further questions. After expressing his gratitude to Wen Qingling, he got off the driver's seat of the truck. The zombie virus on his hand had disappeared, and even the wounds were gone as if he had never been injured. Everyone gathered around, discussing animatedly. Chapter 55. Mo Jing walked slowly toward Wen Qingling and handed him the gathered nuclei. Wen Qingling did not refuse and accepted them. Teacher Gao said, consider these nuclei borrowed from you. I will return them in the future. Another infected person, a middle-aged man, dressed ordinarily but had a handsome appearance. His injuries were severe, with multiple bite wounds, and his clothes were stained with blood. He trembled and said, I don't have that many nuclei. I only have this much. Can you save me with this? The middle-aged man held out a dozen or so nuclei in his hand, shaking, and presented them to Wen Qingling. Everyone held their breath, wanting to see how Wen Qingling would respond. It was like a signal. If Wen Qingling agreed, it would mean there was room for negotiation regarding the treatment fee. If Wen Qingling refused, it would mean he was a person who only recognized nuclei and not people. From the current situation, Wen Qingling seemed to be someone who only recognized nuclei. He even charged his own teacher a treatment fee. Wasn't that proof enough? Wen Qingling stared at him for a while and asked, "What's your name?" The middle-aged man hesitated and then said, "Luo Ji." Wen Qingling said, "Do you know Luo Feng?" The middle-aged man became excited and reached out to grab Wen Qingling, but realized his hands were covered in blood, so he had to withdraw them. Have you seen Luo Feng? Is he still alive?" Wen Qingling replied, "I've seen him. He was alive before, but I don't know about now." The middle-aged man suddenly covered his face and cried in pain. I've been looking for him for a long time. I thought he was dead. I didn't expect him to be alive. He's still alive." Wen Qingling extended his hand and said, "Give me the nuclei. I allow you to have a credit. Repay me next time." Luo Ji hastily handed over all the nuclei to Wen Qingling. Now that he knew his son was alive, he had to survive. He had to live to see his son. He absolutely couldn't die. Wen Qingling took Luo Ji to the driver's seat of a large truck and used blood anemone to treat him. By the time Luo Ji returned, his injuries had completely healed. This was a favor Wen Qingling extended to acquaintances, treating their wounds without charging an additional fee. Everyone witnessed this miracle with their own eyes. It was hard not to believe. The few classmates who doubted Wen Qingling for showing off felt a bit embarrassed. Fang Zi tentatively asked, "In Lingcheng, do you really have a base?" Wen Qingling glanced at him but didn't answer. Was it interesting to keep repeating the same question? Feng Tongtong proudly put her hands on her hips. "Of course, we have a base. Our base is huge, much better than yours." Everyone, speechless. Were these words spoken by a child the truth? Fang Zi forced a smile and said, "How many people are in your base?" Feng Tongtong thought for a moment and said, a lot of people." Fang Zi, speechless. Ning Ning chimed in, "Several thousand people." Fang Zi, speechless. Everyone, speechless. If it was truly several thousand people, that was indeed larger than their base. Zhang Lan adjusted her hair and maintained an elegant posture. Don't take a child's words seriously. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Nowadays, a base with several thousand people could be considered a large base. Zhang Lan said, "Actually, there are only tens of thousands of people, and there may be more in the future." Everyone, speechless. Everyone, speechless. Everyone, speechless. This was unbelievable. Ji Rong looked at Xiao Hen, who was lost in thought. They had witnessed the expansion of the civilized base, but they had only seen a section of the city wall on the outskirts of the civilized base. Wen Qingling wouldn't be so crazy as to turn the entire Ling city into a base, right? Xiao Hen felt it was very likely. Now, Wen Qingling was the leader of Ling City, the boss. If he wanted to turn Ling City into a base, no one, not even zombies, would dare to stop him. He could do whatever he pleased. Mo Jing was also quite surprised. Is this true? Wen Qingling replied, yes. Even though the number of civilized zombies hadn't reached tens of thousands yet, they were heading in that direction. They treated many civilized zombies every day, so it wouldn't take long to reach that number. Mo Jing's lips moved, but he didn't say what was on his mind. The sound of car engines roared as several pickup trucks sped in. A group of people jumped out of the vehicles. A strong bald man got out of the car and immediately noticed the head-splattered He-san, as well as the few subordinates, held as hostages. He was enraged. You really have the guts to kill even Uncle Shang's people, Mo Jing. Are you trying to ruin your prospects in the Nanyan base? Wen Qingling, speechless. Wen Qingling was completely ignored, and he felt a little unhappy. Wen Qingling, Baldy, I'm the one who killed him, not Mo Jing. Shang Shu's gaze finally fell on Wen Qingling, taking in his pale and weak appearance. He looked like a typical weakling. It was you, Wen Qingling. It was me. Shang Shu angrily said, So what if it was you? Aren't you still under Mo Jing? This account will be settled with Mo Jing. Mo Jing understood clearly. Shang Shu intended to use this opportunity to completely eliminate them, the foreign survivors. Mo Jing pulled Wen Qingling, but it was like pulling a pillar. He didn't budge. Mo Jing, speechless. Wen Qingling, I'm not a member of your base. If you want to fight or kill me, I can't stop you. However, did you bring the 100 crystal nuclei? Shang Shu exploded. To hell with your ancestors. Shang Shu waved his hand, bite them to death. Suddenly, a corpse wolf leapt down from the pickup truck. Its flesh was rotting, emitting a foul stench, and it roared as it pounced on the group of people at the entrance of the base. The survivors screamed and ran towards the residential area, and Mo Jing and the others retreated as well. Mo Jing shouted, he's a summoner with summoning abilities. He can summon corpse wolves. Run. For a while, everyone except Wen Qingling and his group had fled. The imposing corpse wolf charged forward, and a hint of Wen Qingling's tightly locked aura leaked out. The running corpse wolf suddenly stumbled, tumbled on the ground a few times, and then pricked its ears, tucked its tail, and instantly turned into a timid puppy. It whimpered and quickly fled. Shang Shu, speechless. Underlings, speechless. Shang Shu shouted, come back to me. The corpse wolf didn't look back and escaped, regardless of how Shang Shu tried to control it with his abilities. Shang Shu's killer weapon, the corpse wolf, had escaped during the battle, creating an awkward scene. Everyone, speechless. Shang Shu desperately tried to save face, attack together. Cut them down. The sound of loaded guns echoed as 4 automatic rifles and 2 shotguns were simultaneously aimed at them. Shang Shu and his underlings, speechless. Shang Shu looked at his old shotgun in his hand, then at the new rifles in the hands of the others. Suddenly, a sense of sorrow overwhelmed him. The world was so vast, yet he had become a frog at the bottom of a well. The supernatural abilities he had always been proud of, along with the intimidating shotgun, were useless in front of these outsiders. Wen Qingling, do you want to live or die? Shang Shu dryly laughed twice. I want to live, of course, living is better. Wen Qingling, crystal nuclei. Shang Shu hurriedly gathered the crystal nuclei and handed them over with both hands. Wen Qingling jiggled the bag of crystal nuclei in his hand and asked, whose person am I? Shang Shu honestly replied, you're nobody's person. From now on, you're my boss, Shang Shu's boss. If you have any requests, I'll make sure they're taken care of properly. Wen Qingling extended his hand to his birth mother. Zhong Lan understood and took off the brand new automatic rifle hanging on her body, handing it to her son. Wen Qingling casually threw the rifle to Shang Shu, who caught it, looking puzzled. Wen Qingling said, Feng Bin, give him a box of ammunition. Feng Bin went back to the car and effortlessly brought down a box of ammunition, placing it at Wen Qingling's feet. Shang Shu realized something and was so excited he almost knelt down before Wen Qingling. Wen Qingling said, Shang Shu, I'll give you 2 more corpse wolves. Keep this area secure for me. The 3 corpse wolves obediently sat by Shang Shu's side, behaving like 3 puppies. Shang Shu felt weak in the legs. Who the hell was this big shot that appeared out of nowhere? He could even control corpse wolves. Was he also a summoner? He didn't seem like one at all. Shang Shu didn't know whether to be excited or scared. He had just been shouting and cursing at such a big shot, insulting his ancestors and even calling himself lousy. Wouldn't he be wiped out? Wen Qingling, don't want to. Shang Shu hastily shook his head. No, I will definitely handle things for you. You can trust me. Mo Jing and a few classmates walked over, glancing at the rifle and bullets in Shang Shu's hands, as well as the 3 obedient corpse wolves. They remained silent. Mo Jing could hold back his words, but that didn't mean others could. Fang Zi was the first one to feel displeased. Wen Qingling, what do you mean? You know that we don't get along with Shang Shu and his group, yet you armed them. Are you trying to have them wipe us out? Wen Qingling said, people from the same base should get along well during peaceful times. Shang Shu said, yes, boss. Someone sneered, whoever has the stronger fist calls the shots. Wen Qingling, do you think that by giving them the gun, bullets, and 3 corpse wolves, they will listen to you and get along well with us? No one was a fool for surviving until now in the apocalypse, and Shang Shu was the savviest. Wen Qingling's intention wasn't to reward Shang Shu but rather to tell him that his wealth and power were enough to crush him. Therefore, Shongshu already had a choice. Wen Qingling could easily see through the sincerity of one's words. No one could deceive him. Wen Qingling, Shongshu will get along well with you all, but the same can't be said for you. What do you mean, Wen Qingling? A classmate protested, but was stopped by Mo Jing. Mo Jing said, do you really think Shongshu will get along well with us? Wen Qingling, he will. Mo Jing, are you so sure? Wen Qingling stared at him, having already seen through his thoughts. You want to be the boss of ms.beis, right? Fine, Shongshu won't compete with you anymore, and you shouldn't target them either. I need them to do things for me. Shongshu said, as long as you treat everyone equally, I won't compete for the position of boss with you. However, before you make decisions, you should also listen to others' opinions. Don't make everything revolve around just a few of your classmates. Other people are also part of the base and have the right to participate. Mo Jing indeed wanted to be the boss of ms.beis. He didn't expect Wen Qingling to see through him with a single glance. Wen Qingling said, now is a dangerous time. Many zombies have been spotted outside Ling City, especially the evolved ones. Sooner or later, they will come here. If you want the base to survive, you shouldn't have internal conflicts. You should present a united front externally, or else destruction is only a matter of time. Xiao Hen raised an eyebrow. He saw a hint of humanity in Wen Qingling's words. With Wen Qingling's indifference, whether the human base lived or died had nothing to do with him. But the fact that he said a few more words already proved that he wasn't completely heartless about the past. Chapter 56. Some people are just never satisfied. Someone spoke up, saying, if you truly care about the friendship with your classmates, why not leave us a few automatic rifles as well? Wen Qingling looked at the person speaking, his gaze clear and cold, devoid of any emotion. The classmate locked eyes with him for 2 seconds before finally unable to withstand the pressure, looked away first. This person was also a member of the basketball team, named Dao Yan. Wen Qingling felt a sense of familiarity but couldn't remember his name. In fact, he only remembered the name of Mo Jing from the entire school basketball team and had no relationship with anyone else. Wen Qingling said, I intended to leave the 3 automatic rifles they had with them for you all, but now I don't think it's necessary. Dao Yan retorted, speechless. Dao Yan called out, stop with the pretty words. Can you really do it? Can you stop talking? Mo Jing looked at Dao Yan, the Wen Qingling before his eyes had changed so much, completely unpredictable. Dao Yan still couldn't accept it and said, he's just speaking pretty words. What does it mean by, intended to give but not anymore? If he really wanted to give them to us, why say such things? Xiao Hen said, initiative giving is about friendship, not asking him for it. Dao Yan remained silent. Ji Rong sneered, classmate, with a single sentence of yours, you lost 3 automatic rifles and 3 boxes of ammunition. Do you regret it? Dao Yan remained silent. Annoyed and embarrassed, Dao Yan couldn't help but blurt out, you liked Mo Jing, didn't you? Is your affection so cheap? You can't even part with a few guns. With Dao Yan's words, the expressions of Xiao Hen, Mo Jing, and Feng Yi all changed. It was Wen Qingling, the main character involved, who had no reaction at all. Mo Jing reprimanded in anger, Dao Yan. Shut up. Dao Yan had already thrown caution to the wind. So this is the person you've been longing for all along. Take a good look at him yourself. Initially, he actively pursued you, willingly chased after you. As long as there was your basketball game, he would definitely be there. And what's the result? What does your relationship even count for? They said, graduation means breaking up, but you guys broke up in college. Now, in the apocalypse, you don't even recognize each other. Zhong Lan's face also changed. She secretly glanced at Xiao Hen and saw her daughter-in-law's unpleasant expression. Then she looked at Mo Jing, comparing the two of them, and still felt that Xiao Hen was more pleasing. The key point was that Xiao Hen seemed reliable, mature, and powerful, while this Mo Jing couldn't even handle a small base and wasn't worthy of her own son. Zhong Lan spoke up, child, what's going on? Wen Qingling blinked and shook his head, I don't know. He also wanted to know what was going on. Zhong Lan tugged at her son's clothes and motioned for him to look at Xiao Hen. Wen Qingling glanced at Xiao Hen, who had been staring at him all along, his expression particularly gloomy. Wen Qingling. What does that mean? Showing him an unpleasant expression. Suddenly, Sang Qin burst into laughter. Zhang Lan, I never expected your son to actually like men. He's actually gay, ha ha ha, this is too funny. Feng Wei exclaimed, some people, they look decent, but you never know. Ugh, disgusting. Wen Qingling remained unfazed, but Feng Yi's expression completely changed. Wen Qingling said, I pursued him actively. I actively chased after you. Mo Jing desperately wanted to shut these people's mouths. No, there are some misunderstandings. Oh, come on, what kind of misunderstanding can there be when it comes to liking men? This kind of thing is innate. Zhang Lan, your son has such a nature, how can you still have the face to be proud in front of me? Sang Qin took the opportunity to ridicule Zhang Lan. Zhang Lan was not a patient person. So what if my son likes men? I've been hoping all along that he could bring me a son-in-law, how about that? What's wrong? You're not as good looking as me, and your son is not as excellent as mine. Now you envy my son for liking men, don't you? Disgusting. Sang Qin had just finished speaking when Zhang Lan reached her and grabbed her hair, delivering a beating. Try spitting again if you dare. I, his mother, have never spit on him. Who do you think you are to dare spit on him? Zhang Lan grabbed the person and delivered 2 slaps to their face. I always prided myself on being a knowledgeable and virtuous lady, never bothering with mistresses or troublemakers. But you, on the other hand, have the audacity. You always wanted to turn me into a troublemaker, and today I'll fulfill your wish. Feng Wei reacted and rushed forward to stop Zhang Lan. Let go of my mom. Zhang Lan retaliated with a slap, and you, shameless thing. How dare someone like you spit on my son? You find my son disgusting. Look at yourself before judging others. Like mother, like daughter. Disgusting mother gave birth to a disgusting daughter, the whole family is disgusting. Stop it, don't fight. Feng Yi intervened but couldn't pull Zhang Lan away. Feng Yi looked at Wen Qingling, who had a blank expression on his face and showed no intention of stopping the fight. Then he looked at Mo Jing, who was also infuriated. Feng Yi had no choice but to say, Auntie, please stop. This is my fault, it has nothing to do with my mom. Zhang Lan let go of Sang Qin, who was covered in blood and crying, I know, you must not be a good person either. Sang Qin herself is twisted, it's a miracle if she can raise a good child. Mo Jing glanced at Feng Yi, who braved through it, it's my fault. I noticed that Wen Qingling has always been paying attention to Mo Jing. He often went to watch his basketball games. I suspected that Wen Qingling might like Mo Jing. Zhang Lan crossed her arms and said with interest, impressive, you can guess that he might like someone just by seeing how often he looks at boys. Either you have a wild imagination or you're not straight yourself. Feng Yi clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Yes, I've liked Mo Jing since the first year of high school, but I didn't dare to say it. I didn't know if he liked boys or girls. So, when I noticed that Wen Qingling was paying so much attention to him, I wanted to test it with Wen Qingling. If Mo Jing didn't like boys, he would definitely find Wen Qingling disgusting and avoid him. If Mo Jing also liked boys, maybe I would have a chance. That's why I told Mo Jing that Wen Qingling liked him. Sang Qin couldn't hold back and lunged forward. Feng Wei stood frozen in place. Feng Yi continued, I just didn't expect that my actions would completely push Mo Jing towards Wen Qingling. Not only did he not dislike Wen Qingling, but he actively befriended him. Whenever he had the chance, he would invite Wen Qingling to hang out. I know that Mo Jing might like Wen Qingling, and that's why I resented Wen Qingling so much. Wen Qingling said, so, you spread the news that I like boys in college, instigated my roommates to isolate me, and forced me to move off campus in the first year. I was subjected to gossip and judgment every day by my classmates, all because Mo Jing might like me. Feng Yi bent down in front of Wen Qingling, I apologize to you for what I did back then. I was in the wrong. Zhang Lan, knowing for the first time that her son had experienced such things in school, felt both heartache and anger. She rushed forward and pulled his ears, you're capable, hiding it from us even when you were bullied at school. You even lied to me and your dad, saying you moved off campus for better studying. Studying. Wen Qingling hurriedly protected his ears, as it had become a conditioned reflex, I can't hide it, my ears want to stay intact. What do you want your ears for? What can you do with intact ears when you don't care about your dignity and face? Zhang Lan was extremely angry and chased after Wen Qingling to hit him. Xiao Hen couldn't bear it and quickly stepped forward to block Zhang Lan's temper, shielding Wen Qingling behind him. Auntie, please don't hit him. Zhong Lan's raised fist almost hit Xiao Hen. Xiao Hen hurriedly reminded Zhong Lan that there were so many people watching. Was it worth it to ruin Wen Qingling's face? Zhong Lan angrily gasped for breath. I'll give you face today, but I'll deal with you when we get back. Wen Qingling, speechless. Wen Qingling silently gave Xiao Hen a thumbs up. He was amazed that Xiao Hen, who was usually afraid of his mom's temper, had the courage to step forward like that. He was truly impressive. Xiao Hen indicated that he was also scared, his legs were trembling. Zhong Lan, with an imposing manner, pointed at Mo Jing, do you like our Qingling? Mo Jing sighed helplessly, it's not a matter of whether I like him or not. Zhong Lan asked, then what is it? Mo Jing looked at Wen Qingling and remained silent. He liked Wen Qingling, but it would only work if Wen Qingling liked him back. Zhong Lan was so angry that she was about to pull her son's ear. Wen Qingling quickly hid behind Xiao Hen and said, ladies use their mouths, not their hands. Zhong Lan said angrily, come out here. Don't think Xiao Hen can protect you. Wen Qingling was frightened and said, I won't come out. If you have something to say, just say it like this. Zhong Lan put her hands on her hips and asked, do you like this kid? Wen Qingling quickly shook his head and said, I don't like him. Zhong Lan said, if you don't like him, why are you flirting with him? Wen Qingling replied, I didn't flirt with him. Xiao Hen, speechless. It seems that this habit of unknowingly flirting with people has been there before. Zhong Lan roared, if you didn't flirt with him, why did you go to every one of his basketball games? Wen Qingling said, he plays basketball well. Xiao Hen, speechless. Mo Jing, speechless. Zhong Lan, speechless. Zhong Lan weakly massaged her forehead. It's over, her son turned out to be a fool. Even in this situation, he still says he didn't flirt with anyone. Ji Rong looked at his boss's stiff expression and then at the oblivious Wen Qingling. He added, our boss is also very good at playing basketball. Not just basketball, but his archery skills are also top-notch. Every shooting competition, he always takes first place. He's amazing. Mo Jing looked at Xiao Hen, who was dressed in military fatigues, and understood. Mo Jing said, do you have someone you like? Xiao Hen glanced at Mo Jing and saw through his little scheme. Should he publicly execute something he couldn't obtain himself? Wen Qingling said, no. Mo Jing looked at Xiao Hen and smiled. Wen Qingling didn't like him, but he also didn't like anyone else. That's fair. Xiao Hen's expression grew darker. Wen Qingling added, but there's someone I want to bite. But he's dirty, so I'm not considering it for now. Ji Rong was choked by his own saliva and couldn't stop coughing. Dirty, dirty, dirty. These two words seemed like a curse, constantly replaying in Ji Rong's mind. Xiao Hen was also almost choked. He didn't expect Wen Qingling to be so straightforward and say it in front of so many people. Fortunately, no one could understand. Mo Jing looked confused, clearly not understanding. Wen Qingling turned around and waved at Shang Shu, who was tall and burly, to come over. Take care of him, he's the father of my friend. Shang Shu stood upright and awkwardly saluted. Rest assured, eldest brother, we will definitely protect him. Everyone didn't expect that the seemingly heartless Wen Qingling would give such instructions. The person he considered a friend was truly fortunate. Old Zhou and Wen Bo had already dragged the dead mutant cow back into the car. Although the blood was wasted, there was still meat. Bringing it back would provide several hearty meals. It couldn't be wasted. Wen Qingling didn't mention the matter of the automatic rifle until they left. The people at Nanyan base could only watch as the 3 cars left, and no one dared to stop them. Dao Yan was furious. Are all the mutant animals here really given to Wen Qingling? Mo Jing was also a little frustrated and turned back. He didn't say we couldn't catch them. If we can catch them, it's ours. If they can catch them, it's theirs. What's wrong with that? Dao Yan followed him. But these mutant animals are the property of our base. Mo Jing stopped and said, that's what you say to others. It doesn't work with Wen Qingling. Haven't you figured that out yet? Dao Yan looked at Shang Shu and the others and his gaze turned fierce. He whispered, why doesn't it work? As long as we capture all of them. Ah, Dao Yan's words were not finished when suddenly vines pierced through his thigh, causing him to scream in pain. Wen Qingling's voice came faintly, if not for us being classmates, you're already a dead man now. I advise you not to have any extra thoughts. We are all classmates, so let's live peacefully. Mo Jing was already sweating profusely. He was certain that Wen Qingling was already several miles away. How did he hear their conversation and control the vines to harm from such a distance? Mo Jing didn't expect that when Wen Qingling said to take action, he would really take action. And he didn't spare his former classmates any mercy. Mo Jing, Wen Qingling, you. Wen Qingling said, I seek peace with others. If others don't seek peace with me, why should I bother with peace? Mo Jing took a deep breath. You misunderstood. Dao Yan has always had a sharp tongue, but he didn't have any ill intentions. Wen Qingling interrupted, whether he has a sharp tongue is his own business. If he provokes me, I'll teach him a lesson. That's my business. Mo Jing had nothing more to say and could only apologize on Dao Yan's behalf. He was in the wrong, and I apologize to you on his behalf. Wen Qingling said, good brotherhood. I hope you can always be brothers. In this era, even family ties can't be relied upon. Can the brotherhood that came halfway through be relied upon? Wen Qingling didn't believe it. Chapter 57. A group of people returned to Ling City, and it was getting dark. Two large vehicles drove to the pre-planned breeding area, which used to be a large park. Now, the greenery inside had grown wild, perfect for the mutated livestock and poultry to settle in. Wen Qingling built a wooden fence around the perimeter to prevent the mutated creatures from running out of the park. Zhang Lan had already taken a mutated black chicken and went home. She didn't accompany them and instead went back to stew a black chicken soup with Chinese Angelica, a soup she had been longing for several days. Finally, she could have it. The core city and inner city had been cleaned and repaired, resembling a base now. It was clean inside, and everything that shouldn't be there had been removed. The core city was more severely damaged than the inner city, with the central area almost flattened. It used to be the gathering place for evolved and general. Wen Qingling planned to clean up that area and rebuild it for future settlement. Someone suggested that Wen Qingling should ask for the help of Earth-type evolvers to speed up the construction process. With their assistance, even building a grand palace could be completed in a short time. Doing it manually, brick by brick, would take a considerable amount of time. Time was the most lacking resource in the apocalypse. The situation was constantly changing, so anything that could be completed quickly should not be delayed. However, Wen Qingling currently didn't have a suitable Earth-type ability user candidate, so he had to temporarily postpone that idea. Xiao Hen and Ji Rong had been following Wen Qingling all this time. Ji Rong might not be aware of the number of people in the civilization base before, but Xiao Hen knew very well. Today, seeing the increased number of people, his heart had some faint guesses, but he couldn't believe or accept them. On the way back, Ji Rong couldn't help but ask, Dr. Wen, what are the criteria for joining your base? Wen Qingling glanced at him. Do you want to join? Ji Rong smirked. With my qualifications, am I eligible to join? Wen Qingling replied, no. Ji Rong, speechless. Ji Rong, I'm a fire-type ability user, I can use guns, and I have good skills. Isn't that enough? Wen Qingling shook his head. Doesn't meet the requirements. Ji Rong, what are your requirements, then? Wen Qingling looked at Xiao Hen, who had remained silent the whole time. Xiao Hen's silence confirmed his suspicions to some extent. Xiao Hen said, are you planning to turn the entire Ling City into a base? Wen Qingling replied, no, in the future, Ling City will be renamed Civilization City, and I want to build a city. Ji Rong was shocked. You want to build a giant city that can accommodate tens of millions of people? Wen Qingling nodded. We don't have that many people for now, so let's focus on construction first. Ji Rong laughed. With your strict standards, your civilization city will probably have only a handful of people. Wen Qingling said, no. Ji Rong, even without standards, it's extremely difficult to find tens of millions of survivors in this apocalypse. Building a city might be easy, but it's hard to gather people. Wen Qingling said, no. As they were nearing home, Wen Qingling said, your teammates have arrived. Xiao Hen and Ji Rong had been waiting at the designated location for 2 to 3 days without seeing anyone. They didn't expect their teammates to come on their own. When Wen Qingling saw He Lin and Shi Chong, he suddenly had an idea. Wen Qingling said, let's have dinner together. The four of them were surprised. When did Wen Qingling become so enthusiastic? Dinner was sumptuous, with a pot of black chicken soup with Chinese Angelica. Each person only had one bowl, but the remaining half-pot and a whole mutated black chicken were given to Xiao Hen by Zhong Lan. Ji Rong, He Lin, and Shi Chong were dumbfounded, and even Xiao Hen was shocked by the amount. He separated the mutated black chicken and shared it with everyone. He couldn't finish it alone. As the saying goes, sharing a meal shortens the distance between people. After a hearty dinner, when Qingling made his request, Shi Chong, you are an Earth-type ability user, right? Xiao Hen, Ji Rong, and He Lin all looked at Shi Chong at the same time. Shi Chong was secretly wary and replied, yes. When Qingling asked, can you build houses? When Qingling gestured with his hands, I mean those big houses. Can you build them? Shi Chong, speechless. Shi Chong, what kind of big houses? When Qingling said, Mom, bring the blueprints. When Zheng and Zhong Lan were already prepared. Their son was going to be the city lord, so the place where the city lord lived had to be grand. Shi Chong looked at the slowly unfolding blueprints, and his face darkened. Shi Chong, are you asking me to build a forbidden city? The blueprints were printed documents that Wen Zheng and Zhong Lan found at a printing shop. They were just grateful to have blueprints and weren't picky about it. Zhong Lan said, we don't need to build the entire city, just one palace is enough. Shi Chong quickly waved his hand, that's too difficult, I can't build it. When Qingling said, then let's build something simpler. When Zheng pulled out another blueprint, the forbidden city is too difficult, how about building the White House? Shi Chong, speechless. Xiao Hen and the other two, speechless. Faced with the expectant eyes of the family of three, Shi Chong waved his hand again, sorry, I'm not capable of that. At best, I can build a city wall. Zhong Lan suggested, how about we find an experienced master to do the construction? The master who was found responded, even as an experienced master, I don't have the skills to build the forbidden city or the White House. They all knew Wen Qingling's habit of not allowing anyone to stay overnight at the civilization base. After discussing the matter of building houses, the four of them bid farewell and left. Wen Qingling said, apart from the civilization base, you can live anywhere. Wen Qingling implied that as long as they didn't live in the civilization base, they could choose any house in Ling City, and there would be no zombies bothering them. This was already the greatest friendliness Wen Qingling could offer. In the past, Wen Qingling wouldn't have cared about their well-being at all. The four of them left the civilization base and found an abandoned hotel in the southern city to stay in. He Lin and Shi Chong had delayed their return for so long, there must be something important. He Lin looked at Xiao Hen and gestured with his eyes, asking if it was safe to talk there. Xiao Hen sighed, even if they were still inside Ling City or even outside, Wen Qingling could still hear if he wanted to. Xiao Hen, what's the matter? He Lin hesitated for a moment and then said, Xiao Zhang wants you to go back. Xiao Hen's expression turned cold, did you see him? He Lin and Shi Chong glanced at each other, yes, Meng Lao was sent back, but the four assistants are missing. It was taken seriously, and we were called in for questioning. Xiao Hen asked, how did you respond? He Lin replied, we mentioned the danger in Ling City and the level 8 evolved, General, but we didn't specifically bring up Dr. Wen's matter. However, it seems that Meng Lao said something. When Xiao Zhang questioned us, he asked about Dr. Wen and the things that can cure the infected. Meng Lao was a researcher, and he wouldn't be able to keep anything related to research a secret. If Meng Lao returned alive, Wen Qingling and the cure for the infected wouldn't be a secret anymore. Xiao Hen had already expected this, but he couldn't just let Meng Lao be. Xiao Hen asked, what was your response? He Lin said, we're not sure. We didn't see it with our own eyes, we only heard about it. Their answer was already evasive, but the fact that Xiao Zhang didn't chop off their heads meant they were lucky. Xiao Hen sat on a clean bed and said, he didn't ask what he wanted to know from you guys. Should I go back and ask him clearly? Shi Chong said, there may be another reason. He Lin said, Yin Cheng went back. Xiao Hen sneered, what did he go back for? Reinforcements. Shi Chong nodded, yes, Yin Zhang wanted to deploy an armed helicopter for revenge on Yin Cheng, but it was rejected by several other generals. Then Yin Cheng came with an armored convoy. Ji Rong chuckled, that's their style, but I wonder if he can drive the armored convoy into Ling City. He Lin asked, boss, are you going back? Xiao Hen replied, no, I want to see how Yin Cheng plans to attack Ling City. Ji Rong said, boss can't leave Dr. Wen right now. Boss was bitten by a level 8 evolved zombie, and the corpse poison is extremely potent. Even Kui Mu, who suppresses it, can't control it. It needs treatment every 2 days, or else Boss will turn into a zombie. Heilin and Shi Chong were both surprised. They hadn't seen their boss for a few days, and he had actually been infected. Xiao Hen said, "Once Qingling's mansion is built, you guys can go back and tell him that I have been infected. If I leave Ling City, I will soon turn into a zombie. Ask him if he still wants me to come back." Heilin hesitated before saying, "Boss, we don't want you to get involved in the war between Yincheng and Ling City." Xiao Hen tightened his grip on his long knife. "Their war, I will definitely participate." Heilin and Shi Chong couldn't persuade Xiao Hen, and there were also problems on Wen Qingling's side. Wen Qingling looked at the 3 corpses on the ground with a paralyzed face and a cold gleam in his eyes. The 3 corpses had intact skeletons and heads, but their flesh had been eaten clean, leaving only bloody bones. This indicated that the 3 civilized zombies were eaten while still conscious. Wen Qingling looked at the several civilized zombies who had discovered the bodies. Didn't anyone see the killer? All the civilized zombies shook their heads. "No, but there are signs of a struggle at the scene." Wen Qingling said, "Take me to see." The several civilized zombies led Wen Qingling to the place where the bodies were found. The scene was chaotic, with bloodstains all over the ground. Wen Qingling walked around the scene and suddenly let out a roar. Xiao Hen, who was resting, woke up abruptly, and he had already disappeared from his resting place. After Wen Qingling's roar, the sisters and the blood zombie rushed to the scene at the fastest speed, stimulated by the scent of blood. Wen Qingling pointed at the blood zombie. "Is it you?" The blood zombie looked puzzled. "I didn't do anything. Don't wrongly accuse me, I'm a good corpse." Xiao Hen arrived at the scene, and he could clearly feel that Wen Qingling was in a very bad mood. The blood zombie became angry when he saw Xiao Hen. "There is a human here. Why don't you suspect him?" Wen Qingling stared at the blood zombie. "It's best for you not to be involved in this matter. Otherwise, you will be just like them." The blood zombie felt wronged. He had turned over a new leaf. Couldn't he be given a little basic trust? Xiao Hen asked, "What happened?" Wen Qingling replied, "Something took the opportunity while I was away and ate 3 people in my base." Wen Qingling pointed to the 3 bodies wrapped in bedsheets. The civilized zombies opened the bedsheets for Xiao Hen to see. Xiao Hen frowned as soon as he glanced at them. This manner of consumption was too brutal. Wen Qingling circled the scene and suddenly crouched down. He smelled a different scent and dabbed a bit of bloodstain from the ground, sniffing it and furrowing his brow. He smelled the scent of humans, but not entirely humans. The human blood was mixed with a foul odor. It shouldn't be pure humans. Could there be some new species emerging? Xiao Hen walked around the scene and made a judgment. The number of attackers is probably between 7 and 9. Wen Qingling looked at him. "Do you think they could be humans?" Xiao Hen shook his head. "They have a humanoid form, but they may not be humans." Xiao Hen pointed to the wall nearby, where there were several bloody footprints of different sizes, clearly human footprints. However, the footprints were more than 2 meters above the ground, a height that normal humans couldn't reach. Even if it was a wind-type ability user, it would be impossible to have so many wind abilities at once. Therefore, Xiao Hen judged that they were likely humanoid creatures. Moreover, humans hadn't gone crazy to the extent of rushing into Ling City to eat other humans. Xiao Hen said, "This is just one crime scene. There should be 2 more." Wen Qingling's spiritual power had covered the entire Ling City, but he didn't find the culprits. These creatures had targeted him when he left Ling City and immediately escaped after succeeding. However, Wen Qingling couldn't just let it go. Since those things dared to come once, they would definitely come a second time. Wen Qingling would eventually catch them. Chapter 58. Xiao Hen told Wen Qingling about Yin Cheng bringing the armored convoy and asked him to be prepared. Wen Qingling had been waiting for Yin Cheng, but he hadn't seen him for several days. He thought Yin Cheng had escaped, but he didn't expect that he had gone back to bring reinforcements. Wen Qingling, there's nothing to prepare. If he dares to come, I dare to kill him. Xiao Hen was well aware of Wen Qingling's strength. If he said he would kill Yin Cheng, he would definitely be able to do it. If Yin Cheng died, his grandfather, Yin Zhong, would certainly not let it go. The central megacity and the civilization city that Wen Qingling was about to establish could become mortal enemies. This was something Xiao Hen didn't want to see. When Wen Qingling saw that Xiao Hen wasn't saying anything, he raised an eyebrow and said, "You don't want to stop me, do you?" Xiao Hen shook his head. "I won't stop you." To resolve the hatred between the central megacity and Wen Qingling, they could only shift the target of hatred. Xiao Hen would rather see humans fighting among themselves than become mortal enemies with Wen Qingling. Xiao Hen said, "Can you treat me one more time? I'm going on a trip tomorrow." Wen Qingling glanced at his neck, and the virus hadn't manifested yet. Wen Qingling asked, "How long will you be gone?" Xiao Hen replied, "I'm not sure." Wen Qingling warned, "If it's more than 3 days, you'll come back as a zombie." Xiao Hen said, "I know." Without confirming or denying it, Wen Qingling took Xiao Hen back to see Kui Mu and had her give Xiao Hen another session of treatment. After a whole night of tossing and turning, it was already dawn. Xiao Hen bid farewell and left, but was stopped by Zhong Lan. Zhong Lan packed up the braised beef and handed it to Xiao Hen. "Take it with you on the way and remember to come back early. Generals, zombie virus is no joke. Don't really become a zombie." Of course, if he really became a zombie, Zhong Lan wouldn't mind. That way, the two children could be together as a matter of course. Xiao Hen never knew how to respond to Zhong Lan's enthusiasm and care. He thanked her, accepted the braised beef, and left. When Ji Rong and the others heard about Xiao Hen's plan, they were all shocked. Ji Rong said, "Yin Cheng, that bastard, you know what kind of temper he has. It's impossible for him to give up. Letting him go is out of the question." Xiao Hen carefully wiped his knife. "Then we'll kill him." Ji Rong was surprised. "Boss, are you okay?" He Lin and Shi Chong were also surprised. He Lin said, "If he dies by our hands, Yin Zhong will definitely fight us to the death." Xiao Hen carefully checked the ammunition in his storage space without looking up. The situation in the central megacity won't last long. Yin Zhong and our side have always been at odds. Even without Yin Cheng's matter, we would eventually fight each other. Since that's the case, I'll be the one to collect Yin Cheng's head. Ji Rong fell silent. He understood Xiao Hen's meaning. Xiao Hen wanted to shield Wen Qingling from the disaster. If Yin Cheng died at Wen Qingling's hands, Yin Zhong would definitely see Wen Qingling as a mortal enemy. If Yin Cheng died at Xiao Hen's hands, it would be a matter between the two factions of the central megacity, unrelated to Wen Qingling and Ling City. Xiao Hen put away the counted weapons. "Old Shi, you stay and build a large house for Qingling." Shi Chong disagreed. "We can build the house anytime. I'll build it when you come back." Xiao Hen didn't allow any objections. "You stay." Shi Chong understood Xiao Hen's intention. There were only 4 of them, but Yin Cheng had an armored squad. They could only resort to ambush, and the best candidate for that was Xiao Hen. They had a high chance of killing Yin Cheng, but whether they could survive and escape was another matter. They had promised to build a large house for Wen Qingling and couldn't go back on their word. Shi Chong was not many, and He Lin was not few in this assassination. So Xiao Hen decided to leave him behind. Once the captain gave the order, Shi Chong had no choice but to find Wen Qingling and build the house. Xiao Hen, Ji Rong, and He Lin, the 3 of them searched for the route Yin Cheng would take. None of them had psychic abilities, so they relied on He Lin's wind power ability to scout ahead. The central megacity was quite far from Ling City, and they had to take detours to avoid cities and destroyed roads. It would take about 2 days for an armored convoy to arrive. He Lin and Shi Chong flew over in a helicopter, which was faster. Yin Cheng had set off earlier than them, so based on the estimated time, the armored convoy should have reached the midway point. Xiao Hen and the others drove an off-road vehicle to meet them. They set off just as the sun rose and it was almost evening when they discovered the traces of the armored convoy. He Lin retracted his wind wings and descended from the sky, while Xiao Hen and Ji Rong were eating the braised beef. Ji Rong held a piece of sauce beef and called out to He Lin to come and eat. "Boss, are you sure that Dr. Wen's mother is not your real mother? She treats you even better than her own son. She specially caught mutated black chickens for you, and even prepared sauce beef for you when we went out. Even a real mother can't do more than that, right? Pick an auspicious day and get married, will you?" He Lin listened in confusion. "What's going on? Who's getting married?" Xiao Hen cut a piece of sauce beef and handed it to He Lin. "He's been captivated by food. Ignore him." Ji Rong's mouth was full. "I can see it. Dr. Wen's mother has already treated you like her own son. It's really fortunate to have a mother even in the apocalypse." Just think about my zombie mother, who knows where she's wandering now. Xiao Hen slowly cut the sauced beef and couldn't help but remember a scene he had seen before. Someone in the civilized base brought back their parents who had turned into zombies to find Wen Qingling. Wen Qingling said he was keeping them under his watchful eyes. Why couldn't Xiao Hen believe it? Xiao Hen said, "Have you ever thought about finding your zombified relatives?" Ji Rong took a big bite of meat. What can we do if we find them? We can't kill them, and we can't let them feast on humans. We can only let them wander freely. Xiao Hen tapped the knife thoughtfully. Perhaps one day, the people who turned into zombies can turn back into humans. Ji Rong stuffed the last bite of meat into his mouth. If that day really comes, I'm willing to eat while standing on my head and having diarrhea. He Lin kicked him. You're disgusting. Ji Rong smirked and reached out to grab He Lin's meat. I'm not afraid of being disgusting. Give it to me, I'll eat it for you. He Lin pushed him away and ate a few bites of the meat in his hand. Xiao Hen put away the knife. Enough playing around, let's get to work. What's the situation ahead? He Lin took a sip of water and said, the situation is quite complicated. It's better if we go and see for yourselves. Xiao Hen glanced at him. Start the car. Ji Rong started the car and drove out. The situation was indeed more complicated than they thought. They only saw a fleet of armored vehicles, but there was no one in sight. The three of them got out of the car to investigate. The armored vehicles were neatly parked on the road, without any signs of battle. It was as if Yin Cheng and his team had disappeared into thin air. The three carefully inspected each armored vehicle. This situation was highly unusual. Yin Cheng wouldn't be crazy enough to leave the armored vehicles behind and leave his people alone. Ji Rong opened one of the doors of an armored vehicle and found traces inside. Boss, old He, come take a look. Xiao Hen and He Lin leaned into the armored vehicle. Ji Rong picked up a handful of hair with flesh still attached from the driver's seat. The three of them looked at each other. Yin Cheng and his team didn't simply disappear. Something must have happened. Ji Rong said, perhaps this is a good thing. If Yin Cheng died on the way, it has nothing to do with us or Dr. Wen. Xiao Hen's face turned serious. You're mistaken. It's better if Yin Cheng is still alive. Xiao Hen said, Wen Qingling's ability to control zombies, Yin Cheng must have told Yin Zhong. If Yin Cheng disappeared midway, the blame will definitely fall on Wen Qingling. We will also become targets of his revenge because we left the central mega city by helicopter. Yin Zhong will definitely think we informed Wen Qingling in advance. Ji Rong scratched his head. This is really F**********. Ji Rong's voice abruptly stopped. His eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, and Xiao Hen noticed his abnormality and turned to look, freezing in place as well. He Lin's exposed flesh was rapidly withering and decaying. He stammered, how? His voice was dry and harsh, only managing to say 3 words before losing the ability to speak. He couldn't believe what he saw as his hands turned dark, thin, and sharp, with pointed finger bones growing into sharp claws. His black pupils were overwhelmed by a crimson color. He Lin trembled all over, desperately clinging to his fading human consciousness. The allure of fresh flesh and blood was too strong, and he was hungry. Old He, Ji Rong called him, his voice trembling. Roar! He Lin let out a roar and pounced on Ji Rong. Ji Rong had a weapon in his hand, but he couldn't bring himself to use it against his brother. He could only use his hand to grab He Lin's neck and prevent him from biting. He Lin's sharp claws tore through Ji Rong's face and neck, the smell of blood stimulating him, driving him even more madly. Lao He! Ji Rong's eyes turned red. Xiao Hen snapped out of his shock and appeared behind He Lin. He held a sheathed long knife to restrain He Lin and separate him from Ji Rong. He Lin had completely lost his human consciousness and had become a zombie driven by the desire for flesh and blood. He Lin roared and lunged at Xiao Hen. Xiao Hen fought back, grappling with him. The crimson-eyed zombie He Lin possessed great strength, speed, and astonishing leaping ability. Xiao Hen exerted all his strength and finally managed to twist the long knife around He Lin's arms, pinning him down on the ground. Xiao Hen himself also sustained injuries from the sharp claws. Xiao Hen never drew his knife throughout the entire ordeal. Zombies didn't feel pain. He Lin struggled frantically as if he could tear off his own arms and continue fighting Xiao Hen. Xiao Hen pressed He Lin firmly with his knee and shouted to Ji Rong, find a rope. Ji Rong wiped the tears from his face, climbed onto the armored vehicle, cut off the seatbelt, and, together with Xiao Hen, tightly bound the frenzied He Lin. Looking at He Lin writhing and struggling on the ground, Ji Rong burst into tears. He turned around and kicked the door of the armored vehicle repeatedly, roaring and venting his inner collapse. The situation with He Lin was all too familiar. Xiao Hen and Ji Rong had encountered these crimson-eyed zombies in Ling City base, right in the underground parking lot. The creature that was responsible for creating these crimson-eyed zombies was the evolutionary blood anemone in Wen Qingling's hands. It was Wen Qingling. Ji Rong exclaimed in despair, Wen Qingling is not human, right? What is he exactly? Xiao Hen didn't say a word. He didn't anticipate this unexpected turn of events either. Who would have expected that the armored vehicle would contain the toxic mist left behind by the evolutionary blood anemone? Even Wen Qingling himself, if he were here, wouldn't have expected it. Ji Rong shouted, since the blood anemone is his thing, why didn't he get rid of it? Ji Rong grabbed his own hair, why did I open this car door? If I didn't open it and didn't call you to come and see, old he wouldn't have been in trouble. Why is he the one in trouble and not me? Both Xiao Hen and Ji Rong had wounds caused by He Lin's scratches, and their blood was a bright red color. They had developed antibodies and couldn't be infected. Whether it was scratches, bites, or the toxic mist, nothing could harm them. But He Lin was different. He was human, and the toxic mist had directly transformed him into a crimson-eyed zombie. Chapter 59. The commotion here was too loud, and Xiao Hen didn't have time to feel sorrow and sadness. He heard rustling sounds and immediately grabbed He Lin from the ground, stuffing him into an armored vehicle. Xiao Hen personally took the driver's seat. From the dense grass on both sides of the road, numerous red-eyed zombies suddenly emerged. They were incredibly fast, leaping and quickly approaching. Xiao Hen started the armored vehicle and shouted to Ji Rong, get in the car. Ji Rong turned around and jumped into the car, immediately closing the door. A red-eyed zombie slammed into the door. Xiao Hen stepped on the gas pedal and the armored vehicle burst forward, knocking over the red-eyed zombies blocking the way. They raced in the opposite direction, with several red-eyed zombies clinging to the roof and continuously attacking the windows, trying to get inside. FK them and their ancestors. I'll kill them. Ji Rong grabbed a wooden pole and tried to climb out through the skylight, but Xiao Hen pulled him back. Xiao Hen said, stay put. Suddenly, Xiao Hen slammed on the brakes, throwing the red-eyed zombie clinging to the roof away. Then he stepped on the gas again, running over and completely dealing with the remaining red-eyed zombies. Are you calm now? Xiao Hen asked. Ji Rong wiped his face and completely calmed down. When he saw He Lin thrown into the compartment, Ji Rong still couldn't accept it. Tears welled up in his eyes as he looked out the window in silence. Xiao Hen was also forcibly trying to stay calm, holding onto the only straw he had, which was Wen Qingling. He placed all his hopes on Wen Qingling, desperately wanting to believe that he could turn zombies back into humans. Ji Rong said despondently, what does all our perseverance mean in the end? We've watched our loved ones and comrades turn into zombies one by one. We can only watch, powerless. It's been over 2 years since the apocalypse began. Where is the vaccine that Central Megacity has always talked about? Is there really hope for humanity? Ji Rong covered his head. The 3 of us went out, but only 2 of us could come back. I don't know how to explain it to Old Shi. Old Shi doesn't need you to explain. We are prepared to sacrifice ourselves at any time, Xiao Hen said. Xiao Hen drove the armored vehicle all the way back. By the time they arrived at Ling City, it was already dawn. Xiao Hen parked the armored vehicle outside the southern city without driving straight in. The armored vehicle was loaded with weapons, and Xiao Hen didn't want Wen Qingling to misunderstand. He planned to enter when it was daylight. They hesitated to enter the city, but then Wen Qingling took the initiative to speak. This vehicle is good. Both Xiao Hen and Ji Rong couldn't sleep, and hearing Wen Qingling's voice suddenly startled them. Xiao Hen asked, you didn't rest? Resting is not important to me. Wen Qingling's focus was still on the vehicle. Where did this vehicle come from? Are there any more? Xiao Hen replied, yes, it's a bit far from here. Wen Qingling asked, ownerless vehicles? It's ownerless now, Xiao Hen answered. Wen Qingling said, very good, I want all these vehicles. Xiao Hen remained silent. Xiao Hen started the armored vehicle and drove into the southern city. They headed straight for the civilized base, and the city gate was already open. After the armored vehicle entered the base, the gate closed behind them. The civilized base was very quiet at night, with only one area, the southern city clinic, having lights. Wen Qingling was standing at the door, waiting for them. Xiao Hen and Ji Rong got out of the car, and Wen Qingling didn't have time to greet them. He was completely attracted to the armored vehicle, circling it a few times, liking what he saw. There are still how many vehicles left? Wen Qingling asked. About 30 more, and we brought one back, Xiao Hen replied. Wen Qingling couldn't wait and said, let's go, let's bring back the rest of the armored vehicles. Wait a moment, armored vehicles are different from regular cars. Knowing how to drive a car doesn't mean you can drive an armored vehicle. We need to learn, Xiao Hen explained. Wen Qingling understood and said, then let's learn. How long do we need to learn? For now, we'll find someone to learn from. We should be able to set off by daybreak, Xiao Hen said. Wen Qingling nodded and released his mental power, already preparing to call someone to learn how to drive armored vehicles. Xiao Hen reminded, it's best to find someone who knows how to drive cars. Once they learn, they can teach the others more quickly. Wen Qingling had the same idea and gathered some of the people in the base who he trusted, and they began learning how to drive armored vehicles overnight. Xiao Hen entrusted the responsibility of being the instructor to Ji Rong and asked him to teach while he wanted to have a private conversation with Wen Qingling. Facing Wen Qingling, Ji Rong didn't have the same ease as before. It was impossible for him not to hold any grudges, especially since Wen Qingling disregarded He Lin and remained focused on the armored vehicles, which irritated him even more. Ji Rong asked, where's Ild Shi? Did he go outside again? He came over, Wen Qingling replied. Shortly after, Shi Chong rushed over in a hurry upon hearing the sound of the car. When he saw the gathering of people at the clinic entrance, he looked around but couldn't find He Lin, so he couldn't help but wonder, where's old he? At the mention of He Lin, Ji Rong's temper flared, wanting to curse someone. Inside the car, continuous banging sounds could be heard. Xiao Hen and Ji Rong struggled together to drag He Lin out, while he kept roaring and struggling. Seeing He Lin in this state, Shi Chong froze on the spot and fell into a long silence. Without giving Shi Chong time to digest the situation, Xiao Hen said, you and Ji Rong will teach them how to drive armored vehicles together. Xiao Hen held onto He Lin and pulled him into the clinic, also dragging Wen Qingling along. Only after closing the door to the office, ensuring that He Lin wouldn't go crazy and escape, did Xiao Hen let go. Wen Qingling looked at the raging He Lin and asked, did you encounter the evolved blood anemone? We didn't encounter it, it should be Yin Cheng's armored vehicle team that was attacked by the evolved blood anemone. Everyone disappeared, and the armored vehicles were filled with toxic mist. When we inspected the armored vehicles, He Lin got infected, but both Ji Rong and I are fine, Xiao Hen explained. Wen Qingling shook his head and said, since he has turned into a zombie, just let him be free. There's no need to bring him back. If it were before, I might have really let him go, but now, he still has hope, Xiao Hen said. Wen Qingling raised his gaze and looked at him, asking, where is the hope? You are the hope, Xiao Hen replied. Wen Qingling shook his head. I am not hope, I might be your disaster. You won't become a disaster. I know, Xiao Hen stared at him. Wen Qingling didn't comment, whether it was hope or disaster, it was only a thought away for him. Xiao Hen asked, you can save him, right? Wen Qingling shook his head, I can't save him. Xiao Hen stared at him intensely, if you can't save him, then where did all these people in the base come from? Xiao Hen said each word clearly, don't say they are survivors. I don't believe it. Wen Qingling had already anticipated that having too much involvement with humans would eventually expose them. With a low growl, Wen Qingling pounced on Xiao Hen, pressing him against the wall. Xiao Hen didn't resist, his hands were empty, and his long knife had already been stored in the space. Wen Qingling's strength was immense, and he ruthlessly exerted pressure, not showing any mercy. Xiao Hen took a breath and said, now you want to bite me? Wen Qingling replied, even without biting, I can turn you into a zombie. Your antibodies are useless against me. Xiao Hen felt suffocated in his chest and said, save He Lin. I'll go along with whatever you decide. Wen Qingling whispered, not only you, but Ji Rong and Shi Chong also can't leave unscathed. Xiao Hen wanted to support Wen Qingling but was once again firmly pressed down. If Wen Qingling applied just a little more force, he could easily crush Xiao Hen's chest in a matter of moments. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Hen said, I'll go along with whatever you decide. Don't harm them. They are the condition for saving people. It's a trade-off. Whether to save them or not is up to me, Wen Qingling stated. Xiao Hen asked, am I not enough on my own? Wen Qingling replied, you no longer belong to yourself. You have repeatedly provoked me, and I haven't killed you. It's not because I'm kind, but because you are already in my possession. There are only two choices for you, either die or become one of my kind. It's impossible for you to leave Ling City as a human. Xiao Hen remained silent. Xiao Hen said, so, I don't even have the qualification to exchange for He Lin. Yes, you don't. I won't engage in a losing deal by using my people to exchange for others, Wen Qingling confirmed. Xiao Hen raised his hand and embraced Wen Qingling's waist, pressing him tightly against himself. The two of them were in close proximity, their breaths intertwined. Xiao Hen asked, now, do you still find me dirty? Wen Qingling's slender fingers caressed Xiao Hen's handsome face as he whispered, if you want to completely remove the general's zombie virus, there is one method. Wen Qingling's slender fingertips hooked onto Xiao Hen's collar. That is, I personally come and suck out the virus. Wen Qingling forcefully tore open Xiao Hen's collar and bit down on his left neck artery. Xiao Hen let out a muffled groan, and blood sprayed out. It was the same spot where the general had bitten him before. Wen Qingling sucked out a mouthful of poisonous blood, feeling disgusted by the general's zombie virus. He spat out the black poisonous blood and sucked out a second mouthful. By the third mouthful, the blood he spat out was already bright red. Xiao Hen was in so much pain that he could barely stand. Wen Qingling reached out and checked the bed, causing it to drift over. He threw Xiao Hen onto the bed. Xiao Hen was undergoing transformation, but his process was different from other infected individuals. His skin did not rot. The zombie virus from the general and Wen Qingling's zombie virus were fighting inside his body, causing him immense agony. Wen Qingling held him down, preventing him from falling off the bed. Suddenly, Xiao Hen's strength surged, and he flipped over, overpowering Wen Qingling. His eyes were bloodshot as he forcefully pressed his lips against Wen Qingling's. He did something he had always wanted to do but couldn't. Xiao Hen's actions were rough, completely controlled by the zombie virus. Wen Qingling's lips and tongue were crushed, blood spreading with a bloody taste. Xiao Hen unknowingly sucked his blood. Wen Qingling grabbed Xiao Hen's neck, pushing him down on the bed, staring at him with wide eyes. Wen Qingling, usually calm and composed, showed some fluctuation in his emotions at this moment. Xiao Hen was consuming his blood. Xiao Hen was likely to explode and die like those zombies. Xiao Hen's skin began to rot, his eyes turned crimson. He was enduring pain that ordinary people couldn't bear. Wen Qingling didn't want him to die, nor could he let him die. In a panic, he grabbed his backpack and took out blood anemone without hesitation, stuffing it into Xiao Hen's mouth, and making him consume it. The blood anemone had a healing effect on zombies, and Wen Qingling hoped it could save Xiao Hen. Perhaps due to the blood anemone, Xiao Hen's decaying skin began to repair itself, and his crimson eyes returned to black. When he stopped struggling and calmed down, he was still the same Xiao Hen, as if nothing had happened. Xiao Hen looked at the messy examination bed and then at himself. His skin was intact, his consciousness clear, no different from his previous self. Wen Qingling was also startled by Xiao Hen's transformation. He breathed heavily and asked, how do you feel? Xiao Hen looked at him blankly and said, am I not human anymore? As soon as he finished speaking, he furrowed his brows because he could clearly smell the scent of fresh flesh and blood. Outside the clinic, there were two living people, their scent incredibly enticing, making him want to devour them, but he managed to restrain himself. Many things that he had previously not understood now became clear. So, Wen Qingling's statement about conscious zombies being able to control their desire to eat people was not a lie. It was true, he could restrain himself. Is this the sense of smell of a zombie? Xiao Hen murmured. Wen Qingling raised an eyebrow and said, what do you feel? Xiao Hen looked at him and replied, there are only two living people within the entire civilization base. Wen Qingling smirked, didn't you already know that? Xiao Hen shook his head in a daze, I used to speculate, but I never dared to believe it was true. Wen Qingling asked, and now? Xiao Hen was still a little dazed as he said, I feel like I'm not a normal zombie. Wen Qingling asked, why do you say that? Xiao Hen reached out, and a long knife appeared in his palm. My ability is still present. Wen Qingling raised an eyebrow, confirming that he was indeed not a normal zombie. Wen Qingling asked, what else? The oppressive aura around Xiao Hen instantly surged, and he let out a roar. In the silent Lingcheng, the roars of the zombie horde could be heard from all directions, responding to Xiao Hen's call. Xiao Hen said, "It seems like I have the ability to command all zombies like the general." Wen Qingling wrinkled his nose in disdain and said, "Your aura is also similar to that zombie, but it carries my scent." Xiao Hen fell silent. Xiao Hen said, "Is there something wrong with me?" Wen Qingling sarcastically congratulated him, "Congratulations, you have finally mutated into a mishmash." Xiao Hen emitted a mixed scent, a blend of human, general, and Wen Qingling's scents. Wen Qingling's scent was dominant, followed by the human scent, and the scent of the general was the weakest. After all, Wen Qingling's main purpose was to force out the general's toxins, so even if there were remnants, they wouldn't be significant. Wen Qingling remarked, "Luckily, you don't stink, otherwise, don't think about getting close to me." Xiao Hen, speechless. Xiao Hen had obtained some of the abilities of the level 8 evolved general, and retained Wen Qingling's ability to preserve his powers. Whether this could be considered a blessing in disguise, he had consumed Wen Qingling's blood and miraculously didn't explode, surviving by sheer luck. Wen Qingling could sense the connection between him and Xiao Hen, which was different from the other civilized zombies. Xiao Hen's connection with him was unique. Perhaps it was because his transformation process was too extraordinary, resulting in a mutation that made it so peculiar. Overall, it was Wen Qingling who transformed Xiao Hen. The connection between Xiao Hen and him couldn't be severed, and with the reinforcement of his blood, no matter how strong Xiao Hen became, he couldn't escape Wen Qingling's control. Chapter 60. There was some commotion in the civilized base. Ever since the level 8 evolved zombie general left, they hadn't felt the pressure of higher-level zombies for a long time. They couldn't figure out the sudden surge of pressure. Ji Rong and Shi Chong also felt a chill down their spines. The unfamiliar roar of the zombie made them feel the pressure as well. Xiao Hen approached Wen Qingling and sniffed near his neck, saying, "You smell good. There's no foul stench of zombies or the scent of humans. What are you exactly?" Apart from Wen Qingling, all the zombies in the civilized base didn't have the rotten smell of zombies. Instead, they had a faint scent of grass and plants, and the fragrance on Wen Qingling was even stronger. If it weren't for Wen Qingling being able to infect him, Xiao Hen would have doubted whether Wen Qingling was really a zombie. He didn't look like one, and he didn't smell like one either. Wen Qingling looked at Xiao Hen, who was covered in the juice of the blood anemone, which looked like he had just eaten raw meat. Wen Qingling pushed him away in disgust and said, "We civilized zombies are supposed to live with dignity. Maintaining cleanliness is basic. Go wash up and change your clothes." Xiao Hen stood still. "Can't we let Ji Rong and Shi Chong be themselves?" Wen Qingling replied, "I don't trust humans." Xiao Hen said, "I'm no longer human. Can you trust me now?" Wen Qingling took a piece of gauze from the desk and wiped the blood-like juice off Xiao Hen's face. "You still need further observation." Xiao Hen grabbed his wrist. "Between us, you're the dominant one. You can suppress me. Isn't that enough for you to feel at ease?" Wen Qingling replied, "I can control your actions but not your thoughts." Wen Qingling tapped his chest. "Your heart still belongs to the human camp. I want your heart to be on my side too." Xiao Hen gazed at him. "My heart has long been with you." Pale hands pressed against Xiao Hen's chest, and Wen Qingling slowly spoke, "That statement is true, but you still can't let go of humans." Xiao Hen sighed softly. "As far as I know, zombies don't have special abilities, right?" Wen Qingling said, "You and I are both anomalies in the zombie world." Xiao Hen shook his head. "No, I'm not. It's you who allowed me to retain my spatial ability. If it weren't for Wen Qingling, Xiao Hen would definitely not have been able to keep his spatial ability." He didn't know the role Wen Qingling played in this, but Xiao Hen could sense that the source was Wen Qingling. Xiao Hen said, "Your mansion isn't built yet. If you turn Shi Chong into a zombie, he will lose his earth-based ability. Do you also want to personally convert him?" Wen Qingling replied, "Converting you is already troublesome enough. I don't want to create another problem." Xiao Hen said, "So, for now, you can't let him become one of us." Xiao Hen continued, "And what about Ji Rong? He has antibodies in his body and can't be infected by the zombie virus. Will you personally do it?" Wen Qingling crossed his arms. "I'm the leader. Have you ever seen a leader do everything themselves? If even converting a human requires the leader to do it personally, what's the use of having subordinates?" Xiao Hen remained silent. Xiao Hen asked, so, how will you infect Jirong then? Wen Qingling arrogantly said, I don't need to do it myself. The blood corpse can infect him. Xiao Hen's expression turned serious. You've subdued the blood corpse. Wen Qingling replied, that's right. He's now my zombie underling. Xiao Hen said, he's very dangerous. Wen Qingling said, he poses no threat to me. Xiao Hen fell silent for a moment before speaking, let them choose for themselves. Can we do that? Wen Qingling dropped the gauze from his hand. Do you think anyone would willingly become a zombie? Xiao Hen sighed, they are my soldiers. Perhaps they will make different choices. Wen Qingling stared at him for 2 seconds. You and they are no longer the same species. They may not continue to listen to you. Xiao Hen had faith in his brothers who had gone through life and death with him. They will listen. Wen Qingling said, let's make a bet. Go and tell them now that you have become a zombie, that everyone in the civilized base is a zombie. Let's see how they react. If they willingly become zombies, I welcome their joining. If they have any doubts, I will kill them on the spot. Wen Qingling added, no one can deceive me. Xiao Hen asked, so, in the end, there are only 2 options, death or becoming a zombie. Wen Qingling replied, of course. I'm very open-minded. The civilized zombies in the base voluntarily live with dignity. I never force zombies. Xiao Hen remained silent. So, you force humans instead. Xiao Hen didn't clean himself up. In such a disheveled state, with a face covered in blood stains, he walked out of the clinic. Ji Rong and Shi Chong, who were still in the training area, were stunned when they saw their boss like that. This appearance was just too much like a zombie that had just eaten a person. Ji Rong widened his eyes. Boss, how did you? Wen Qingling calmly followed behind, and all the civilized zombies looked at him. They had already known about the changes in the clinic because the scent of the 3 humans had dwindled down to 2. Xiao Hen said, I'm no longer human. The entire civilized base is not human. They are all zombies. Ji Rong, with an expression frozen in shock, looked around and dryly said, boss, are you joking? How could they be zombies? At Wen Qingling's command, all the civilized zombies in training let out a collective zombie roar. Ji Rong couldn't hold on to any last hope. His expression turned extremely grim. Is, General, turning you into a zombie? Or, Ji Rong's gaze fell on Wen Qingling. Or did he bite you? Wen Qingling replied, whether the transformation is caused by the level 8 zombie or by being bitten by me, what's the difference? Ji Rong clenched his teeth. There's a huge difference. How can being passive and being active be the same? Xiao Hen said, I voluntarily chose to be transformed. Now I am the same kind of zombie as Qingling. Ji Rong thought to himself, boss, you're done for. You're throwing away all principles and choosing to be a zombie instead of remaining a good person. What kind of twisted love is this? Ji Rong had already seen through it. The position of the family head belongs to Wen Qingling, and their boss was nothing but a man dependent on others. When Shi Chong, who was usually quiet, came out, he asked, where's old he? Can he also become like the people inside the base? Wen Qingling replied, come out. Shi Chong and Ji Rong both looked towards the clinic, where He Lin, who had turned into a red-eyed zombie, walked out unharmed. When Wen Qingling came out, he threw a blood anemone at He Lin. Now, he was a decent civilized zombie. He Lin put his hands in his pockets and greeted them, old Shi, old Ji. Seeing He Lin, who had turned into a red-eyed zombie, in front of them, Shi Chong and Ji Rong's eyes turned slightly red. Shi Chong asked, He Lin, how do you feel? He Lin smiled stiffly, his expression rigid. I feel like I've stepped into a new world. My senses are as sharp as someone with psychic powers. Xiao Hen said, the people inside the base were originally zombies. It was Qingling who saved them and made them live like normal humans. Shi Chong nodded. Since the boss and He Lin are no longer human, it's not interesting for us to remain human either. How can we become like you? Ji Rong's gloomy mood also brightened up. Your existence is cheating. How is it any different from being human? Ji Rong said, since we're zombies, there must be a hierarchy among you, right? Who is the highest ranked zombie among you? I want the highest ranked zombie to transform me. Is it Dr. Wen? Can you transform me? I want to become stronger. Stronger. Wen Qingling was stunned. It was unbelievable that someone was eagerly competing to become a zombie. This was abnormal, absolutely abnormal. Xiao Hen smiled and looked at Wen Qingling. What do you think? Wen Qingling was a bit suspicious at this moment. He wondered if his mind-reading ability was malfunctioning, otherwise, how could he sense that they all genuinely wanted to become zombies? Shi Chong's eyes lit up suddenly, and he said seriously, if possible, I also want the strongest zombie to transform me. Wen Qingling crossed his arms and said, the teeth of this lord are precious, and I can't just bite anyone. Only the highest-ranked ones among you are worthy of the blood corpse. Ji Rong and Shi Chong shook their heads, rejecting the idea decisively. Ji Rong said, I would rather die than become an ugly blood corpse. Shi Chong added, although I don't care much about appearances, I can't accept becoming a blood corpse like that either. Ji Rong glanced at their boss and found that the boss had no intention of helping. He was just standing there with a silly smile on his face. He truly was a soft-hearted man, wasn't he? Wen Qingling made a decision. No, it's not possible. Ji Rong felt aggrieved. Why not? Wen Qingling replied coldly, dirty. Ji Rong. Was he being called dirty? Disgusting. Ji Rong refused to accept it. Why am I considered dirty? Compared to a blood corpse, am I really that much dirtier? Wen Qingling's face was expressionless. Biting people is filthy. Ji Rong looked at his boss with a sense of grievance, only to find that the boss had no intention of helping at all. He was just standing there with a silly smile on his face. This guy was truly a soft-hearted man, wasn't he? Wen Qingling made a decision. Learn how to drive first. Let's talk about it after bringing back all the armored vehicles. Shi Chong, continue building the big house. Xiao Hen made a valid point. Their abilities were very useful, and once they turned into zombies, they would lose their powers. That wasn't a good deal. Wen Qingling decided to talk to the 4 research assistants and see if there was a way to preserve their abilities when transforming them into zombies. With the gloom gone from his heart, Wen Qingling felt more enthusiastic about teaching. Ji Rong was like a chicken injected with adrenaline, his voice becoming several degrees louder than before. After teaching, he would always approach Wen Qingling, trying to please him. Ji Rong asked, Dr. Wen, can all decayed zombies be saved and transformed into civilized zombies? Wen Qingling had already seen through his thoughts. Decayed zombies have to volunteer themselves, and it will cost 100 regular crystal cores per zombie. Ji Rong grinned like a fool. Alright, don't worry, I guarantee that I'll gather those crystal cores for you. Ji Rong happily ran off to continue watching them practice driving. Xiao Hen approached and asked, don't you understand? Wen Qingling nodded. I always thought that only decayed zombies with ideals and aspirations would actively seek to become civilized zombies. Why are even humans in such a hurry to become civilized zombies? Xiao Hen said, Ji Rong and Shi Chong have no family left. For them, their brothers are everything. If their brothers change, they don't mind changing too. Xiao Hen looked at the civilized zombies who were earnestly learning. If news of the existence of civilized zombies spreads, it may be seen as a new kind of rebirth for ordinary survivors. They would be willing to become powerful civilized zombies who are not afraid of infection and can live a comfortable life because they have no choice. If they had to choose between death and becoming a civilized zombie, they would definitely choose to become a civilized zombie. Civilized zombies could be considered a new form of existence. Their potential dangers and future were still unknown to them. They could only take it step by step. If Wen Qingling only saved those who had turned into zombies, Xiao Hen would support him wholeheartedly. Without being in the midst of it, one wouldn't understand. When he truly became a civilized zombie, he would know. This group was like an enhanced version of humans. If civilized zombies could develop and reproduce like humans, would they become a new species to replace humans? No one could say for sure. Wen Qingling glanced at him askew. You're wrong. Not all decayed zombies qualify to become civilized zombies, and civilized zombies are not the last resort for humans. If they want to become civilized zombies, I'm not interested in taking them in. Xiao Hen, speechless. He was just making an objective analysis and didn't mean to belittle civilized zombies. Chapter 61. As the sky grew brighter, everyone got on the large trucks and set off to retrieve the armored vehicles. Shi Chong was left behind to continue building the house, while Xiao Hen, Ji Rong, and He Lin went along to help. Before leaving, Wen Qingling called the sisters and the blood corpse over and asked them to keep a close eye on Ling City. He knew that the little mouse hiding in the shadows would surely make a move once he left. The sisters and the blood corpse both assured him that they would take good care of the home. Before leaving, The blood corpse couldn't resist teasing Xiao Hen, congratulating him on finally becoming one of them and joining the big family of zombies. However, their enmity still remained and wouldn't be resolved just because Xiao Hen had changed his kind. Xiao Hen, driving an off-road vehicle, followed behind the large truck and asked, "Are we baiting them out?" Wen Qingling replied, "No time to play hide and seek with them. Let them have a chance to cause trouble, and when I come back, I'll deal with them all at once." Wen Qingling observed for a day and a night but didn't notice anything unusual. Those things were definitely watching him from the shadows, waiting for him to leave. Lingcheng was quite far from the location where the armored vehicles were parked. The group arrived at their destination in the afternoon. The armored vehicles were still there, but Xiao Hen's off-road vehicle, which he had left behind, was gone. The previously closed door of one of the armored vehicles was shut, while the unopened door of another vehicle was now open. Clearly, someone had been here. Wen Qingling asked Xiao Hen, "Are all the armored vehicles here?" Xiao Hen didn't speak and went straight to the back of the armored vehicle convoy. When they came here yesterday, something happened in the middle section, so they didn't see the back. Now, when they looked again, there were skid marks from an abrupt stop and tracks of the armored vehicles leaving. Xiao Hen carefully observed and finally confirmed that 3 armored vehicles were missing. Xiao Hen said, "3 are missing." Wen Qingling asked, "Were they stolen?" Xiao Hen shook his head. "Not necessarily. It could also be that there were survivors in the armored vehicle convoy. They realized something was wrong up ahead and turned around to escape. After all, there aren't many people who can drive armored vehicles unless they've received specialized training." Wen Qingling pondered for a moment and said, "So you're saying there's a possibility that Yin Cheng is still alive?" Xiao Hen nodded with a serious expression. If Yin Cheng was indeed alive, where would he go? Did he return to Central Mega City? Xiao Hen looked at Ji Rong and He Lin, and they understood. Ji Rong said, "I am old, he will go back and check." Wen Qingling said, "He Lin will go back alone, and you will stay." Ji Rong hesitated for a moment. Ji Rong said, "It's more convenient to have 2 people coordinating. If one person encounters trouble, there won't even be someone to deliver the message." Wen Qingling interrupted, "He Lin alone is enough. You would be a burden if you go with him." Ji Rong fell silent. Wen Qingling continued, "If I want someone to coordinate, I have a better candidate, Lin Sheng." A young bald-headed man swiftly ran over and stood straight, exclaiming, "Present." Just by looking at his posture and the loudness of his voice, one could tell he used to be a soldier. Wen Qingling said, "Lin Sheng, you will go back with He Lin?" Lin Sheng replied, "Yes." Ji Rong looked at their boss, seeking his opinion. Xiao Hen nodded, indicating that they should follow Wen Qingling's arrangement. They were no longer human and were not afraid of encountering zombie attacks along the way. Even if they drove through a horde of zombies, there would be no danger. Bringing Ji Rong, a living person, would not serve much purpose other than attracting the zombies. He Lin and Lin Sheng drove off in the off-road vehicle. They weren't too far from Central Mega City now and should be able to reach it by tomorrow morning. Wen Qingling scanned with his psychic power and found that there were still 36 armored vehicles there. Wen Qingling waved his hand and said, "1 person per vehicle, drive them all back." The rookie drivers were not expected to drive in a straight line. As long as they could safely bring the armored vehicles back, even if they had to make U-turns or drive into ditches, Wen Qingling would accept it. However, 1 person didn't follow the usual route. Instead of going straight or making U-turns, they drove directly into a ditch, causing laughter to erupt. The rookie driver climbed out of the driver's seat, with a dirty and embarrassed face. They saw pairs of eyes hidden in the lush vegetation, revealing the survivors who were hiding there. The survivors looked terrified and didn't dare to make a sound. The rookie driver glanced at them, ignored them, and tried to flip the armored vehicle with all their strength. With their current strength, they could easily overturn ordinary cars or off-road vehicles, but the armored vehicle was quite heavy. It was a bit too much for the strength of a civilized zombie. The rookie driver's face turned red from exertion. "Could a few people come and help? I can't lift it." A civilized zombie walked over, laughing and cursing, "Are you kidding me? I've seen you eat more meat than anyone else, but you struggle with flipping a vehicle. Damn, it's really heavy. Get a few more people here." Wen Qingling appeared beside them and used his strength to flip the armored vehicle with a loud thud. Xiao Hen, speechless. Everyone, speechless. Ji-rong swallowed his saliva, indicating that he didn't dare to speak. It was too terrifying. This armored vehicle must have weighed over 10 or 20 tons, yet Wen Qingling easily flipped it over. Wen Qingling turned around and said, "Ji-rong, come and straighten it." Ji-rong jumped in surprise, nearly leaping in place. Oh okay. He was particularly obedient and well-behaved. Ji-rong adjusted the armored vehicle and patted the shoulder of the rookie driver. He spoke earnestly, "Brother, be more focused. Did I teach you to drive the armored vehicle into a ditch?" The rookie driver replied, "It was a mistake, a mistake. I accidentally pressed the wrong pedal. I can definitely drive properly this time." Ji-rong managed to maintain his instructor's composure. Finally, the rookie driver could barely get on the road, although they couldn't drive in a straight line. As long as they didn't drive into a ditch, it was good enough. Once the armored vehicles rumbled away, only the large trucks and a few civilized zombies remained. Wen Qingling's gaze finally fell on the vegetation on both sides. He already knew there were people hiding in there, and he originally intended to ignore them. However, Wen Qingling sensed that they were all extremely frightened, which puzzled him. Everyone present, except for Ji-rong, knew that there were people hiding in the grass. The scent of fresh human flesh was incredibly strong, and they couldn't hide it from the zombies. Xiao Hen, who had recently turned into a zombie, was still adjusting to his heightened sense of smell, especially with so many people hiding in this area. Wen Qingling swept his gaze over the grass on both sides and said, "Come out." The survivors hiding in the grass remained motionless. Wen Qingling said, "Ji-rong, set fire to this vegetation." Ji-rong was a bit puzzled but followed the order. He conjured a large fireball in his hand. The grass shook violently, and someone panicked and exclaimed, Don't set it on fire. We're coming out." If that fire went down, they would have no chance of survival. Ji-rong watched as dozens of people emerged from both sides of the road. He couldn't help but admire them. These people had been forged by the messed-up apocalypse, with exceptional hiding skills. They didn't make a single sound. Impressive. Although these survivors showed themselves, no one approached them. They still stood in the ditch, watching them warily. Xiao Hen also noticed that something was off with these people's emotions. "Why were you hiding here?" Someone replied, "We wanted to drive the armored vehicles, but no one knew how to operate them. When we heard the sound of vehicles approaching, we hid." Xiao Hen asked, "Are you survivors from this area?" The survivors shook their head. "No, we escaped from somewhere else and passed through here." Ji-rong, curious, asked, "Where are you trying to go?" The survivors shook their head again. "I don't know." Ji-rong found it strange. "Why don't you find a base to settle down?" Upon hearing the word, base, fear appeared on the survivor's face. "We can't go to a base. Bases are even more dangerous. It's safer to wander outside." Ji-rong chuckled, "Bases are dangerous, but the outside isn't. There are zombies everywhere. Aren't you afraid of being eaten?" The survivor helplessly shook their head. "Being eaten by zombies or being eaten by people, we would rather be eaten by zombies." Xiao Hen's gaze narrowed slightly. "Eaten by people?" The survivor spoke fearfully. "Yes, now zombies eat people, mutated plants and animals eat people, and even people start eating people." The survivor looked warily at the people around them and Wen Qingling's group. "You don't know if the people around you are humans or monsters. Walking down the street, the person who brushes past you could turn around and bite your neck. In our base, there were no zombie attacks, but it was destroyed from within. People went crazy, biting and eating each other. We didn't trust anyone, always on guard. Even so, some monsters wearing human skin managed to infiltrate. We lost many people along the way. We don't know who is human and who is a monster wearing human skin." The survivors' eyes turned bloodshot as they stared fearfully and vigilantly at the people around them and Wen Qingling's group. Wen Qingling asked Xiao Hen, "Zombies shouldn't be considered the main villains of the apocalypse anymore, right? A bigger villain has appeared, hasn't it?" Xiao Hen remained silent. Was it the right time to be caught up in this question? Ji-rong was already confused. Are they humans or monsters after all? The survivor said, "They look like humans on the outside, but they eat people." Ji-rong was doubly baffled. Is there no way to distinguish them? Like their behavior, appearance, or any distinguishing features? The survivors shook their head. "No, they look just like humans, or maybe they are humans, but they eat people." Ji-rong was also at a loss, looking at the two seniors, hoping they could come up with a solution. Xiao Hen asked, "How powerful are they?" The survivor excitedly said, "They're extremely powerful, just like evolved zombies." Xiao Hen had doubts in his mind. What about their running speed and jumping ability? Survivor, have you seen evolved zombies? Of course, they can run very fast. They can jump from the ground to the second floor in an instant. We've seen it with our own eyes. It's especially terrifying. Xiao Hen looked at Wen Qingling, who already had an idea in mind. Maybe the things that had been attacking civilized zombies were these creatures. They had quite the courage, even daring to eat Wen Qingling's people. They must have had their fill of living. Wen Qingling turned and got into the car. Let's go back. The few remaining people boarded the large truck, and the driver sped up to the maximum speed. They took a shortcut and rumbled back to the base. It was already completely dark by the time they returned, and the armored vehicle team hadn't arrived yet. Wen Qingling called the two sisters and the blood corpse over to ask if they had seen any humans entering Ling City. Both the sisters and blood corpse shook their heads at the same time. Blood corpse looked at him strangely. Do you have no idea about the situation in Ling City now? Who would dare to enter? Wen Qingling asked, are you sure? The sisters exchanged glances, not daring to speak too confidently. We didn't find anything in the territory we patrolled. Blood corpse shrugged. I didn't find anything either. Wen Qingling said, are there any humans lingering outside Ling City? Both the sisters and blood corpse said they hadn't seen anything. Wen Qingling let them go back. They didn't have psychic abilities, so they could only sense a limited area of zombies. It would be too much to ask them to monitor the entire Ling City. Chapter 62. Since last night, Wen Qingling hasn't returned home after all the commotion. Ji Rong and Shi Chong have already become reserved civilized zombies. Wen Qingling made an exception for them, allowing them to live in the base. They could either look for a new house or stay in Xiao Hen's house. That's right, the villa next to the Wen family's residence has been allocated to Xiao Hen. It will be Xiao Hen's new dwelling from now on. As soon as Wen Qingling entered the house, he was startled by his parents standing in the dark living room. The dimly lit room with two figures appearing suddenly was indeed quite scary. Wen Qingling, speechless. Wen Qingling, why aren't you resting? Mom, did you give up on your beauty sleep? Zhong Lan mysteriously pulled Wen Qingling to sit on the sofa. Tell Mom the truth, did you win over Xiao Xiao? Wen Qingling thought for a moment. He had only transformed him, but what he truly felt was still unknown. It couldn't be considered as winning over. Wen Qingling shook his head. No. Wen Zheng breathed a sigh of relief. See, I told you that you were overthinking. Zhong Lan scolded, shut up. Wen Zheng obediently fell silent and dared not speak. Zhong Lan grabbed the chicken feather blanket hidden under the coffee table and without a second thought, started hitting her son. Wen Qingling quickly jumped up and rushed behind his biological father, seeking refuge. Dad, protect me. Wen Zheng evaded repeatedly. You protect yourself. Don't drag me into this. Just kidding, if his wife was angered, she would not only hit their son but also him. Shouldn't the score be settled between being hit together or just one person getting hit? Unable to get rid of his troublesome son, Wen Zheng immediately turned the tables and held onto his son, not letting him escape. Darling, I've caught him. Start hitting. Wen Qingling, speechless. Zhong Lan rushed over in anger and started hitting Wen Qingling's legs. Although it didn't hurt, her imposing manner was quite intimidating. Wen Qingling's reaction to his biological mother twisting his ear in the chicken feather blanket has become a conditioned reflex. Even though he couldn't feel any pain, being beaten by his mother still felt very painful to him. Wen Qingling hopped on the spot. Mom, what did I do wrong? Zhong Lan was so angry that she gasped for breath. Don't call me, Mom. I'm currently beating a scum man. Wen Qingling, Mrs. Zhong, open your eyes and see clearly. I'm not a scum man. Zhong Lan pointed at him with the chicken feather blanket. You still deny it. The news about you transforming Xiao Xiao has spread throughout the entire base. You bit him and still refuse to take responsibility. If you're not a scum man, then what are you? Wen Qingling, speechless. Wen Qingling, speechless. Wen Qingling, speechless. Wen Qingling had nothing to say. It was indeed him who bit the person, and he couldn't deny it. Zhong Lan furiously said, you don't want to take responsibility for what you did. Why did you bite him? Wen Qingling, the situation is more complicated. Wen Qingling looked at the chicken feather blanket pointed at him and could only obediently admit fault. Yes, I was wrong. I will take responsibility for it. Zhang Lan put away the chicken feather blanket. Do you know why I hit you? Wen Qingling, because I don't take responsibility for biting someone. Zhang Lan glared at him. That's just one aspect. On the other hand, I don't want you to become a promiscuous person. I heard that your circle is quite chaotic. I can accept that you like the same sex, but I can't accept you being promiscuous. Zhang Lan's temper rose again. You like men, and I don't oppose that. But you can't bring a string of boyfriends home to me. If you want to be in a relationship, find someone you truly like and settle down. Don't play around and flirt with others all the time. Do you understand? Wen Qingling listened earnestly. I understand. Wen Zheng, looking as if he had been struck by lightning, raised his hand stiffly. I don't understand. Zhang Lan stared at him. What don't you understand? Wen Zheng observed his son repeatedly. Darling, we did give birth to a son, right? Zhang Lan crossed her arms. Definitely our son. Wen Zheng looked a bit confused. Our son likes someone else's son. It doesn't seem right. Shouldn't he like someone else's daughter? Zhang Lan was already hopeless about his reaction. Our son likes boys, do you understand? Wen Zheng, speechless. Wen Zheng looked bewildered. Hold on, let me process this. Wen Zheng, when you said, win over, you weren't referring to recruiting Xiaohen, but to that, win over. Zhang Lan nodded. Yes. Wen Zheng's eyes glazed over, and he mechanically turned around. I must not have woken up yet. I'm sleepwalking right now. I'll go back to sleep and talk about it tomorrow. Zhang Lan, speechless. Wen Qingling, speechless. Zhang Lan whispered, your dad got shocked. Let him recover slowly. Wen Qingling, okay. Zhang Lan threw the chicken feather blanket aside and followed. It's already the apocalypse, and you're talking about taking it easy. What's the point of acting like a human when you're already a zombie? If you have feelings, then take action. Wen Qingling, speechless. Thankfully, his biological father shared the firepower, or else he would definitely be in trouble tonight. The next morning, before his parents woke up, Wen Qingling had already slipped away. He went to find the 4 research assistants to discuss some matters and also avoid attention. Wen Qingling didn't know if his parents had cooled down yet, so he didn't dare to go home. He could only drive around Ling City, and by noon, he ended up in the city center where his big house was almost finished being built. Wen Qingling had thought that his parents were still at the base saving the accidental zombies, but he didn't expect them to be in the city center as well. In the morning, Xiaohen didn't see Wen Qingling, so he went to the city center with Ji Rong and Shi Chong to check the specific planning of the area. At noon, Zhang Lan and Wen Zheng came over to inspect the progress of the construction of the big house. Xiaohen couldn't ignore Wen Qingling's parents, so he had a brief chat with them. However, the conversation started to become uncontrollable. Originally, Xiaohen was asking about the future planning of Ling City, but somehow the topic shifted to how many people were in his family and who was still alive, where they lived, whether Xiaohen had someone he liked, and what he thought of Wen Qingling and so on. Ji Rong was scared out of his wits and cowardly slipped away. That was the legendary Wen Qingling, the one who could flip an armored vehicle with his bare hands. Who would dare to say anything bad about him? Xiaohen, speechless. Zhang Lan tried to smile warmly, even though her smile was stiff. She had to make an effort to look good while smiling. It's okay, just tell us your thoughts about our Qingling. Xiaohen's embarrassment was almost written on his face. He wasn't a fool. Wen Qingling's parents suddenly asked about his family and personal situation, even if he didn't realize it at first, he had enough time to process it now. In front of Wen Qingling's parents, Xiaohen didn't know how to respond. If Wen Qingling also had feelings for him, then he could face Wen Qingling's parents more calmly. But now, how should he answer? Whatever he said would be his wishful thinking. Zhang Lan asked, do you hate him? Xiaohen was puzzled, why would I hate him? Zhang Lan was also puzzled, he turned you into one of us. Don't you hate him? Wen Qingling quietly parked his car, got out quietly, and approached quietly, preparing to eavesdrop from a close distance. Xiaohen paused for a moment before saying, before this, I had already prepared myself to turn into a zombie at any time. After being bitten by the general, I had given up hope. Now that I've become like this, I feel fortunate. Xiaohen continued, I willingly underwent the transformation, so I don't hate him. Zhang Lan and Wen Zheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. What they feared the most was their son disregarding someone else's will and forcibly turning them. That would not only drive people away but also potentially create enemies. Zhang Lan smiled and said, "Then what do you think of our Qingling?" Xiao Hen smiled with a hint of bitterness. "He's great." Xiao Hen, who usually had a serious demeanor, suddenly smiled. Zhang Lan, who couldn't resist Xiao Hen's charm, received a sudden blow to her old heart, clutching her chest. "I can't take it anymore. Why does Xiao Xiao smile so beautifully, so naturally, completely unforced? He's even better than his biological parents. My old heart." Xiao Hen, speechless. When Qingling emerged from behind cover, "Now you understand what I meant by not taking him down, right?" The three of them looked at him with different expressions. When Qingling said, "Xiao Hen is now at most 1/3 civilized zombie. 2/3 of his body still belongs to humans in the general. His natural expression is not my doing, but his own evolution." The three of them continued to stare at him. When Qingling blinked and said, "I'm stating a fact. He can be a civilized zombie, he can be human, and he can also be the general, although he's a weak general. This means he has 3 choices, and he could rebel at any time." Xiao Hen immediately clarified, "I won't do anything to harm civilized zombies." When Qingling replied, "It's not just about saying it with your mouth." Xiao Hen helplessly asked, "How can I make you believe me?" When Qingling responded, "Can you kill all humans?" Xiao Hen, speechless. Xiao Hen asked seriously, "Are you serious?" When Qingling answered, "Yes." Xiao Hen, speechless. When Qingling continued, "I know you can't do it. You can't let go of your duty as a soldier, and you can't take off the military uniform you're wearing. Your identity, your heart, and your emotional attachment are all with humans. How can you expect me to believe you?" Xiao Hen said, "Humans and civilized zombies can coexist peacefully." When Qingling looked at him deeply and said, "From the fact that you put humans before civilized zombies, I can see your choice." Xiao Hen, speechless. When Qingling turned and left, and Xiao Hen quickly caught up with him. Zhang Lan and Wen Zheng exchanged a glance, finally realizing that the problem between the two of them wasn't about liking or loving each other, but about race and choice. If Xiao Hen truly sided with the humans, they couldn't allow their son to be with him no matter what. Civilized zombies couldn't become sacrifices and tools for humans. They should exist independently and not become subordinate to any race. Xiao Hen grabbed Wen Qingling's arm and asked, "Why do you want to force me to make such a choice? Do you really want me to kill all humans?" Wen Qingling replied, "I don't care about humans. What I want to know is your attitude. Your thoughts tell me that you can't let go of humans, and you want to go back to them, right?" Xiao Hen knew that Wen Qingling could sense people's true thoughts, so lying to him was meaningless. Xiao Hen said, "I still have unfinished business. I can't just stay in Lingcheng and not go back." Wen Qingling stared at him, "Go back?" Xiao Hen looked determined, "Yes." Wen Qingling's eyes flashed with a cold light, "Say it again." Xiao Hen replied, "I have a reason to go back. Wait for me." "Ah." Wen Qingling pushed him away forcefully, not controlling his strength, and it sounded like he heard the sound of his breastbone breaking. Xiao Hen stepped back, clutching his chest, his face showing pain. Being a partially transformed zombie still had its drawbacks, such as retaining human sensitivity, including pain. After his transformation, Xiao Hen's physical strength had greatly increased compared to before, but it was still not enough against Wen Qingling's monstrous strength, especially in an accidental situation. Wen Qingling said angrily, "I'll say it again, you belong to me. You belong to the civilized base. Besides here, there's nowhere else worth using the word, go back, for. Don't even think about leaving here unless you die." Xiao Hen took a deep breath and said, "Wen Qingling, you always say that I belong to you. Then let me ask you, what am I to you?" Wen Qingling replied, "You're mine, isn't that enough?" Xiao Hen asked, "And what about the other people in the base? What are they to you?" Wen Qingling answered, "They're also mine." Xiao Hen's heart had already turned cold halfway, and he said, "So, there's no difference between me and them, right?" Wen Qingling said, "There's a difference." The flickering hope was extinguished once again, and Xiao Hen said, "What difference?" Wen Qingling replied, "They are all 100% loyal to me, but you're not. You're constantly thinking about humans, about leaving, about rebelling against me. Xiao Hen, speechless. He realized that he shouldn't have held on to hope. Before, he didn't understand, but now that he has a partial zombie lineage, he can understand Wen Qingling. Zombies, even civilized ones, are essentially emotionless walking corpses. Even though they are civilized, their emotions are still lacking. Xiao Hen still retains his human lineage, and he can feel that his emotions have faded compared to before. As the progenitor-level existence of all civilized zombies, Wen Qingling hardly has any emotions left besides his affection for his parents. Or rather, even familial affection is absent. Their family can only be maintained through blood ties, devoid of any emotional connection. Xiao Hen felt bitter in his heart. Wen Qingling, how much of your emotions do you have left? Wen Qingling didn't speak. At this point, he had forgotten what emotions even were. What kind of feeling was that? He had completely forgotten. Wen Qingling glanced at Xiao Hen's hand clutching his chest, then looked again after a couple of seconds, and finally approached him. A green energy ball appeared in his palm. He took Xiao Hen's hand and pressed the green energy ball onto Xiao Hen's injured breastbone. Xiao Hen wasn't in much pain anymore. His injuries were healing, as he possessed the dual regenerative power of Wen Qingling and the general. This slight injury only caused him momentary pain and would soon self-heal. However, if Wen Qingling wanted to treat him, he certainly wouldn't refuse. Xiao Hen kept looking at him. Wen Qingling ignored him, lowering his gaze and focusing on the treatment. Xiao Hen lowered his voice and called him again. Wen Qingling still didn't respond. Xiao Hen continued to lower his voice. Qingling. Wen Qingling raised his eyes and looked at him. Xiao Hen's gaze fell on his light-colored lips as if tempted. Xiao Hen leaned in, wanting to kiss him, but Wen Qingling turned his face away, avoiding it. Wen Qingling said, calling me, Dad, won't work either. I won't let you go. Xiao Hen, speechless. Xiao Hen was both annoyed and amused. He had no idea what to do with a zombie who didn't even have emotions. How could he inspire him? How could he teach him to like and love? Chapter 63. Xiao Hen, civilized conversation, no physical violence, can we do that? I don't have the general's defensive power, I can't withstand your physical strength. Wen Qingling, if it's about leaving, there's no need to talk anymore. I won't agree. Xiao Hen sighed, I promise, I'll come back as soon as I deal with things over there, okay? Wen Qingling glanced at him sideways. This time he had learned his lesson and knew whom to use, come back, on. It seemed that he still needed to be taught. Wen Qingling said firmly, no. Xiao Hen, I came to Ling City to carry out a mission. If I don't go back there for a long time, they will definitely send someone to investigate. And there's also Yin Cheng's side. It's unknown whether he's alive or dead. If he returns alive, he will definitely cause trouble again. If he really turns into a red-eyed zombie, this matter will likely be blamed on both of us. Wen Qingling, so what? If humans want to go to war, I'm ready to accompany them. Xiao Hen, speechless. Xiao Hen, why make a big fuss about something that can be easily resolved? Wen Qingling stared at him and said, as long as it's your matter, it's not a big fuss. Xiao Hen, speechless. Xiao Hen was once again enticed by Wen Qingling's words. Wen Qingling turned around and got into the car. Anyone who dares to touch me, I will make sure they regret it. Just as the car door opened, Wen Qingling suddenly sensed someone outside Ling City, shouting at the top of their lungs, Boss, are you really in Ling City? Boss, something big happened, boss. Wen Qingling slammed the car door shut and rushed towards the outskirts. Xiao Hen didn't possess the impregnable defense of the general, or the ability to disrupt people's thoughts, nor did he have the general's ability to create a mountain of corpses. However, he did possess the general's power to control all zombies, teleportation, and self-healing abilities, as well as one particular ability that he found extremely useful, especially in combat, precognition. During the fight with the general, Xiao Hen had already noticed that the general would always appear in the location where he was about to appear. It wasn't a coincidence or the general seeing through his moves. It was an ability inherent to the 8th level evolutionary zombie. He hadn't realized it before, but just now, when Wen Qingling reached out to push him, Xiao Hen had foreseen it. However, he didn't dodge, and to his surprise, Wen Qingling's strength was greater than he had anticipated, resulting in his breastbone being directly broken. Shang Shu, a bald man over 1.8 meters tall, was crawling on top of the pickup truck. He was scared like a little chick, curled up into a ball, and his hands holding the weapon were trembling. 3 zombie wolves were scattered around the car, vigilantly staring at the zombies trying to pounce on them. Shang Shu was about to wet himself. He had said that Ling City should not be approached. Just by looking at the density of zombies outside, could anyone still live inside Ling City? Just the thought of it made Shang Shu feel like collapsing on the spot. If it weren't for the 3 zombie wolves clearing the way, he wouldn't have been able to make it here at all. This was already Shang Shu's limit. He wouldn't go any further. While orders were important, one's own life was even more important. Suddenly, Wen Qingling appeared, and Shang Shu let out a scream. He slipped and fell from the roof of the car, and in a very ungraceful manner, he crawled and rolled forward, trying to pounce on Wen Qingling's leg. But Wen Qingling agilely retreated, stepping on the clumsy human's shoulder, preventing him from getting close. When Xiao Hen appeared, he saw Shang Shu being pinned down by Wen Qingling, still waving his arms incessantly, trying to cling to Wen Qingling's leg, even disregarding his precious weapons. The long knife appeared in Xiao Hen's hand. He approached and pulled Wen Qingling away, sheathing his knife. Shang Shu's arms immediately went numb. Xiao Hen had an expressionless face. "Are you awake?" Shang Shu gasped for breath and kept rubbing his arms. "I'm awake, I was just too excited. I didn't expect the boss to really be in Ling City. There are too many zombies here, they've been surrounding me. I thought I would die here today, but I didn't expect the boss to really come." Wen Qingling asked, "Why did you come here?" Shang Shu stood up from the ground, picked up his precious wooden warehouse, and said anxiously, "Something big happened, boss. All the people you sent to transport the mutated livestock and poultry died." Wen Qingling's aura sank. "What happened? Explain clearly." Shang Shu felt like a 1,000-pound boulder was pressing down on him. His knees went weak, his chest felt tight, and even breathing was difficult. He couldn't speak. Xiao Hen also felt the pressure and lightly patted Wen Qingling's back. "Don't worry, listen to him." The oppressive aura dissipated, and Shang Shu finally managed to catch his breath. "I have no idea what happened. I was helping my little brothers transport the mutated livestock and poultry. Your people were responsible for loading the vehicles. The previous trips were all normal, but when they came back on the last trip, we found blood everywhere. Your people had turned into skeletons, and their heads were smashed. Indeed, they were specifically targeting individuals who were alone. Let's go and take a look," Wen Qingling said as he was about to get on Shang Shu's pickup truck, but was stopped by Xiao Hen. "Xiao Hen, hold on for a moment." Xiao Hen asked Shang Shu, "Have you seen any suspicious individuals nearby?" Shang Shu scratched his head. "Our base is not big, and almost everyone here is familiar. I haven't noticed any suspicious people." "Xiao Hen, what about within the base? Did you hear any sounds of struggle or noises coming from the weapons?" Shang Shu shook his head. "No, nothing. After the incident, I specifically went to the base and asked around, but no one knew what had happened." Xiao Hen, speechless. Wen Qingling, speechless. Is this what you can find out by asking? Wen Qingling felt that the human underling he had found might have been a dumb bear in his past life, with a dull mind. Even if the culprit were hiding within their base, he had been deterred in advance. "Xiao Hen, have there been any personnel missing in the base recently?" Shang Shu glanced at Wen Qingling. "I'm not sure about that. I don't handle the affairs of the base. Mo Jing is in charge of those matters." Xiao Hen asked, "Are you going there personally?" Wen Qingling said, "I must go." With the previous 3 individuals, the civilized zombies had already lost 7 members. He couldn't let the culprit get away. "Xiao Hen, if you leave, what will happen here in the base? I have a feeling that things aren't that simple." Wen Qingling understood what Xiao Hen meant. Xiao Hen was worried that if he left, those things would take advantage of the situation and harm the civilized zombies. Wen Qingling said, "I'll have the sisters and blood corpse keep a close watch." Wen Qingling had to make a trip to the Nanyan base. While instructing the sister and blood corpse, he also sent a message to his parents, asking them to be cautious and prevent anything from taking advantage of the situation. Zhang Lan and Wen Zheng both assured him that with their intervention, there would be no problem. Xiao Hen knew he couldn't persuade Wen Qingling, so he could only go with him. The pickup truck raced all the way to the town. This round trip had wasted quite some time, which was enough for anything to happen if there was a conspiracy. Wen Qingling didn't go to the Nanyan base but had Shongshu drive straight to the scene. Shongshu's subordinates were guarding the area, huddled together in fear. Anything that moved could scare them into a ball. When they saw the familiar pickup truck approaching, the subordinates almost cried. It was too testing for their mentality to guard such a bloody scene. The boss, you finally came back. The subordinates approached, finally relieved. Wen Qingling just opened the car door when he was overwhelmed by the strong smell of blood. Blood was everywhere, on the ground, on the car, on the metal cages, and even on the bodies of the mutated livestock and poultry. The two trucks filled with mutated livestock and poultry were still there, and there were a few metal cages left on the ground that couldn't be loaded onto the trucks. The mutated poultry inside the cages was still alive and well. Xiao Hen got off the car and examined the scene. Wen Qingling asked, "Where are the corpses?" Shongshu said, "There. Over there." Shongshu led Wen Qingling over to the grass on the side of the road, where 4 skeletons were casually thrown and piled together. Wen Qingling coldly looked at Shongshu, who hurriedly waved his hands and said, "It wasn't us. They were already like this. We didn't touch them." Wen Qingling finally let him go and walked over to examine the decapitated heads. They were empty, only clean skull shells remained. Apart from the heads being pried open, the marks on the skeletons were strikingly similar to those on the 3 corpses. Staring at the 4 skeletons, Wen Qingling remained silent for a long time. Xiao Hen walked over and inspected the skeletons, saying, "Confirmed. From the traces at the scene, it's another ambush. If it wasn't an ambush, it would be almost impossible for 4 civilized zombies to be taken down by force." Xiao Hen continued, "Moreover, the guns and the bullets are missing." Looking at the empty skull shells, Xiao Hen had a question, but he couldn't ask Wen Qingling in front of Shongshu. He could only wait and ask later. Wen Qingling's spirit was low, and he turned to get in the car. "Go to the Nanyan base." Shongshu quickly ran over to be the driver, and the others were left behind again, watching them leave with desolation. In the Nanyan base, Mo Jing gathered his close associates to discuss the matter. The fact that Wen Qingling's people died in the Nanyan base made Mo Jing worried that Wen Qingling would hold them accountable. From Wen Qingling's attack on Dao Yan, it was evident that he had no emotional attachment to his classmates. Dao Yan sneered, "It wasn't us who killed them. Why should we be afraid?" Feng Yi said, "They died here, so we will definitely be implicated." Dao Yan said, "We are not his lackeys. We have no obligation to guarantee anyone's safety for him." Mo Jing looked at Dao Yan's leg and asked, "How's your injury?" Dao Yan paused for a moment before saying, "It's much better. The medicine we found this time is very effective. In small bases like theirs, there were no healing ability users. They could only rely on the medical supplies and antibiotics left over from before the apocalypse to treat their injuries and prevent infection. Dao Yan's leg was pierced by vines, and the injury was severe. Even with medicine, the wound couldn't resist infection. The next day, Dao Yan developed a fever that couldn't be suppressed by medication. The wound on his leg began to rot and fester, emitting a foul odor. Mo Jing and the others thought Dao Yan wouldn't make it, but later, Teacher Gao found a new medicine and increased the dosage for Dao Yan to use. Unexpectedly, Dao Yan's fever subsided the next day, and he regained consciousness. Now he could move around, although his leg was still a bit lame. Yang Mengyu had a different opinion. "I think we should explain it to Wen Qingling. He won't implicate us." Dao Yan sneered, "Are you dreaming? Haven't you seen how ruthless he is now? Look at the state of my leg. Who is responsible for that?" The pickup truck stopped only at the entrance of the Nanyan base. Wen Qingling and Xiao Hen got off the car. The people in the base had a deep impression of Wen Qingling. He was a ruthless killer, and they wondered why he had come back after leaving. The people entering and exiting the base were nervous and wary of Wen Qingling. Wen Qingling's mental energy enveloped the Nanyan base. "Mo Jing, come out." Wen Qingling's voice was not loud, but with the enhancement of his mental energy, everyone inside the base could hear it. Mo Jing's expression changed, and he hurriedly rushed over with his people. When he saw Wen Qingling already standing at the entrance of the compound, Mo Jing's footsteps halted, and his gaze toward Xiao Hen became particularly complicated. Mo Jing said, "Did you come because of the incident with your subordinates?" Wen Qingling glanced coldly at him. I want to inspect your base. Any objections? Mo Jing frowned. Are you suspecting that someone from our base killed your people? Wen Qingling stared at him for 2 seconds. I'm not suspecting. I'm certain that your base is involved. Fang Zi anxiously said, Wen Qingling, don't make baseless accusations. Yang Mengyu said, I can also assure you that it wasn't our base's people. I heard those 4 individuals died miserably as if they were eaten by something. How could it be our doing? Clearly, they were attacked by monsters. Wen Qingling swept his gaze over the gathered people and spoke in a cold voice, can you guarantee that all of you are humans and not monsters? Fang Zi exploded, what nonsense are you spouting? Who's the monster? Mo Jing stopped Fang Zi's outburst. Wen Qingling, what do you want to achieve? Wen Qingling didn't answer but said, Shongshu, where are the people I asked you to protect? Shongshu replied, they are here, alive and well, not a single hair harmed. Wen Qingling asked, where are they? Shongshu replied, they're inside the base. I'll go get them for you. Wen Qingling quickly scanned with his mental energy and quickly locked onto the target. No need, I'll go meet them myself. Wen Qingling lifted his foot to leave but was blocked by the surviving members of the Nanyan base. This is our base. Is it somewhere anyone can enter as they please? Even if you're powerful, can you kill all of us? Wen Qingling didn't waste time with them and leapt, landing firmly on the high perimeter wall they thought was secure. Xiao Hen followed suit, landing steadily beside Wen Qingling. Wen Qingling glanced back at the astonished crowd before leaping into the base, heading towards Luoji's residence. Xiao Hen stayed close to him and asked, did you find anything? Wen Qingling replied, the human scent is too strong. It's hard to distinguish. Mo Jing and the others snapped back to their senses and quickly rushed into the base, but they couldn't find any trace of Wen Qingling and Xiao Henda. Mo Jing said, go to Luoji's residence. The group hurriedly ran towards Luoji's residence. Chapter 64. Luoji lived in the last row of the community, which was relatively far from the entrance. He heard the clear and ethereal voice and was about to go to the gate when he unexpectedly ran into Wen Qingling and Xiao Hen halfway. Luoji felt a little embarrassed. You're here, it's a bit short on time. I haven't gathered enough consultation fees. Can you give me a few more days? The matter of consultation fees can be discussed later. Now come with me. Wen Qingling turned around and walked back, coincidentally bumping into Mo Jing and others who were chasing after them. The people from the Nanyan base surrounded them, trapping Wen Qingling and Xiao Hen in the middle. Wen Qingling scanned them and finally fixed his gaze on Mo Jing's face. Do you think I'm afraid of fighting a group? If they all gathered together, wouldn't it be perfect for him to use his vine-held technique and take care of them all at once? Mo Jing, speechless. Mo Jing knew that Wen Qingling's strength was unfathomable. Only a fool would fight him in a group, right? Mo Jing said, no one wants to fight you in a group. The deaths of your subordinates have nothing to do with us, really. Does it really have nothing to do with you? Wen Qingling interrupted him, my people were all carrying automatic rifles with bullets packed in crates. Now, they died in your Nanyan town without using guns. Moreover, their guns and bullets are nowhere to be found. Are you saying once again that it has nothing to do with you? If they didn't use guns, it meant they were ambushed. Civilized zombie hunters were highly vigilant and wouldn't give strangers a chance to approach them. The only people who could get close to them were those they deemed trustworthy. After the incident, that area was controlled by Shongshu's people, and no one was allowed to approach. Mo Jing didn't know about this, so now he wasn't sure if someone intentionally targeted the crates and killed them. Wen Qingling said, who is the person who wanted the automatic rifles the most? After being reminded by Wen Qingling, Mo Jing, Fang Zi, and Yang Mengyu also realized that Dao Yan wasn't with them. Your reasoning is a bit far-fetched. Just because someone wants something, if it's lost, does it mean they took it? Feng Wei sneered from the crowd. Wen Qingling's gaze turned icy, and he reached out and grabbed Feng Wei, who was uncontrollably dragged over, surrounded by the scent of fresh human flesh, which suddenly became clear. Wen Qingling firmly grasped Feng Hui's neck and pulled her closer. The scent of Feng Wei became even more pronounced, similar to the smell of spoiled meat that had been left for a long time, mixed with a stench in the bloody scent, easily overlooked among the fresh human flesh. Wen Qingling's gaze turned chilling. Finally, I've caught you. Feng Wei struggled desperately and screamed, brother. Brother, save me. Mom, save me. Feng Yi hurriedly said, Wen Qingling, don't be impulsive. Don't make things difficult for her, she's just a girl. A wooden thorn appeared in Wen Qingling's hand, and without hesitation, he stabbed it into Feng Hui's heart. Feng Yi's voice got stuck in his throat as he stared in shock at his sister, pierced by Wen Qingling with the wooden thorn. Everyone around them was equally shocked. The timid ones had already started to retreat. This killing god really didn't hesitate to kill, not even sparing a girl. It was too terrifying. Feng Yi trembled all over, his eyes filled with fury. Wen Qingling. Feng Yi roared furiously and rushed forward, but before he could get close, his two large blades were blocked by a long sword. Xiao Hen stood in front of Wen Qingling. Xiao Hen's sudden appearance was very abrupt, and Feng Yi didn't even see him. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air. Xiao Hen's arm shook, causing Feng Yi to be pushed back. Xiao Hen was like the most loyal guard, standing by Wen Qingling's side. After turning into a zombie, his sense of smell became particularly sensitive, so Xiao Hen naturally smelled the difference in Feng Hui's scent compared to humans. He believed that Wen Qingling wouldn't kill innocent people indiscriminately. He must have his reasons for doing this. Wen Qingling looked at Feng Wei, who was still struggling with the wooden thorn. Piercing the heart didn't kill you, huh? Another wooden thorn appeared in his palm, and Wen Qingling said, let's try piercing your brain this time. Mo Jing. Wen Qingling, don't be impulsive. Wen Qingling, I'll fight you to the end. Feng Yi rushed forward like a madman. Before he could get close, Feng Wei managed to free herself from Wen Qingling's grip and pulled herself off the wooden thorn. With legs spring-like, she leapt high and landed among the crowd. Feng Yi, speechless. Mo Jing, speechless. Everyone, speechless. Is that still a leg? Can a person jump that high? Feng Wei could see it clearly. Wen Qingling was a ruthless madman who wouldn't blink an eye at killing. It was almost impossible to gain sympathy from him. She strongly believed that if she didn't escape, Wen Qingling would indeed pierce her skull, and she would be done right then and there. Wen Qingling said slowly, it seems that the head is also your fatal spot. Ignoring the bleeding chest, Feng Wei stared at Wen Qingling vigilantly. She instinctively grabbed someone nearby, biting down on their carotid artery on the side of the neck and not letting go. She drank their fresh blood in big gulps, only stopping the voracious biting frenzy after a few mouthfuls, as if a hungry ghost who hadn't eaten in hundreds of years had caught its prey and devoured it quickly. Wen Qingling spoke slowly, Shang Shu, you can escape now. Go to the big truck and load up the mutant animals. Take your men and drive the truck to Ling City. The monsters are about to feast, and I'll watch from here. Xiao Hen, speechless. Xiao Hen couldn't help but find it amusing. He often thought that Wen Qingling must have been a very interesting person when he was alive. He had principles in how he lived and acted, and he was extremely protective of his subordinates. Even if they were insignificant individuals, in times of danger, he would still look out for them. Just like now, even though Shang Shu and the others were not exactly Wen Qingling's subordinates, just low-level lackeys helping with collecting mutant animals, he still reminded them to escape at a time like this. Truly the style of Wen Qingling. Shang Shu heard Wen Qingling's voice clearly at the entrance of the community and hurriedly climbed into the pickup truck and drove away as instructed. Following Wen Qingling's orders, Shang Shu took his men and 2 big trucks to Ling City. The surviving crowd was already frightened out of their wits. When they heard Wen Qingling say, the monsters are about to feast, they all screamed and ran away. In the fleeing crowd, there were occasional people, leaping high and pouncing on others, starting to bite. Most of them only took a single bite before being thrown off and continuing to pounce on the next target. Their behavior didn't resemble hunting for food, but rather, it seemed like the spread of infection. The entire base descended into chaos, with survivors fleeing in all directions. Screams of agony filled the air. Compared to the terrified survivors in a state of panic, Wen Qingling and Xiao Hen were too calm. They stood still in their original positions, truly just watching the monsters feast on people. Feng Wei, with blood and meat debris in her mouth, had neat teeth that had turned into sharp serrated ones. She let out a roar that didn't belong to a human. By now, the wound in her heart was almost healed. Feng Wei gnashed her teeth at Wen Qingling, who turned his head and looked at Xiao Hen. Are you sure she didn't wear dentures before? How did her teeth suddenly become serrated? Isn't that cheating? Even their civilized zombies didn't have such serrated teeth. How could they have them? Xiao Hen, speechless. Isn't the problem we should be concerned about right now something else? While Wen Qingling was still pondering whether Feng Hui's teeth were real or fake, he reached out his hand to Xiao Hen. Get some rope and hold her down to check if her teeth are real or fake. Xiao Hen, speechless. Xiao Hen had some rope in his spatial storage, but he had used it up earlier. After the incident with He Lin, Xiao Hen had intentionally gathered some more rope and put it in his storage, but he didn't expect to need it so soon again. Xiao Hen took out a bundle of rope and handed it to Wen Qingling. Feng Wei was just unlucky. Who asked her to have those serrated teeth that attracted Wen Qingling? Feng Wei, speechless. What does my teeth have anything to do with you? Feng Wei had an instinctive fear of Wen Qingling. She originally wanted to pretend to be the same as before and taunt Wen Qingling a few times, but she didn't expect Wen Qingling to deviate from his usual behavior. He could ignore her cold words and sarcasm before, so why did he suddenly take action this time and force her to reveal her true form? Feng Wei turned and tried to escape, but how could Wen Qingling let her get away? She could run and jump, but Wen Qingling could run and jump even better. Feng Wei watched as her escape became impossible and turned towards Feng Yi, shouting, "Brother! Save me!" Wen Qingling kicked her in midair, knocking her down, and stepped on her back, using the rope to tie her up like a wild boar. Feng Yi clearly hadn't snapped out of the shock caused by such a major incident. He watched his sister, covered in blood, as he was dragged away by Mo Jing and the others, completely devoid of his own conscious thoughts. Feng Wei crawled on the ground, shouting loudly, "Brother! Save me!" Feng Yi looked at her, shaking his head continuously. He knew that his sister was no longer human, she was not his sister anymore. When Feng Yi regained his senses and went to look for his mother, there was no trace of her. He didn't know if she had escaped or died. The entire base was in chaos, with everyone running towards the exit, disregarding each other. Xiao Hen, with Luo Ji following closely, encountered a few foolish monsters along the way that dared to attack them. Xiao Hen swiftly dealt with them using his zombie-killing techniques, which were particularly effective. Wen Qingling said, "Keep an eye on her. I'll go get the weapons." Under Wen Qingling's mental power, everything inside the base was revealed. Dao Yan sneaked and hid in a building near the exit, planning to use the gun on Wen Qingling. In his hands was a brand new automatic rifle, which was the standard equipment for civilized zombies. There was also a box of ammunition beside Dao Yan, all belonging to civilized zombies. Wen Qingling confirmed that the deaths of the 4 civilized zombies were directly related to Dao Yan. Dao Yan crouched at the window, nervously staring at the exit. As soon as Wen Qingling appeared, he would shoot him in the head with the rifle. With a crash, the glass of the French window shattered, startling Dao Yan. He quickly turned around and saw Wen Qingling standing behind him. Dao Yan, speechless. He quickly aimed the rifle at Wen Qingling, ready to shoot. The rifle rang, and the bullets hit the opposite wall. Dao Yan was shocked. He tried to aim the rifle again, but it seemed to have a life of its own, swaying left and right with Wen Qingling's hand. He couldn't aim at Wen Qingling no matter what. Wen Qingling reached out and grabbed the automatic rifle and the box of ammunition from Dao Yan's arms. He caught them both, one hand holding the rifle and the other hand holding the box of bullets. Dao Yan let out a roar, and something fell out of his wide-open mouth. Wen Qingling took a closer look and saw dentures. After Dao Yan's roar, without directly confronting Wen Qingling, he didn't have any fighting spirit due to deep-rooted fear. He could only rely on sneak attacks. Dao Yan turned around, smashing the glass to escape, but it was at that moment that Wen Qingling opened the rifle. A headshot. Dao Yan never understood how Wen Qingling, clearly attracted by his fallen dentures, could still hit him with a headshot. Those without mental power wouldn't understand what kind of sensation it was. Mental power was far more useful than eyesight. A person only had a pair of eyes, but what about mental power? Wherever mental power reached, it became their eyes. Wen Qingling didn't look at Dao Yan's body. He kicked the fallen dentures on the ground and saw the sticky flesh attached to the root of the dentures. It seemed that they weren't dentures, but real teeth. He then looked at the serrated teeth in Dao Yan's mouth, and Wen Qingling fell silent. How old were they that they could still change their teeth on the spot? Who gave them this cheat device? It's so infuriating. Wen Qingling jumped down from the broken window, still filled with anger, searching for his next target. Chapter 65. Xiao Hen, accompanied by Luo Ji, kept watch over Feng Wei. He witnessed with his own eyes the survivors who were bitten and discarded, convulsing and struggling on the ground, only to stand up quickly and continue biting others. The rate of infection was even faster than the zombie virus itself. Xiao Hen was filled with fear. He observed and counted silently. After being bitten, it took only 5 seconds for a person to stand up again and bite others. The speed of transmission was terrifying. However, Xiao Hen also noticed something unusual. The infected individuals moved stiffly, lacking the agility of those who had not been infected. Their muscles were atrophied, and their skin shriveled, resembling dry corpses crawling out of graves. Yet they could still run and jump, devouring people everywhere. Xiao Hen held the gun in his hand and shot down all the transformed cannibalistic creatures along the way. He had Luo Ji dragging Feng Wei, who was tied up like a rice dumpling, following him as they made their way toward the entrance of the residential area. Xiao Hen kills as he advanced. As they neared the entrance, Xiao Hen heard the roar of Wen Qingling, the zombie. When he was still human, he didn't understand the meaning behind the various roars of zombies. But now, as a zombie himself, the language of zombie roars finally became mutually intelligible. Wen Qingling was gathering all the zombies in Nanyan town. He didn't allow anyone from the Nanyan base to leave, whether they were humans or monsters. The survivors who managed to escape outside the base thought they had finally survived, but they were met with an overwhelming army of zombies. Everyone despaired and had to retreat back to the entrance of the base. Xiao Hen stood there, holding the gun, while Luo Ji remained by his side, unharmed. The survivors who had already lost hope saw a glimmer of hope once again. Many people cried and rushed forward, hoping that Xiao Hen would take them away and save them. However, before they could approach, Xiao Hen had already aimed his gun at them. Xiao Hen had a serious expression, showing no signs of relenting. "Back off." The rushing survivors were immediately frightened and stopped in their tracks. They had thought that Xiao Hen had more compassion than Wen Qingling, but they never expected him to raise the gun against them. The survivors had no choice but to retreat to a safe distance. "It's rare to see you aiming the gun at humans. That's quite an improvement. We should celebrate," came the voice of Wen Qingling. Xiao Hen, speechless. Xiao Hen turned around and saw Wen Qingling had returned. However, his appearance left people at a loss for words. Wen Qingling had 4 automatic rifles hanging on him, with 4 boxes of ammunition entwined with vines and dragged behind him. But what shocked everyone even more was another thicker vine wrapped around a long string of corpses, all dragged along with him. Everyone, speechless. Everyone, speechless. Everyone, speechless. Is this a devil? Why is he dragging so many corpses? Won't he let them rest even in death? Xiao Hen also couldn't quite understand. What is this? Wen Qingling glanced at him and threw the rifles and ammunition boxes hanging on him to the ground. "Who can tell me why the guns and ammunition boxes from my base are here in your base?" Everyone fell silent. This proved that the 4 dead individuals were indeed connected to their base. Wen Qingling asked, "Mo Jing, am I doubting this?" Mo Jing remained silent. Wen Qingling continued, "Fang Zi, am I making baseless accusations?" Fang Zi, speechless. Wen Qingling then turned to Yang Mengyu. "Yang Mengyu, are your assurances reliable?" Yang Mengyu burst into tears. "We didn't know it would turn out like this. If we had known. If you had known, you would have escaped long ago, right?" Wen Qingling interrupted her. "Whether you knew or not, my people did die at the hands of your base. How should we settle this account?" Mo Jing remained silent for a long time before finally speaking up. "What do you want?" Wen Qingling replied, "To wipe you all out." Mo Jing's face changed. Wen Qingling glanced at Xiao Hen and saw that he didn't intervene. Indeed, he had made progress. Wen Qingling patted Xiao Hen's shoulder. "I'll leave it to you." Xiao Hen glanced at Wen Qingling and instantly swapped his gun. He raised his hand and 3 shots from the gun resounded, headshots. Mo Jing and the others turned pale. Each shot felt like it hit them personally. They clenched their fists, breathing heavily. Faced with Wen Qingling and Xiao Hen, armed with the guns, they could only let themselves be slaughtered. Even though they possessed supernatural abilities, they couldn't contend with them. Xiao Hen aimed the wooden storage box at Teacher Gao, and he managed to maintain his expression. "Wen Qingling, do you want to kill me too?" Wen Qingling tilted his head and pondered for a moment. "I don't have to kill you, but it depends on your value." Thick vines emerged from the ground, entwining Teacher Gao and dragging him closer. The black thorns on the vines pierced into Teacher Gao's flesh. The more he struggled, the deeper the thorns penetrated. Teacher Gao angrily said, "Wen Qingling, I've misjudged you. After the apocalypse, you have completely lost your humanity. I'm ashamed to have a student like you." Wen Qingling stared at him. "I don't need humanity, but what about you? Weren't you carefree and ready to die at any moment? What made you change your mind and choose to become a monster? Tell me, I'd like to know." Xiao Hen, speechless. "No, please don't listen to him, don't learn from him." Teacher Gao rebuked angrily, "In your eyes, everyone is a monster." Wen Qingling replied, "In my eyes, you are the monster." A wooden thorn appeared in Wen Qingling's hand, and without hesitation, he stabbed it into Teacher Gao's heart and then threw it aside to keep Feng Wei company. Wen Qingling said coldly, "Continue killing." Xiao Hen continued using the gun. This time, Mo Jing seemed calm. If the people Wen Qingling killed were hidden monsters, then as a human, he had nothing to worry about. Even if it was him, he would want to kill such monsters. The hidden monsters among the crowd couldn't hide any longer. The few remaining ones turned to escape, but Xiao Hen shot each of them in the head, killing them on the spot. Wen Qingling applauded sarcastically, his face twitching. Impressive skills. Not only was Xiao Hen skilled with the gun technique, but his sense of smell was also excellent. He didn't make any mistakes in killing one and not letting anyone escape. The original 300 people in the Nanyan base were now reduced to only a few dozen. After Wen Qingling and Xiao Hen double-checked them, it was confirmed that they were all humans. Seeing Xiao Hen put away the gun, the survivors who managed to live by sheer luck all knelt on the ground, their legs weak. Their bodies were soaked in a cold sweat. Those who hadn't experienced the despair of being chosen by the Grim Reaper would never understand. Wen Qingling didn't pay attention to them. He grabbed Feng Wei and pulled her over. "Come, show me your tooth-changing ability." Xiao Hen, speechless. "Why are you still concerned about her teeth? Isn't this a hurdle you can't pass?" Feng Wei was also devastated. She thought Wen Qingling was a devil who killed without blinking an eye and enjoyed tormenting people. Wen Qingling said, "I'll count to 3, and if you don't change your teeth, I'll kill you." Feng Wei, speechless. Feng Wei looked at Feng Yi in the crowd with a gaze full of resentment. This was her own brother. As long as she turned into a flesh-eating monster, even her own brother wouldn't recognize her. Wen Qingling said, "1." Feng Wei sneered, "Aren't you going to recheck? Among the 3 of us in the family, 2 are not human. Do you think Feng Yi, the one remaining, is still human?" Feng Wei was captured alive, and her mother was already killed by Xiao Hen when she was eating people. Now she was hanging from Wen Qingling's vine. Feng Yi's face changed drastically. He never expected that his own sister would try to drag him down. Wen Qingling said, 2, 3. Feng Wei was about to demonstrate her tooth-changing skill on the spot, but Wen Qingling immediately counted 2 and 3 without giving her a chance to perform. Wen Qingling's actions were swift, and the wooden thorn pierced through her skull. Feng Wei widened her eyes and died without closing them. Wen Qingling said, "I'm sorry, I suddenly don't want to see it anymore." Wen Qingling sensed Feng Hui's past, and at the moment of the greatest emotional turmoil, it was too filthy for him to look at it directly. It wasn't the scene Wen Qingling wanted to witness, so he decided not to watch it and killed her directly. Wen Qingling threw Feng Hui's body aside and grabbed Teacher Gao. The wooden thorn was still stuck in his heart, causing Teacher Gao to tremble in pain. Wen Qingling understood now that even such monsters still had a sense of pain. Wen Qingling continued to explore Teacher Gao's past. Wen Qingling narrowed his eyes as he witnessed the moment of the greatest emotional turmoil for Teacher Gao. He saw a figure in a black robe from head to toe. Teacher Gao's attention wasn't focused on the figure in the black robe but on the young man beside him. The young man's name was Gao Hong, the son of Teacher Gao and his ex-wife. Gao Hong introduced the black-robed person to Teacher Gao, who could grant humans a new life. As long as the black-robed person bit them, leaving a mark of rebirth, Teacher Gao would possess great power, an everlasting life, and no fear of the zombie virus, becoming a superior being in the new world. Gao Hong had already become a follower of the black-robed person, and for some reason, Teacher Gao, after considering everything, was persuaded. The black-robed person left a mark of rebirth on Teacher Gao's wrist, infecting him and turning him into a flesh-eating monster, hidden in the Nanyan base. The scene ended, and until the end, Wen Qingling hadn't seen the face of the black-robed person. Even from Gao Hong's words, it was impossible to determine the identity of the black-robed person. Teacher Gao was merely a pawn being used, not qualified to know the identity of the black-robed person. Wen Qingling carefully recalled the details and suddenly asked, "How tall is your son?" Teacher Gao trembled all over. "Wen Qingling, you can kill me, but I beg you one thing. If you encounter my son in the future, please spare him. He is my only family. I beg you not to kill him." Wen Qingling shook his head. "I'm afraid I can't. As long as I, Wen Qingling, am alive, I will certainly exterminate your group." Teacher Gao suddenly burst into laughter. His teeth fell out of his mouth, and saw-like teeth quickly grew from the gums. He violently lunged at Wen Qingling, his mouth full of saw-like teeth biting towards Wen Qingling's neck. Suddenly, several thick wooden thorns pierced out of the ground, impaling Teacher Gao. Blood gushed out of his body, and he coughed up blood while smiling. He said, "They all say, to take a bite of your flesh, and their power will increase." Wen Qingling responded, "Am I related to Tang Seng?" Teacher Gao was pierced through but still struggling on the wooden thorns, forming a bloody spectacle. Tears streamed down Yang Mengyu's face, and she trembled as she pleaded, "Wen Qingling, give teacher a quick death. Don't torture him anymore." Sob. Wen Qingling coldly glanced at her and said, "When they were devouring my people, did anyone speak up for them and ask for a quick death?